What's up, everybody? How we doing today? Oh, we're back.
We are back.
We're back for day 11. We're getting there, y'all. We're getting there. How's everybody doing? Hey, Flash, how are you? Eris. Yes, we are multi-streaming as usual. McKinley is live. I am live. Both of our links are pinned to the top of chat. Go over there, throw some likes around, and do the YouTube things for us. It is greatly appreciated.
Hi, Dave.
And as always, feel free to go over to McKinley's and give her some watch hours. If you have the opportunity to have both of our windows open, do that. If you've only got the opportunity to do one, it's not going to hurt my feelings if you're over at McKinley's. It's not. I'm a giver that way. I'm a giver.
Thank you.
What's up, Wolfie? How you doing, buddy? Farrell, I think I was only 2 minutes late. That wasn't too bad. I think 2 minutes is acceptable, right?
Totally acceptable.
I think so. Hey, John. What's up, buddy? Oh, Dave's in the house. What's going on, bud? I was just doing some scouring for Joe's Lego stream, editing stuff. I guess I could do my part a little bit, right? Yeah, all I'm doing is getting timestamps. You haven't watched it?
I know.
You're missing out. The Lego streams are awesome. They're so
know.
awesome. I'm glad you know that doesn't hurt your feelings. Well, you know, that's just who I am. It's just who I am. What's up, Mustang? How you doing, buddy? Well, we left off yesterday with the end of day 10. Today is day 11. That's usually how the numbers go, as far as I understand it. And we're still in the defense case in chief. Thank you. We are still there. And I guess we're just going to keep rolling.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Let's do it. I like it. Look how almost set up I am for this.
Dave, I am a real YouTuber. I will have you know that I just got a stream deck and the...
Ooh.
What's that other thing that I was telling you I wanted? The big boy with the colored buttons. Anyway.
I don't
remember
the stream
what
deck?
it's called.
Not a stream deck?
It's another thing.
Got it.
But I forgot
don't
what
know.
it's called.
I don't have any of that. I have a computer that barely keeps up and a microphone and my PlayStation.
I mean, I probably won't be able to figure it out, but we'll see.
Well, you'll have that. Yeah. Broken Baker, what's up, buddy? How you doing? 12:20. I'm okay with that. That makes sense. It makes perfect sense, actually. Kick her off the stream until she watches it. Farrell's a savage. Farrell is a savage. Dang. We'll see you in 6 hours, I guess.
It wouldn't have been rational to go all the way back.
Ooh, 2 cameras. I like this.
To get the equipment you thought you might need. If
Hi,
you think you
Helene.
need equipment,
How are you?
it's irrational because to walk a block to get the equipment you might need.
No,
But he
when
says
you're
don't
on
push
these
buttons,
scenes,
doesn't he?
All the
I
time.
remember hearing the radio
All the time.
traffic that Chichuniec, I said that correctly,
Cichuniec, sir.
Chichuniec, I'm sorry, called on the radio and the ambulance said they're 2 minutes out. By the time you would have went back,
What's up
the
this
ambulance
way,
would have
up?
been there with the equipment.
Welcome. I forgot to grab something to drink.
Well,
Failing.
that raises a
I'll be
really
right back.
interesting point too,
Okay.
because you testified on direct that the ambulance equipment stays in the ambulance, right?
No, I said they made the right decision to move them to the ambulance.
Okay. And they didn't take any equipment off the ambulance,
They took the stretcher off.
right? They didn't take any monitoring equipment off.
No, they did not.
Didn't take any airway equipment off.
No, the paramedics and Falk did not know.
And AFR didn't ask them to.
That's correct, yes.
So the difference between quitting monitoring equipment is not the 2 minutes between when the ambulance shows up or not. It's like 10 minutes between when they are there on the scene, evaluating him, giving him ketamine, leaving him on the ground, putting him on the gurney, 6 minutes later moving him into the ambulance. It's a long
This is
time,
that
right?
Prosecutor I don't like.
I don't remember the specific time.
During the time that the 4 Aurora Fire paramedics are there with Mr. McClain, at least 3 of them are just standing there the entire time, right?
I wouldn't characterize it as that, no.
You would characterize it as standing there, but also visually observing.
Yes, visually observing. I saw one bend down several times and check on the patient. I watched them watching the patient. They had come up with a plan, basically, and that was their plan to de-escalate, calm him down. I've seen patients provoked when you start doing things such as that. And again, I wouldn't characterize it as standing there. That was the plan that was emulated, spoke of by Cooper.
So, although you might not characterize it as standing there, besides EMT Bradley twice squatting, nobody actually does anything until the ketamine gets administered, right?
Again, sometimes the approach is to de-escalate and calm the event, especially after you see somebody
Sir, my
slam down.
question is not the philosophical approach of de-escalation. My question is, outside of paramedic Bradley
I wouldn't say they de-escalated anything.
squatting a couple of times, none of those
He
3
is.
paramedics, including Defendant Cooper,
Oh, Nicholas.
do anything
Dang it.
until they give him ketamine.
It's all right, buddy. I appreciate
Again,
it.
I mischaracterize what you're saying.
I'll send you a link
They
real quick.
are standing there, but they're observing the patient and watching.
I think
them.
I'm getting sick again.
That's not
Like,
doing
you
anything. They're
were just sick
watching
like
the
last
patient
week.
to make
Dude.
sure,
Preschoolers.
again, that there's airway and some of the other issues that we have addressed earlier.
Well, that's a really interesting point too, because you've testified that that's what you think paramedic Cooper is doing, but he never asks EMT Bradley or EMT DeJesus for any of their perceptions on what's going on with the patient.
I think one could reasonably conclude if they observed something, they would have said it. They don't have to be asked.
So my question was, Mr. Cooper never asks them for their perceptions. So the answer to that question is no, he didn't, right?
That's correct, yes.
All right.
Hey, Lord Bynum.
While
What's
paramedic
up,
Bradley
Mustang?
and paramedic DeJesus are there,
Yeah, all the
paramedic
time.
Cooper could have said to them, go get the bags from the fire engine, right?
Judge, I'm going to object. That's a mischaracterization of the evidence of who was a paramedic on the scene. Bradley,
What's up, Scott? How we doing, buddy?
either it's the Hayes or something.
Rephrase.
Oh, sorry, my mistake. Paramedic Cooper, with medical control of the scene, could have asked basic EMT Bradley or basic EMT DeJesus, go to the engine and get the cardiac monitor or the other equipment, right?
If you felt it was practical, yes.
You certainly didn't see him ask them to do anything else, did you?
I did not know. But I did hear him emulate what the plan was to the crew.
You said if he thought it was feasible, he could have done that.
Yeah.
In
They're
this
so dirty.
situation, when they first arrive on the scene and everybody's there just looking at Mr. McClain, it clearly would have been feasible to ask one of the basic EMTs to go back and get some equipment.
If
Dude,
practical,
you're such
yes.
a dick. Just shut up.
And it would have been practical.
I don't like him.
I don't agree with that.
I think that's the stance he has to take,
What
though,
made that
right?
impossible that they just couldn't
He
go
doesn't
get
have
the
to be
equipment
so rude.
that was a block
though.
away?
I think
Because-
his style is
You were asking my opinion again?
that he
Yeah,
needs
you
to
said it
be
wasn't practical.
outraged
So
by the
tell the jury
conduct
and explain to them why
of
it's
these
not
two
practical.
gentlemen.
Dials.
Believe after what they observed, and I would have done the same thing, and I think other reasonable paramedics would have done the same thing, is not to escalate the combativeness. Engage in the
Mr.
patient.
Ludwig,
But you just asked me if I could answer. I wanted to answer you, sir.
I asked you about sending
He's
a basic
so
EMT
annoying.
to get equipment, not about escalating something with the patient.
Judge, I'm going to object. He asked him why it wasn't practical, and he's answering the question.
The one in the top right or the bottom left?
Overruled.
Because you're going to have to hook that equipment up to that patient. You're going to potentially escalate things even further.
Now, getting the equipment
Oh,
doesn't
that's
mean
a
you have to
sheep,
hook it up,
right?
right?
It is a sheep. It's a stock photo of a sheep that Baker made me to cover the
Yes.
puck emblem.
And some of that equipment, there's monitoring equipment, but there's also emergency intervention equipment, right?
Hi, Half Irish. How you doing?
Such as,
What's up,
Such
Sonny
as
Tanner?
Things
Welcome.
to intubate a patient.
that's correct, yes.
Yeah. Oxygen to provide an emergency to somebody.
If it was required, yes.
It is way better to have that emergency intervention equipment sitting next to you
Oh,
than a block away in a truck.
I got you.
If practical, as I said, yes.
thanks.
Yeah, and it was practical here, wasn't it?
Again, I don't know how to answer your question other than, again, decisions are made. And in this particular case, this was a decision they made. And whether it was practical in your opinion or not, I thought it was the right thing to do, yes.
It's not about my opinion. It's not about the decisions they're made. I'm asking you for your expert opinion, sworn under oath to this jury, not whether you thought it was right or not, whether you agreed with the whole path of things.
How
Very
can an
simple.
opinion be
Actual
sworn
question.
under oath? Like,
It
I
would
mean,
have been
I
practical
get that it is, but
for Fire Medic Cooper to send a basic EMT.
I guess as long as his
back to the
opinion
engine,
is
get equipment.
I mean, your
I would agree
opinion can
that, yes, it would
change
be
like
practical, as you said.
well,
from
sure.
second to second.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. So Scott, this is it's not a retrial. This is the third trial of first responders involved in the situation. This is the third trial total. The first two were with 3 cops. So 1 cop went and then 2 cops went, or vice versa. I don't know the order. 1 cop was found guilty, convicted, and 2 cops were acquitted. The cop that was found guilty, his sentencing is January 5th, I believe, off the top of my head. Well, now this is the third trial with 2 paramedics, EMTs. So yeah, that's where we're at on that. Well, it's not a retrial for these 2. It's just the third consecutive trial for the death of Elijah.
That wasn't so hard.
No, it wasn't, sir.
Who's your strike comment?
Yeah,
So-
what did he say? That wasn't smart. Oh, that wasn't so hard. What a dick!
Is that what he
let's talk
said?
then about
He is a dick.
the reassessment. And I
Oh,
believe your testimony was that when it's possible, you should basically
He
try
is
and
a
reassess
dick.
the patient as much as you can.
If possible.
Mr. Slaughter, if you could, the next 10
I
or so
cannot
minutes, perhaps,
stand
if you have can find a good place to break.
Sure. I think in just a few minutes here, actually, Honor. One of the reasons that constant reassessment of a patient is so important. is
Taking a
because
break already?
Things change fast in emergencies.
Correct, yes.
All right.
And things can change fast with a patient's health.
Yes,
Somebody who's walking and talking 1 minute can all of a sudden be in a medical crisis, almost like that.
yes.
And somebody who's already in a medical crisis can go from bad to dead really quickly.
That's correct, yes.
So that's why paramedics are taught to constantly do as much as they can to reassess the patient when it's feasible.
They were all charged
Again,
at the
that's
same
applicable
time,
when it's feasible. yes.
according to the charging
Considering their
documents.
safety, yes.
It was all one big.
Yeah.
This is a pretty good stopping
Yeah.
point for me, Judge, before I get into the next
So they
section.
were all charged together.
All right. Folks on the jury, we're going to take our morning recess at this time. Please remember, do not form or
lost
express
your
any
internet,
opinions or
Dave?
discuss the case. Even amongst yourselves, do
Sounds
no
terrible.
independent research, avoid any press coverage. We'll see you back in about 15 minutes.
that one prosecutor's outfit was like such a weird color. It looked like the screen had messed up.
Well, it might have.
Yeah. It was
My
such
one-
an odd color.
My 1 gig fiber internet tends to do weird things, apparently. What's up, Lefty?
No, I think that's really her.
Hey, Peace Peony.
Oh yeah, no, she's wearing like burnt orange or something. I say that's such a weird color. I went to UT.
University of Texas?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Texas. Texas.
Go Longhorns.
Mm-hmm.
One of my best friends decided that he's a Longhorns fan because he's tired of losing. Bandwagon.
Oh, wait, tired of
Here's that
wait.
drink.
So who was he going for?
Oh, I don't know. Probably Illinois or
Okay.
something.
I mean, the Longhorns, to be fair, have been losing for a very long time.
Wow, they had a pretty good couple of years there with Vince Young and Reggie Bush, was it?
The jurors have returned and are being seated.
Uh,
Parties and counsel.
No, Reggie Bush was
On the witness
USC.
stand still under oath.
They played
It
against
was
each other.
Vince Young. Vince Young. Oh yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And who was the
Mr. Ludwig,
quarterback then?
I'd like to turn now to your opinions regarding the
For
facts of
USC?
what happens to Elijah McClain
Yeah.
that night.
Wasn't
Now,
his
you
name
mentioned
like
on
Matt
direct
or
that when Mr. Cooper first walked up to Mr. McClain,
Carr,
he
maybe?
stood right by Mr. McClain's head, right?
Who the hell was that?
I'm sorry, there was a little bit of noise. Can you say that again?
Sure.
something
When Mr.
Carr?
Cooper first approached Mr. McClain, he went and stood by his head.
Yes.
Iron Car?
You said that puts him in the best position to see Mr. McClain's face.
I don't
To
know.
observe what we described earlier about the ABCs.
Sure. And to hear what Mr. McClain is saying.
Yes. Make an overall, again, assessment. The objective component, yes.
One of the most important things that a paramedic can do is to listen to their patient.
Among many things.
And not even just hear them, but really listen to what they're saying, right?
Correct. That's part of the objective EO.
But that's particularly important with agitated patients.
Matt
to try and
Leinart.
figure out why they might be agitated.
Matt Liner. I knew
Or
his name
whether
was Matt.
combative Or
You had that
a
right.
variety of different things, yes.
Sure. Because somebody who appears to be agitated in one way or another,
I don't know where I got
it might be
Carr
because
from.
of excited delirium, as you've discussed, but it might also be some other reversible medical cause.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, like they might be diabetic,
That's a possibility, yes.
might be having
I
trouble
don't
breathing.
understand that.
That's a possibility, yes.
This joke?
And so
Yeah.
listening to what the
The
patient's
flu
saying can
virus is
sometimes help
tiny.
you
You're
figure out which
tiny.
one of those it is.
You're
Oh.
yeah.
That's correct, if they're able to articulate to you, yes.
And if a patient is verbally agitated, sometimes they can actually just be calmed down through a good conversation.
Potentially, yes.
Peace Peony
Now,
went
when
to
the fire
UT.
department and these defendants showed up to
Who?
Mr.
Nuh-uh,
McClain's
really?
location,
That's what she
they got some
says.
useful information from the cops,
Nice.
right?
Correct.
So as they're walking up with Mr. Cooper and Mr. DeJesus, they find out from the cops that the cops had put Mr. McClain in a carotid.
That's correct, yes. Twice, I believe.
I'm okay with that.
That was my next question,
Ugh,
twice.
stop it.
That Mr. McClain had lost consciousness.
No bueno.
I think I heard both ways in the, I think they said one worked. I'm trying to remember how it played out.
Could you please show to the witness Exhibit 107, excuse me, show to the jury Exhibit 107, Sergeant Leonard's body-worn camera, starting at 52 minutes and 25 seconds.
Yeah, he does.
I think he has to, though. I really do. I think that
So he was put into
He
a
doesn't
carotid,
have
he didn't
to.
lose consciousness. He's throwing up right now, and
he needs to be
he's gonna
Almost
have
angered.
What's that?
by the
So they find out that he was
conduct
Yeah,
of these
You can
first
be angered.
responders.
Sorry, you need to
You
answer
can be
verbally.
angered by
I'm
the
so- I'm
conduct
sorry.
of the first
Yes.
responders without being a
That he was
dick
throwing up
to
just
the
now.
experts on the stand. They're just doing their job.
Yes,
and that he's obviously on something.
that's correct, yes.
Now, you were asked some questions by the defense about the assessment that Mr. Cooper does in those first 90 seconds between when he reaches Mr. McClain and when he decides to use ketamine. So I'd like to talk about the different things that are done and not done in that time period.
Just I don't even like the
Now, when
way
Mr.
he
Cooper walks
stands.
up to Mr. McClain, the first question he asks is, does he speak English or anything, right?
Yes,
And that's important because that can tell a paramedic whether he's able to have that conversation with the patient that we were just talking about.
that's correct, yes.
If Mr. McClain didn't speak English, if he only spoke Spanish or a different language that Mr. Cooper didn't speak, then he wouldn't have been able to talk to him.
That's correct, yes.
He knows he does speak English, so he could talk to him.
And I think the second part, well, go ahead. I don't want to expand on your answer now.
So talking to somebody or asking them questions can be important to try and find out if the patient is oriented times 3, as they say.
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what it means to be oriented times 3?
Yeah, there's a variety of different questions that we may ask someone to see if they're oriented, times 3 as we call it. That's our vernacular. Time, date. Another, common question is who's the president of the United States?
And that last question, sometimes we see it on movies or TV shows
I
too.
don't
idea is
think they were
basically just to
following the
see,
protocols.
is
though.
their brain functioning in reality?
Yes.
Additionally, the patient can potentially tell you what their medical emergency is.
Again, the potential, yes.
Potentially
Oh.
tell you why they can't fix themselves.
Again, potential, yes.
Now, the first words that Mr. McClain says when Mr. Cooper walks up are, ow, okay, right?
I don't have it memorized, but I do remember some owls and so forth, yes, and some grunting and other issues like that.
Well, let's show to the witness. He's at 104, starting at timestamp 53:51.
I'm not sure if it needs to be maliciously negligent, but it needs to be
He speaks English.
obviously
But he's
negligent, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
Stop, dude. Well, chill out.
Oh, this is so sad.
I've already been told several times to stop.
I can't fix myself.
How many times are they going to play this video?
So the first words that Mr. McClain speaks after Mr. Cooper arrives and asks about speaking English are, ow, okay.
Grossly
Yes.
negligent. Thank you. That was the word I was looking for.
So from the moment Mr. Cooper walks up, Mr. McClain is
Grossly
clearly responding to
negligent.
pain and saying, ow.
Why is
He says, ow, yes.
And that is a clear sign of responsiveness to pain.
At that point, yes.
The next English words that Mr. McClain speaks are, I can't fix myself.
Yes.
Mr. Cooper doesn't ask Mr. McClain, what do you mean you can't fix yourself?
Oh, okay.
No, he does not ask.
Instead, basically immediately after that statement, Mr. Cooper says, we're just going to leave him there.
I believe that's after he saw him body slammed, if I remember correctly, yes.
And that's what we just watched right there was that officer who was on Mr. McClain picking him up and slamming him down to the ground.
Correct.
For a paramedic, that's a big problem, isn't it?
Okay.
In what way?
Well, if you see the officer slamming your patient on the ground because he says, ow, and I can't fix himself, that's a big problem.
And again, I don't know what kind of problem. I guess I'm trying to figure out where your question's going. Because
That's not your
I
job.
told you already.
Just
I'm
answer
not
the
gonna try
question.
and escalate that further.
Yeah.
I think a reasonable paramedic would not try to escalate that further, as the fire medic did. But I don't know what you mean. That's a big problem. If you could expand on that.
Well, when you say you're not going to try and escalate that further, you mean you don't think it's appropriate to tell the police officer, dude, stop slamming the guy on the ground?
I
I
said
thought you
this
talking in
early.
terms of talking to the patient.
I
So
said
you're
this
talking
early
about-
on.
give the
that
officers
the
direction, is that
paramedic
correct?
should have taken
That what
control
you're-
of that
Well, I'm
patient
asking
when
you
they
what you mean by
arrived.
I don't want to escalate the
Yeah, but
situation.
they didn't have a gun.
It certainly would have been appropriate
But they didn't have a what?
to react to this and
They
say,
didn't have a gun,
"Don't
and the
slam the
police
guy."
officers did.
Yeah,
so I would not
I'm
fight with the
referring to,
police
I don't want to
officers.
stimulate the patient anymore is what I'm referring to.
If a police officer shoots a
asking you about
medic, it's a
Mr.
whole
Cooper's
different world of
reaction in
hurt
regards to
that's about to
the
happen.
police officer there. He should have told him to stop.
We don't have authority over the officers. I'm not sure. I mean, one, in retrospect, Monday morning quarterback could throw that out that we should have told him to stop, but we don't. That individual is in the custody of the police until
Okay.
it's turned over to us. So, or not us, but to the AFD. And so, in my opinion, I don't believe we have that authority to tell the officers. Now, in retrospect, one could say we should have, but again, I'm not sure really what is the direct way to go with that answer for you, sir.
Shouldn't
This
he
is not
be
the first
sure?
time that you've talked about this issue of police and firefighter interactions when there's excessive force from the police, is it?
No, it is not.
For example, you appeared on a podcast called EMS 1 on February 3rd of 2023 called Normalization of Deviance. And you talked about these issues of police, excessive force, and how paramedics should respond.
Judge, I'm going to object to referring to outside situations that don't have anything to do with this case.
Prior inconsistent statement.
Pardon me?
Prior inconsistent statement.
All right, we'll see where it goes.
Judge, may we have more time?
Okay.
Again? I don't know why that would be, Scott. I haven't heard anything like that, and I think that would be absolutely terrifying for a cop to designate what an EMT could administer. That sounds horrifying.
Now, Mr. Ludwig, on that podcast, you said that if
No,
a
not
paramedic sees somebody being subjected to excessive force by a police officer, that the paramedic has a duty to intervene to stop it.
Yeah, the operable word being excessive force. And I know which case you're talking about. If I can,
I don't want to get into the case and circumstance. I'm
Because-
talking about your general opinion.
yeah, because these are two separate cases, but yes, if they are using excessive force where they're beating someone unconscious, you have a duty to say something.
So it's not excessive force until somebody gets beat unconscious, huh?
Look, again, these are two separate circumstances where 5 officers beat someone unconscious. So I'm
Hold on. The question was in general.
He's not answering the question. He's predicting what he's trying to get and answering that question.
Unconscious for it to be excessive force, right?
Judge, I'm going to object. This is beyond the scope that the court allowed at the bench.
And Judge, he has opened the door to this by saying it's not excessive force unless somebody gets beat unconscious.
Sustained. You can ask about the case here.
So, Mr. Ludwig, it has always been your opinion that there is a professional duty of paramedics to intervene if they see excessive force being.
Judge, I'm going to object. This is again referring back to a quote that the court limited it on and has sustained an objection. This is
Well, that's the question I allowed to be asked.
It has always been your opinion that paramedics have a duty to intervene if they see law enforcement using excessive force.
And again, excessive force is a subjective term. So in the opinion of the paramedic, if they believe it is excessive force, then they have a duty to act, yes.
Yeah, but if the paramedic is totally fine with what's happening right there, then they don't act.
If they don't believe it is excessive force and is restraint, then I don't see a duty to act as you described.
And that duty to act, in your opinion, is a professional obligation, but it's also just a human obligation that anybody should have.
That's right. As paramedics, we are there to help. We come with compassion. We get into this job to help people. That is absolutely correct, what we do.
And that, in your opinion, obligation to intervene would apply regardless of whether a paramedic, or excuse me, a law enforcement officer was doing something wrong or another paramedic was doing something wrong.
That is correct.
Now, I'd like to go back to the timeline of events regarding Mr. McClain here. After what you've described as this body slam, Mr. Cooper does not do anything to tell the cops not to do that anymore.
No, I did not see that, no.
Now, a few seconds later, we see EMT Basic Bradley squat down, and he removes Mr. McClain's headphones from inside of his jacket, right?
Yes.
What is up, Broken Baker? How we doing, buddy?
Hi. Did you
Oh.
get a haircut?
No, I should have.
Well, it looks nice. I like it.
Oh, I'm just going to pull this off and it's going to look even nicer. Get this off.
There you go.
How are we doing?
Good. How are you?
Well, I'm busy as a beaver. Or, well, maybe beavers aren't that busy.
Depends whose beaver it is.
Yeah. Well, I'm busy as a beaver in a freshman college beaver.
That's a busy beaver. That's a busy beaver. What's up, Jung? How we doing, Fed? Welcome, y'all. Welcome.
So I'm just working on my my Christmas show. So I thought while I'm sitting here and copy pasting, I could hang out with you guys.
Outstanding. Well, glad to have you, buddy.
So,
The prosecution has rested their case a couple days ago, and we're on the defense case in chief. And
yeah, and we are at the normal defense dementia part of the show.
yeah.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I don't know. I don't know what you're asking. Could you explain?
It's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing how these eloquent speaking experts can all of a sudden have such a hard time answering a simple question just by the mere change of who's standing at the lectern. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I think the when I coined the frame the phrase defense dementia. I think I hit it on the head because it's so
That's
weird
good.
that all of these experts I can't see why they can't come in and just give a reasonable explanation. Why do they have to go all defensive?
There's a lot of money on the line, Baker. There's a lot of money on the line.
Well, that's probably a reason. Or maybe it's because he has to go back to work on Monday.
That could be too.
And if he's the guy who made another guy go free, then he's probably in a whole lot of hurt.
Got a little lower on the pecking order on the expert witness list. Defense dementia. I like that. I might use that.
Yeah. Do that. And you can call it a
was safe to do
sophomore
that.
beaver anytime you want to as well.
Correct, he was not injured during the process.
Despite all
that's
this
funny.
yelling by the cops, chill out. He was safe to do it.
He was not injured during that process.
A couple seconds later, Mr. McClain again says, ow, oh. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So again, he's clearly responsive to pain.
At that point, yes.
A couple seconds later, Mr. McClain says, stop, please. So he's making sense at that point in time.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if I heard that or not.
Oh, please don't play it again.
If you
Let's
want-
resume
He's
playing
gonna.
Exhibit 104,
Of course
starting
he's
at
gonna.
4447.
Brought it on the guy.
He's gonna play this video
Yeah,
as many
actually,
times
stop
as
fighting him.
humanly possible.
Yeah, put it in the head of the jury that
How horrible it was.
I couldn't.
Yeah.
There's a reason why I don't remember is I couldn't make that out.
And then when the officers say, well, stop fighting us, Mr. McClain says, I'm trying.
Again, I didn't make that out in there, so I don't know if you want to replay. I want to listen to that again.
Sure.
That.
Let's back up to 47 seconds.
Brought it on the guy.
Well, stop fighting us.
Okay.
Oh,
Mr. McClain says, I'm trying.
Yes, I heard that. Yes.
And then after that, Mr. McClain says his very last words, please help me.
Yeah, I think that was again to me watching the videos again very difficult to listen to as far as the audible part of it.
well, that seems excessive.
So my question, sir, was, then Mr. McClain says his very last words, please help me, right?
Yes.
Now this camera is on an officer who was down on Elijah's legs, right?
Correct. Are you talking about the one that's stepping on him or the one that's?
This, where this camera is placed, it is by where Elijah's legs would be, right?
Yeah, is this the one that's kneeling on his legs or stepping on his legs? I can't remember which one you're speaking
Just
of.
talking about camera position.
Okay.
So Mr. Cooper's pants are visible in the center of that frame right there, right by Mr. McClain's head, right? That yellow stripe?
Yes, I see it. Yes.
After Mr. McClain's last words of please help me, a couple seconds later, Mr. Cooper says, when the ambulance gets here, we're going to give him some ketamine. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
After Mr. McClain says, please help me, you don't hear Defendant Cooper ask him, how can we help you?
No, I don't hear that. No.
You don't hear any of the first responders
That's really sad.
say, how can we help you?
This whole thing is sad.
No, I do not know.
What you do hear is when the ambulance gets here,
Yeah,
we're
but
going to
they
give him
are
some ketamine.
supposed to be helping.
Yeah, and I went through the videos. I can't tell if Cooper had stepped away to talk to Chichuniec. I said that right again.
Now,
During that period or not, I'm not
Mr.
sure.
Ludwig might.
I don't know how to answer your question because I'm not sure.
You don't know how to answer my question, that the thing you do here is Mr. Cooper saying, when the ambulance gets here, we're going to give him some ketamine?
No, that's not. You're mischaracterizing what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't know if he was present when he said that.
When you said, please help me,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure at what point he stepped away to talk to his lieutenant.
you just identified his pants, right?
Yes. Yes.
So we can take that down. Talk now a little bit about this idea of scene safety that you keep coming back to. During the course of this encounter with the patient,
Hi,
Mr.
Jamie.
McClain, EMT Basic Bradley
How are you doing,
kneels
lovely?
down twice to get a closer look at Mr. McClain, right?
Jamie, asked if we could
Mr. Cooper
change
never kneels down to get a closer look at Mr.
because
McClain.
she wanted a little
Well,
more
they're
recognition
working
on
as
the
a team.
show, and I
Correct,
can
yes.
totally understand. She's
Sure.
the boss.
So working as a team,
Makes sense.
Mr.
And,
Cooper obviously says. to
She
Mr.
wanted
Bradley, what did you
my
see
show
when
to
you
be
kneeled
called
down?
Baker and Jamie
Right.
Now,
Or the inverse.
and I thought, well,
Bradley says
could
something
we
to Cooper,
shorten it
here's
up
what
a
I do.
bit?
Safe to say you never hear either of those things.
To
No,
what?
you're not.
Yeah, well, the first two letters are for now, are now, and the now.
Mr. McClain,
And again, if the reasonable thing to do is if he saw an adverse event that is compromising
That's
his airway or
appropriate.
some other
That
issue,
works.
he would have said something.
Mr. Cichuniec
Yeah, I don't
also
understand
never
why people
kneels down to take a look at Mr. McClain.
feel that would be weird.
That would have been impractical for him being the scene
Uh,
supervisor and watching the overall scene.
Maybe something is
Together
lost in
working as a team.
translation.
Maybe,
I mean,
maybe a little bit
Finds
there.
time to poke away on his laptop for a while. It would have been impractical for him to kneel down and look at the patient.
That's why he has a team there to do that. He has command of the
Oh,
overall scene.
I just got it.
Now, Mr. Bradley, we see remove Mr. McClain's headphones from inside of his jacket, right?
Yes.
Oh, Farrell.
He's not in any danger.
No, he was not hurt.
That's asked and answered several times, Judge.
Sustained.
One of the police
I've demonetized
officers,
everyone.
Officer Rosenblatt, who was on
You-
Mr. McClain's legs, at some point in time, he gets tired.
So we're barely a half hour in.
Different officer,
We're
right?
barely a
Yes.
half hour in.
Oh,
When they do that, there was no danger.
To,
yeah.
Well, those
I'm
officers
slow,
did that
y'all.
swap safely.
yes.
Now, before the ketamine is administered,
That's why we
One of
say
the
you're
cops
adorkable.
rolls Mr. McClain over. There was no danger there.
No, the officers are trained in that type of restraint. We are not. So yes.
So they also reach inside of Mr. McClain's pocket.
I
pull
think
out
we're
his
still
wallet,
good.
right?
I think we're still good.
I'm trying to recall that. I believe they did, yes.
And there's no danger there.
To the officers or to the firefighters you're talking about?
To anyone.
No.
And by that time, when they're rolling Mr. McClain back and forth, I mean, he's clearly exhausted, right?
He's exhausted but again, I spoke of peaks and valleys. So at that point, he's calm. So I don't know if the word is exhausted is the optical word.
So he's calm. And that's why it's so easy for them to roll him back and forth.
At that point, yes.
It's why it's
Yeah,
so
we're
easy
still
for
green.
them
We're
to
good.
keep him held down.
Well, three of
Judge, I'm gonna.
We're still
make some
green. We're good.
speculation As to how easy or hard it was for the officers to hold.
Do
him
you
down.
stay green when you end your show?
Response.
Sometimes
Says
it'll go to
behind
yellow,
extensively
like while it
things,
processes.
Things were happening.
And then
Mine go to yellow 2 hours after.
Officers and characterizing their actions.
Really?
I think it's fair for
When
any
I go
comment
to bed and
It's
get
easy
up
for
in
them
the
to do this
morning,
while
I'm
Mr.
gone
McClain was
to
calm.
yellow, even though
You
it's
can
green
ask
all the
him
way through.
based on his perspective.
I've only had
What is
one
that?
video.
What do you mean?
So when you get monetized, your video
Oh.
status for monetization is green, yellow, or red.
Oh, okay.
And I've only had that happen once, where like it's gone to yellow for some reason and stayed there, and then I just challenged it manually and it got overturned. But Rabbit gifted 5 Goat Herder memberships because she's amazing. Congratulations, Zero Max 1998, Shizzy Wiznut, I'm Not Biden, HM, and Tweedly Pip, hashtag free Zachariah Anderson. Welcome to Goat Herders, y'all. You have fun new emojis to play with. And Rabbit, thank you so much, sweetheart. I appreciate you. You are amazing. But yeah, the only time that it's ever gone to like yellow on me, I just manual review and it went straight to green. No problem.
Yeah, I do that all the time, but it takes 2 to 3 days, and you know how little rewatch time you get.
Right.
So it's well, and I don't run ads doing just in the beginning and the end when people come in. So, but still, it's just annoying that because I'm not that dirty.
Yeah, there's worse out there for sure. For sure.
Yeah, but every stream I make is yellow. Either while I do it, then I make a review because I stream for 8 hours. I have enough time. So I make a review, gets it green again, goes back to yellow while I'm sleeping.
Really?
Yeah.
I have noticed, like, so when I first got monetized, I had a bunch of my videos pop up yellow, like in my back catalog. So I went through, and it had to have been, just an algorithm thing, right? So
Yeah.
it had to have been something in the title or in the description. So I just went through and reworded everything that was slightly spicy in any of my text, right? And either the title or the description. If it was remotely close to able to translate into something spicy, I just reworded the whole thing and I got them all green. And then I haven't had any issues since, really. I have 2 Lego streams that the clip reels that David made, and David owns the music. I don't. So those are red on 2 of those, but it's fine because it's just promotion for the guest that was on the Lego stream, right? So
but it's just because I don't know, because they say when you upload videos, pre-made videos, they say if you do it right when you say this doesn't contain any of the following, blah, 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 and you have to check off 2 lists. The algorithm will learn that your content is clean or isn't restricted. And all of my videos, I've been uploading every day during December, those interviews and or Christmas stories. None of those have been struck. The second I do a live, I will be struck. I had Tom CPU on talking about Karen Reed, the nicest guy ever. Not a cuss word, nothing. They made a manual review and said it's still restricted.
The one
it's kind of annoying because 1,000 views, that's about $2 in ad revenue.
Yeah, something like that.
So it's not that it's the money. It's just that I don't know.
Says the boss.
Yeah.
Hi, Stephanie. Welcome. Glad you're here.
She's rubbing off on me.
She's turning Baker into a bad boy.
Exception based upon his review of the videos.
Also, for example, when they're rolling Mr. McClain back and forth, the main officer is doing it with one hand while he searches him.
That Tom CPU video that we did together, that we both streamed?
Yeah, I wasn't taking note of that specifically, so.
Mine's green.
No, the second one.
Okay.
I know there was
Okay.
3
The
officers.
Q&A.
Yes.
I was gonna say that was green as hell.
Right.
Even when Mr.
It's
Cooper
just stupid.
first finally gets down near Mr. McClain to jab him with that ketamine, there's
You
no
did it,
reaction
Jamie.
to that needle from Mr. McClain.
Again, which can go to the pain issue, but yes, I don't see him react to that.
And there's no danger at that point in time.
With 3 officers on top of him, yes.
Well, exactly. Because if as a paramedic, you want to get access to your patient and you have 3 officers there to hold somebody down, they can hold somebody down so that you can check them out.
Hello,
Oh,
I think I
Daniel.
spoke about
God.
this extensively,
How are you, doll?
and I don't want to repeat myself, but I can if you wish.
Yeah, we're sleeping together when I go
I'm
to
not
the
asking for
US.
restoration of your
That's
opinion.
what I hear.
But
Well,
if
you
the
told me
officers
to.
can safely hold him
Well,
down
I-
to give him ketamine.
I still think it's a good
also safely
idea.
hold him down for other medical
wow.
purposes.
And I would add that at that point, they still have.
Hey.
Right, I'm not
Excited
asking you to
utterance.
add, I'm
Hi,
asking you to answer
EU.
my
How are you,
questions.
darling?
If they can safely hold him down for ketamine, they can safely hold him down for other medical purposes.
Again, I've answered that before, and I'll stand by my previous answers.
The state of Wisconsin. No.
Answer the question.
It's a
I
Brooks
would
thing.
appreciate that. Thank you. Again,
Oh.
grabbing the patient, putting pulse oximeters on them, putting blood pressures on them.
He tried to
doing
call
a
the
head to
state
toe
of
survey,
Wisconsin as a
touching them from the
witness.
Scalp all the way down.
Judge, I like he's trying to answer the question that's being asked of him.
Well, he's not.
Gotta love that
Ask the
sob
question
sit
again. Just answer the
mentality.
question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
My question is, if 3 officers can safely hold Mr. McClain down to get ketamine, they could also safely hold him down for other medical purposes.
And I will answer by saying I disagree.
So ketamine is unique in a medical procedure that you can safely be held down for that, but you cannot be safely held down for other stuff.
He's got a point.
That is a single action. And when you do all the other stuff, there are multiple actions that you would have to do.
You can do one thing without doing everything, right?
I think I've answered.
I think that question is vague. I think that's
Sustain.
So that's okay. I want to talk a little bit about your compensation, Mr. Ludwig. What's your hourly rate?
I
Oh,
charge
good. Let's go
$275 an
there.
hour to review material and write reports.
Douchebag.
Everybody's
About how
gonna
many
go
hours in
there.
this case?
I just don't like him.
I don't have that exact number in front of me.
Okay. Estimate for me about how many hours you've worked on this case.
Oh, that's
Again, I
where
don't
you
have that
saw crime
Exact
spies.
information in front of me. It's
Val.
on my invoices, which I don't have in front of me.
Maybe.
How long have you been working?
Maybe.
It's time duration.
Not sure.
Mm,
Oh, I think it's been over a year or so.
Did you rate us
No,
into
you
Crime
s-
Spies?
I think
Roughly 20
she's
hours, roughly 40
Did what?
hours, 300 hours.
she streamed
It's a rough
while I was
approximation.
sleeping, so
So I could
I haven't
take what
seen
I've
that.
built so far and divide it.
Did you
Which will give you
raid her
those hours?
last week
Is that-
sometime?
A practical way of doing this.
Which one?
Sure,
Crime
do you have
Spies?
voices handy?
They
Yeah, I
were
did
shown
it
to me.
twice.
Maybe that's
so
where I
I
s- I
billed
think
at
that's
this
where I
point
saw her.
$17,400, and you can divide that.
Yeah,
by-
she was
by
in
lower
my
rate of
chat
250,
also
and that will give you the number of hours.
on the
So-
Karen Reed thing.
When was the last time you sent
She's
a
been
bill?
hanging out in our little
for that
circle
17
lately.
That totaled up to that 17.
Yeah, but Jamie found her,
It's
and
been a while.
she
Nice.
became our
Um,
project
I don't
next
know
to
the numbers
500.
Or the date.
Nice.
So safe to say there's what, a few months of work that you've been doing
Make
after that?
me your
Yes,
project.
in preparation for this trial, yes.
You're already a
Make me your
project.
project.
Your total
you're
bill,
Val's
all of it's
project.
altogether is going to be what, $40,000?
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, I am.
Oh, no. At this point, it's 17.4, so
I'm a slow project.
probably.
You're already more than halfway there. What are you talking about?
I need to put out some
I've got
videos.
a few
That
questions
would
about
help.
some of the
That
facts
would help.
that you
They're
mentioned
just
in the
so
report.
time consuming.
In your report, you write, Mr. McClain cannot be seen.
Yeah, that's the
in
worst
any
part
of the
about
police
doing
body
YouTube.
camera
It takes too
while he
much
is on the
time.
ground. I read that.
It does
correctly,
take a
didn't I?
lot of time.
You did, and that's
Sir, my question was, I read that correctly from your report.
my answer
Flux!
is
What up,
you
girl?
read that correctly, but it's incorrect what I wrote.
How you doing?
That was going to be my next question. What you wrote was wrong.
That's correct.
Okay.
You're at work, aren't you?
You also wrote in your report, police officers are heard telling him to stop
Aw.
biting us. I read that
A
correctly from your report,
lollipop
right?
guild project.
Yes.
That's also incorrect. They never are bitten and they never yell, stop biting us.
That's funny. That's funny.
So I don't know. I obviously got that from somewhere, so I don't know where I got that from. I don't know if that was from an interview. I'm not sure.
Oh, that's funny.
Well, you say it's police officers are heard telling him stop biting us. So where did you get that information from?
Do I have a reference? A lot of times I reference.
It's not
it
a
on my
blanket,
report.
it's a hand towel.
And Judge might look at my report.
It's a baby blanket.
What page are you referring to?
I'm referring to page 11. Oh, sorry, wrong passage. Oh, yeah, I am referring to page 11. In the second
It's
paragraph,
the size of the towel I used to dry dishes with.
it's the same sentence we were just talking about.
Oh, I see.
You say, although Mr. McClain cannot be seen in any of the police body camera while he's on the ground, numerous times police officers are heard telling him to stop resisting, don't do it, and stop biting us. You don't know where you got that information that they said, stop biting us, do you?
I don't reference, a lot of times I reference stuff, but I didn't reference in this particular case, so I'm not sure.
And testifying here before the jury today, you have no idea where you got that information.
That's correct at this point, yes.
You're not sure if you just confabulated that and made it up.
That's not usually my demeanor, but I think you conflate what I'm saying here, and that is that I'm not sure. So I would have to go back. I might have picked it up out of an interview. I'm not sure, and I made reference to a camera.
Well, it's kind of important information, right? Because if Mr. McClain is biting people, that bears on scene safety.
That's correct, yes.
If he's not biting people and he's apologizing to them and saying, please help me, that's a very different situation.
Did you say biting?
I think she said
yes.
fighting.
And you also say in your report, sir, that Mr. McClain's airway was compromised because of saliva and a small amount of emesis.
Again, which page are you referring to?
I'm talking about page 17, the third paragraph, where you say, it was noted that Mr. McClain's airway was compromised because of saliva and a small amount of emesis. Do you see what I'm talking about?
The sentence before that says after being loaded into the ambulance.
The emesis that we're talking about, that's that red emesis that we see on the videos, the red emesis.
Yeah, I'm referring to his vomit when I'm going to say emesis is what I'm talking about.
Sure, the red vomit that we see on the videos, that's the small amount of emesis you're talking about?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Ludwig, there is a large volume of vomit streaming out of Mr. McClain when he's on the gurney, right?
I don't know if that's vomit or saliva because that's one of the side effects of ketamine.
Well, it's red, right?
Some of it is red. But again, I don't know what the source of that redness is. If he bit his tongue or not, I'm not sure.
Okay. As far as you can tell from the video, it's all red that's streaming out of his nose and mouth.
I didn't see, it's not a well-lit video. I don't remember seeing all red.
Let's show to the witness, or show to the jury, please. Exhibit 116, Sergeant Nunez's camera, starting at 01:24.
Okay. Have that ready too. Good. I mean, first. Hey, would you? Yeah. So you wrinkles, I got it. Take it back, down, over up, straight up.
That material you see streaming out of his nose and mouth is red.
And I do see some clear fluid there too, so I see some red tinge, and I also see some clear fluid, yes. So I that's why I differ when you said it's all red,
Okay. There's a lot of material coming out of Mr. McClain's nose and mouth there.
which is a side effect of ketamine.
Your Honor, objection to beyond expertise. Move to strike. He's not an expert in ketamine and was not so endorsed. And it's also non-responsive.
Sustained with respect to the last one.
There is a large amount of material coming out of Mr. McClain's nose and mouth.
Yes,
You have no idea where you got that terminology, small amount of emesis, do you?
it was based upon my observations.
Okay. Is that what you were referring to when you say small amount of emesis?
I'm referring to the salivation and also the emesis, yes.
So
That's our
although you
newest
just described it as a
craft.
large amount of material, you would say that that was a small amount of emesis.
I don't know what is saliva. I don't know what is emesis.
Well, that's exactly my point. Because if you don't know, why would you write definitively in your report that it was a small amount of emesis?
Because usually emesis is, without getting too descriptive, more, not so much fluid, as it has more substance to it. Because it usually has stomach
Sorry,
contents.
I don't understand that word. Emesis? What's
Now, you offered some opinions earlier on the dosing of ketamine and the protocols. Under the protocols that Aurora Fire was operating under, the only way that dose is allowed to be given is
you're muted
What
still?
happened?
Emesis is essentially vomiting.
Oh, okay. It's just not a word I've ever encountered. So
I've never heard it either, so don't feel bad. Vomiting is not always related to an underlying condition. It may be caused by early stages of pregnancy, certain medicines, cancer, radiation, etc., intense pain, emotional stress. It's just vomiting. It's just a fancy way to say vomit.
okay, so he was pregnant.
But he could have been. That is a potential cause. What's up, Jackpot Springs? How you doing? Welcome.
5 milligrams per kilogram, right?
The
protocol.
Ohio State.
And the protocols are the only way that Aurora Fire medics are even authorized to give ketamine.
That's correct, yes.
So if they're not following the protocols, it would not be an authorized use of that drug.
Oh, wow.
Turtle Boy was indicted.
Calls for illegal
Yeah,
Again?
mine. I just got it
Crazy.
from.
If they're not
From
following
Tom,
the protocols, it wouldn't be authorized under the protocols.
He's indicted by a grand jury for
On-
16 new criminal counts.
16.
Yeah, and he's supposed to be on with Dave later today. I don't know if he's still going to do that. 8 charges of intimidation of a witness, 3 counts of conspiracy to intimidate a witness, and 5 counts of picketing a witness. And this indictment moved his district court case to the superior court level. And he will be back and facing those charges in December 27. So now we know what we're going to do on the 27th. Following was arraigned on charges. Miller said Kearney went to great lengths of harassing witnesses, often filming himself as he would try to confront them or call them at their homes, children's sports games. That's just a lie. Allegedly had a police dispatcher look up 3 license plates of people connected to the Reed case. That's all what we heard before. So, yeah, it's a crazy case.
That's insane.
Yeah.
He's been doing everything according to the rules. Even he brought a tape measure to make sure that he was 100 feet away the last time.
He's doing exactly the same civilian journalism that Project Veritas does.
Yeah.
But they don't like that one either. So Funny how that is.
Isn't it? Interesting.
On its surface, yes.
Well, on its surface, there's not like a secret protocol somewhere that says you can use ketamine under some different
Yeah.
circumstances, is there?
Yeah, it is.
No, I'm
folks.
referring to how they were trained to use it, so.
Yeah, it is.
Well, we'll get to that in just a second.
Sure.
Now, in terms of that 5 milligrams per kilogram, that's what's known as a weight-based dose.
That's correct, yes.
And a body weight should be estimated unless it can be obtained from the patient who actually knows what they weigh.
Our family member, if they're there.
Sure. And the way to get the weight from a patient is to say, how much do you weigh?
That's one way, yes.
Because it's the easiest way to do it when you're on the field.
If you're talking to the patient and they're able to comprehend what you're saying, yes.
Sure. But in order to do that, you would actually have to try
Hey,
and talk to the
Elizabeth.
patient at some point in time, right?
Yes.
What's up, Dave? How you
That's
doing,
not the only
buddy?
way to estimate weight. I mean, you can also consult with other people at the scene.
That's correct.
You can say, hey, EMT Bradley or DeJesus, what do you think this guy weighs?
As the lieutenant and the paramedic did, yes.
And you can ask the officers who are on top of him and actually feeling the guy, hey, how big is this guy?
That's one potential, yes.
What a kick in the junk, man.
In this particular
It's just,
circumstance, there's also a lot of ways that you can get a better visualization of Mr. McClain, right? You
Too
could
much
shine a
politics,
flashlight on him.
not enough law.
That's one way, yes.
You could ask the police if they can move his clothes so you can see him better.
That's correct, yes.
You indicated on direct that you thought that this gross overestimation of weight was fine because it was so dark out and it was such a confusing situation. But if you're confused about a situation, shouldn't you as a paramedic try to get information so you're not confused?
Can you help me understand where they said they were confused?
Well, you indicated on direct that their weight estimate is obviously really far off.
Judge Object,
There's
that's not the
this
testimony.
stupid trial still in session.
Their weight estimate was really far off.
It was far off, but again, when you said they were confused. I don't remember any testimony or anything I read that they said they were confused about his weight.
Sure, but you said the circumstances would make it hard to judge somebody's weight.
Yeah, Thursday,
We
Friday
always
got a
are in that
little weird.
situation. We always are in a scenario where we try to estimate
Our
somebody's weight.
feed video wasn't
We just
cooperating
guess
very
at it.
well.
We usually try to use some type of method by which we know when our family members. As
No,
an
when you were
example, might
fighting in
weigh
the
something, or a friend
movie theater.
knows that weighs a certain amount.
I
We
wasn't
look at the body
fighting.
structure. We try to make an estimation on best we can based on what we know from other.
Who gets in a fight while you're
Are we gonna-
watching National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation? Like, how does that happen?
No,
Who got in a
you
fight?
said
I
don't try and guess at it.
know. But they were
Guessing at
real
it's bad,
mad.
right?
They
We have no
were
choice. We have no
real
skills.
mad.
Didn't you just testify? We don't try to guess at it.
That's correct.
Go after yourselves. What the hell?
We try to estimate his weight. Yeah, we don't guess. We estimate the weight. That's what I testified to.
So you also just testified, so we try and get information from other individuals,
If possible.
if possible. Here, you don't see paramedic Cooper make any attempt to ask anyone how much they think Elijah McClain weighs.
I do know that him and his lieutenant conferred.
They conferred about whether to use drugs, narcs, as they refer to it, or ketamine. They do not confer on the weight, right?
I'm not sure. I know they agreed on the amount, so somehow they must have came to that conclusion on what the weight would have been. But again, that's up to them. So
They agreed on the amount of 500 without ever discussing the weight. You are aware that there are
Judge, I object. That was just a statement, not a question.
Sustained.
to the best of your knowledge, they agreed on the dose of 500 without ever discussing the weight between them.
yeah, I can't remember any of that in any of the testimony or
Yeah.
anything I saw.
And you are aware that there are paramedics who just give 500 to everybody.
I don't know. No.
Well, that's discussed in the training you reviewed, right? That giving 500 to every patient is not good practice.
It's on the slides, yes.
Yeah.
But you said every paramedics just give 500 to everybody. So I don't know where that occurs at, but there was that statement on the slide, which reinforces our training, yes.
Now, the protocols for
Marmaduke
ketamine
was the
don't
Great
provide
Dane in the comics.
for a
back in the
deviation to give a higher
newspapers.
or lower dose based on whether they think somebody is more or less agitated, right?
That's correct, yes.
The protocols also say that if the first dose of 5 milligrams per kilogram is insufficient, that you then have to call back
Oh.
and get an emergency room doctor's permission.
They
to
made a
give
movie
later
about
dose.
him.
That's correct, yes.
The protocols definitely don't train them, hey, give more than 5 milligrams per kilogram so you can avoid having to call back to the base for permission, right?
No, that's not in the protocols, no.
Okay. Now, in this case, defendant Cichuniec is the one who ordered the ketamine from the Falk ambulance.
That's a yes.
And according to his weight estimate, Mr. McClain weighed 187 pounds.
Outstanding,
That's correct.
John.
That's 85
Outstanding.
kilograms.
That's correct.
Oh, cute.
Under Mr. Cichuniec's calculation of weight, the appropriate dose would have been 425 milligrams.
If you do the math, yes.
But you reviewed Mr. Cichuniec's interview that the jury saw earlier, and instead he ordered 500, right?
That's correct, yes.
And the reason he gave for ordering 500 was the patient's agitated condition.
I believe that, I think you mischaracterized, and I'm going to answer, that the two conferred and they concluded it was excited delirium, not the agitated condition.
I'm talking about Mr. Cichuniec's interview. In his interview, the reason he gives for giving 500 is the patient's agitated condition.
Judge, may I refer to my notes on the interview?
If it helps you to refresh your recollection, you may.
Thank you, sir. So at 11:49 seconds on the interview, he says that McClain exhibited signs of excited delirium. If you could point me to what point of the tape he does say that, I can look at my notes without going through the whole thing. And
Sure. Let's show the witness the transcript of the interview. It's page 3945 to 3946.
Well, yeah, there was obviously alcohol involved. They were definitely selling alcohol at the theater. It was intense.
You don't have, let me, if I can approach the witness, I can just show him the quote I'm referring to refresh his memory.
You may.
Oh, I did see something about that. I saw a trailer for it or something. I can't imagine that Will Ferrell and Ryan Reynolds would make a bad movie.
No, it's probably not going to be a A++ movie,
Mr. Ludwig,
but a solid B
the
comedy.
reason offered by Mr. Cichuniec for
That's all
giving
you. That's all
500
you
instead
need
of
out of the two of
overdose
them.
is because of
Yeah.
the
Solid
state that he
B.
thought Mr. McClain was in,
I'm okay with
and that
that.
he didn't want to call back for additional medicine later.
I'm not sure if that's what I just read and what you just showed me, so,
Okay. Well, rather than back and forthing about what they
Yeah.
actually said, it's in evidence the jury can view it.
okay.
We just ask this as a general question. If, under the protocols, if somebody upped the dose from 5 milligrams a kilogram to a higher dose, that would not be consistent with how the protocols are written.
That is correct, yes.
And if they did that because they thought the patient was presenting in a particularly agitated state, that would also not be consistent with the protocols.
Although agitation is part of excited delirium, so I'm not sure how to dissect your question, so.
If somebody changes the dose because of the level of agitation they see in the patient, that would be inconsistent with what they're trained to do in the protocols.
That would be correct, yes.
Now, you mentioned on direct this comment in the training that there was a starting point trained of like 300, 400, 500 for small, medium, and large patients, right?
That's correct, yes.
And you're aware from reviewing Mr. Chambers' prior testimony and description of the training that that was taught as a starting point for evaluation, right?
That's correct. That's what he said, yes.
And a starting point means that you should do further evaluation, not just stay at the starting point.
Assuming that's what he says, and again, that's assuming what they got out of the training, yes.
I want to talk lastly just a little bit
That's
about
a weird
excited
way
delirium.
to say that.
Excited delirium, that's different than just somebody who is struggling with police, right?
That's correct, yes.
Just because somebody was alleged to have been resisting police doesn't mean they're suffering from excited delirium.
That's correct, yes.
The way it's described in the protocols is that the difference is that somebody with excited delirium is totally out of control, right?
Yeah, there's other descriptors in there, yes.
Okay. Well, and you offered a few descriptors on direct that the
Hey,
police in this
Cindy
case
Lou
relayed
Hoot.
that Mr. McClain was fighting
How
them,
you doing?
resisting them, combative, did a push-up with the three of us on his back. His arm was up behind his head, and he was not exhibiting pain. Is that accurate?
I think I heard superhuman strength somewhere also there.
Okay.
He was what, a buck, what,
Now, the
40?
first three of those, fighting them, resisting them.
Yeah, buck
and combating.
43, I think.
That can also
Yeah.
be a
I
description
see a
of
lot
somebody
of those
who
guys in the
is just in
gym
a struggle with police.
pushing
That's
3
correct, yes.
grown-ups.
Yeah.
It can also be a sign of somebody who's just struggling to breathe.
That is correct. If that's the case, yes.
And somebody who's struggling against their restraints, trying to fix himself, might be moving around.
Hi, Sue. How are
Yes,
you
I
doing?
mean, I don't know. Yes, I'll just answer yes to that.
Glad you're here.
But the information that you mentioned about the push-up and superhuman strength, the arm behind his head, and the lack of tolerance to pain, or the lack of responsiveness to pain, all of that information was communicated to the defendant after he'd already decided to use ketamine, wasn't it?
I'm trying to remember the sequence.
So he says, in a few minutes, the ambulance gets here. We're going to give him some ketamine. And the cops say, yeah, perfect. And then they start talking about the push-up, the superhuman strength, the fact that he was not acting crazy. That was all after the ketamine decision, right?
I'm trying to remember the sequence. I know there's material that was provided to him prior to the ketamine, but I'm trying to remember the sequence of all that that was provided.
I bet he'll remind you with the
I'd
video
like to talk
again.
now about Exhibit 219, the protocol itself. When the defense asked you about that, they skipped directly to box number 3. Did you think it was weird that they just skipped the first 2 steps in the protocol?
Objection to what he thinks is weird. Not
Abstained.
Okay, well, can we publish to the jury, please, Exhibit 219?
Objection to what he thinks is
And let's look at the
weird.
first 2 boxes on the protocol.
Hi, Seniko. I believe you're a new name.
So the
Welcome.
first part,
How you
this is
doing?
part of the assessment, right? Determining whether the patient is agitated
How did
and
you
whether
know
they're
how
a
to
danger
say
to
that?
themselves or others, right?
That's correct.
I guessed, mostly.
Okay.
The second
liked
requirement
it.
of the protocol, that you attempt to reasonably address the patient concerns. That's that
I think I said it
communication we were
right.
talking about with the patient, right?
I feel
That's
like
correct.
you did.
Asking them, how can I help you fix yourself? How can I help you? What do you need?
That's correct. Yes.
You didn't see any attempts by these defendants to fulfill that second requirement, to attempt to reasonably address the patient's concerns with those kinds of questions.
The only thing I saw was Cooper asked if he spoke English.
Yeah.
And then the body slam occurred and he backed off.
Wait, actually, I think I've seen your
the
crest
second
before.
box,
I've asked you
the
about your
patient
crest
has a
before.
medical
You're not
cause
new,
of
are you?
And treat the reversible causes.
You've been here before.
Medical causes of agitation include things like inability to breathe.
I remember now.
That's a possibility. Yes.
It can include things like hypoxia,
Yes.
things like acidosis,
Correct.
things like somebody who has aspirated into their lungs.
And I'll just add the first 3 you mentioned are part of excited delirium because that's what happens. They go into metabolic acidosis. But yes, aspiration into the lungs.
You didn't see any evidence that any of these defendants tried to treat any reversible causes of medical agitation.
No, their approach was, if you look at the gray box, which nobody has addressed, the general guideline, that was their approach, which is in their protocols.
Like,
I'm just answering your question, sir.
The Alberta
question
crest.
was-
All right.
you didn't see any steps to address medical causes of agitation that might be reversible.
Cool.
That's correct because they're following their protocol.
Well, welcome.
This box comes before give ketamine, doesn't it?
And so does that gray box on the right.
Sure. The gray box is present all the time. Everybody
Yes.
should be safe.
That's correct.
But before you get to ketamine on this flow chart, you got to go through boxes 1 and 2 first.
But that is correct. But that gray box applies to the whole protocol. I just want you to understand my answer, sir.
Now, take this down. You testified on direct that the optimal way to monitor Elijah McClain was to take him to the ambulance. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that was the best course of action to apply what was in their protocol when we speak about monitoring and suctioning and so forth.
I mean, the optimal way to monitor somebody is to have the stuff right next to them, right?
If you had the equipment, yes.
Yeah, which would require you to actually get it out.
Which I described that earlier. There was multiple steps to do that.
If you have things immediately available, you can intervene immediately.
I mean,
That is correct, yes.
You don't have
I
to
don't know
wait
about
6
that.
minutes until somebody's in the back of the ambulance.
I know.
I don't, my review didn't, from the time he's on the stretcher to the ambulance is not 6 minutes.
Yeah, go hit the like button.
Now, the final thing I
All
want to
you
talk with you about is some of
peeps.
the
Also, go
Excited
over to
to
my
learn
channel.
sometimes that
It's
you
pinned at the
pointed
top
out.
and hit the like, please.
In your report, you rely
All
on
true.
a study describing the rate of incidence in excited delirium symptoms. And you quote it from a Pennsylvania protocol that's referring to a study from the American College of Emergency Physicians. Is that right?
Yeah, it'll give you, again, point me to the page in the report.
Judge, I'm going to object to this anyway. It's outside the scope of direct.
And Judge, they asked him about excited delirium symptoms. So I'm following up on the foundation of that opinion.
I asked him specifically as it related to Aurora protocols, not national standards.
This isn't about protocols, or this isn't about national standards. This is about the credibility of his opinion.
All right. This is bugging me. How does he get 16 more charges for witness intimidation and he's not under arrest?
Under arrest.
Right.
So you get indicted before you're under arrest, actually. So that's not necessarily true. But in cases where they indict you first, they don't necessarily arrest you at the same exact time. So the indictment comes out and then they get a warrant for your arrest and you're arrested. Or was
You
this
would
a
think,
county
though-
where he's already been arrested on charges similar to this?
I'm not sure if it's out of the same county, but I would assume so.
So if
They
it
said
is,
that
then
it-
they could, huh?
They said they went from local to state level with these charges because he has been arraigned and released on his own recognizance in 6 charges of witness intimidation and 2. I can't remember the first one, but yeah, he has already been indicted once at the federal on the state on the local level, and now it looks like it moves up. So yeah.
Yeah.
To Superior Court.
Oh, okay. So
Weird system.
yeah, so I'm not sure how it works when you're just, so like maybe that's like we have county court here and then district court. So it's just like who has jurisdiction over the charges, like if it's a felony or a misdemeanor. And in that case, like you get indicted on the felony, if you started off as a misdemeanor, you don't necessarily have to like get rearrested.
Yeah, folks.
The judge could just do like a walkthrough or a summons.
Well, here's my right. If this is such a dangerous person that's out there intimidating all these witnesses in a ending case, why would you let him on the street still? Like if this, you know what I'm saying? Like if he was really doing all these things, why wouldn't he be apprehended?
Well, now that I can't answer for you. Also, I can't answer why he would be under, or why whoever it is that has indicted him would be under investigation for corruption by the
Well,
FBI.
he's been
seem like a good look.
He's been saying that the FBI are in town investigating for corruption from the beginning of this case. That's not.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's not new. That's not a new development.
No, but it's kind of there's a little bit to it because they're investigating the police department as a whole for corruption and doing bad stuff. But it's seen because there's this high profile case that it might be because of that, and that's what they're discussing. Is it because of the Karen Reed case, or is it just because it's a bad police department? So there's some people might confuse people with stuff like that, but
Yeah.
all the stuff they used against him in court was just so ridiculous. So yeah.
And let me be clear, I don't believe that he should be incarcerated right now. But I would assume if I
you're
were
just saying it's like hypocrisy.
right, it doesn't match, right? If he's such a dangerous
Right.
individual and he's intimidating all these witnesses, then why is he still free and able to intimidate these witnesses? It seems like the charges don't match the action that they're using behind the charges. Seems a little sus, is basically what I'm getting at.
Yeah, but I mean, it also seems like 16 counts is like sus to begin with, right?
Yeah.
Especially because some of it is just what they are saying he's doing. It's so clear. He has a YouTube channel. He does a show. he used colorful language, but it's clearly taken out of context. So and you can make everything sound bad if you just clip it at the right time. So
FBI was in town before the Karen Reed case.
yeah, there's a letter from the DA to the federal investigators that is it now 25 or something has tried to have a FOIA act on, but was dismissed because the DA is a little sus as well.
Shocking.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all are going to get me real riled up about this Turtle Boy thing.
Okay, we got to
Mr.
finish our
McClain was
trial.
suffering from excited delirium.
Blood pressure's getting high already, y'all.
Don't let it
I'm going to
happen.
sustain the objection.
Now, Mr. Ludwig,
I'll be
talk
back.
about some of those specific symptoms with respect to what you believe about them. First, do you believe that it is a symptom of excited delirium that people who have it will not tire as they're fighting against restraint?
No, I believe I said there's peaks and valleys, sir.
One of the symptoms that you list in your report for excited delirium is lack of tiring against restraint, right?
That's what the literature indicates, yes.
And you think that 90% of excited delirium patients lack tiring against restraint?
I was citing what the literature said, yes.
Okay.
But again, there's peaks and valleys.
So lack of tiring 90% of the time?
That's what's in the literature, yes.
What is that literature you rely on, sir?
I'd have to go back. I footnoted some of the material. I referenced, if not footnote, I referenced it.
Is that a study done by the American College of Emergency Physicians you're referring to?
I'd have to go back and look and see where I got that material from.
Okay. Do you need to take a look at your report and refresh your memory?
What page are you referring to?
And if I may approach the witness for the purposes of refreshing his memory?
You may. Or you can just tell him the page, if he has a copy.
I'm referring you to the material you cited, page 3 of the Pennsylvania protocol, where it talks about where you got this information from.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory as to where you got that information from?
Judge, I don't believe this is proper impeachment at this point in time. It's well outside the scope of my direct.
I'm refreshing him, not impeaching him. And he testified that these are his criterion for excited delirium that he relied upon in his report. And he's just trying to refresh his memory as to where he got the information from that he relied upon.
Well, that's not the way I recall the direct examination with respect to his general thoughts. It is in the report, but the court will find that that goes beyond the scope of the direct examination.
Okay, so sir, without reference to any of those materials there,
Oh no, I just read ahead in this trial.
Never do that, because then it's
I
just
know.
even more tedious to just sit here and wait for it and say,
It's so
what's gonna happen?
terrible, right?
I did
Also,
it on
tactile
Thanksgiving.
hyperthermia is a symptom of excited delirium.
So people had a place to hang out
That
if
is
they didn't
correct
have
as
friends and family to spend time with. I did
That is
a
one, yes.
10-hour
Do you
stream.
believe that that occurs?
We
with a
just
rate of
sat there and
95%?
sat through an
Is that accurate?
entire trial.
That's what the literature.
Judge, I'm gonna.
And
object.
like
This is
halfway
beyond
through,
scope. I didn't go into
I saw
percentages
something
of
about
incurred.
what
I
happened, and then you
briefly
just
touched
sitting
on
there.
what was
No.
related to him by police officers.
if you
and
have to
whether
sit
those
here, you
were
have
signs
to
and
be-
symptoms in Aurora's protocol.
Have
Yeah.
your
Just because it's in his report, I don't think that makes it within the scope of direct.
Judge, can I briefly respond?
Yes.
This witness has asserted over and over again that this is an excited delirium situation, that Mr. McClain was exhibiting the signs of excited delirium, and that therefore it controlled the actions of the paramedics here. And that's why they were in protocol. So cross-examining him on what he thinks the symptoms are and how frequent they are goes to the credibility of his opinion, and it goes to whether or not his opinion is valid or not.
I didn't go into percentages. I don't believe this goes to his credibility. I touched on what some of the signs and symptoms are. I didn't go into all of those signs and symptoms. This is outside the scope of my direct. if you wanted to ask about how Aurora protocol, what they set forth as signs and symptoms, which is what I specifically addressed with this witness on my direct.
Oh, so closing arguments are supposed to be happening
Sustained.
today.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
So, yeah, you have a verdict before Christmas.
yeah.
Now, for a paramedic to judge whether or not somebody has tactile hypothermia, you actually have to touch them.
That's correct, yes.
Oh, what did I do?
Outside of Mr. Cooper injecting the ketamine, you're not aware of a single time that anyone from the fire department touched Mr. McClain prior to moving him to the gurney.
On the video, I see Cooper as prior to injecting, as he kneels down to inject the ketamine, he's touching his skin and checking for a carotid pulse. So he is touching it. So I'm going to answer that I'm not sure if that's accurate when you say they didn't touch him.
All right, let's show to the witness, please. Actually, before we get there, Mr. Ludwig, you are testifying under oath that you believe Mr. Cooper checked the carotid pulse as he was administering the ketamine?
That's what it looks like to me. He's touching his skin and checking the pulse. That's what it looks like to me with this. I'm trying to think which hand it was.
Yeah. So when you check the carotid pulse, that's when you put two fingers up against the neck.
Yes,
As your sworn testimony that that's what you think Mr. Cooper is doing.
that's how it appeared to me.
That he's placing two fingers on Mr. McClain's neck to check his pulse while he gives him the ketamine.
Yeah, I can see his hand placed there. I can't see exactly the two fingers on the neck. It's somewhat obstructed, but my opinion is he's checking for the carotid pulse.
If you're checking for a carotid pulse, the only way to do it is to
I'll
put
be
two
right
fingers
back.
on the neck.
That's
Okay.
correct.
And it's these two fingers, your index and middle finger.
Correct.
Are you confident that's what you viewed
That's how it appears to me.
in your
Oh,
report?
fuck, it's
You
9:30.
never discussed this alleged check.
I'm going to
Mr.
jump off
McClain's
and
pulse.
get to bed at
No,
a
I did not
reasonable
know.
hour today.
That would
Okay.
have been extremely
appreciate you
important
stopping by,
information to
brother.
mention in your report.
Well, always a pleasure to be on with you.
Always.
And
Always.
because you're the only one who forces me to sleep with Danielle.
First world problems. First world problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See you later, buddy.
Later, brother. The Broken Baker, y'all. Go check him out. He's got a great channel. He's a good time. Gotta love him. Probably at least top 3 favorite Danes of all time. At least.
He mentions that he's tachycardic. He relays that to the paramedic from Falk. I believe he said that in his interview. There's only one way, which I do mention in my report, that he's tachycardic. There's only one way that I saw that he got that was checking the carotid.
Exactly. Because Mr. Cooper says that Mr. McClain is tachycardic, and the only way he could know that is if he actually checked his pulse.
I don't think
Correct.
so. Maybe.
Okay. So in your report, you talk about this tachycardic representation. It would have been extremely important to explain how he got that information.
Might just be one, actually. Might just be one.
Yeah, I would say that's your opinion. I wrote my report 17 pages long. There's a lot of detail in my report, and some nuance I might have left out. It's your opinion that would have been important. I guess that's the best way to answer it.
Well, the best way to give your sworn testimony to this jury is to tell them what your opinion is. Are you saying whether or not they actually ever even took McClain's pulse is just a little nuance that wasn't important to include in your report?
No, I think what was important in the report was that Cooper describes him as being tachycardic.
Because you discuss all the other attempts to get vitals by looking at them in detail in your report, right?
I'm not sure how, again, I think you mischaracterized how I'm writing things, but I do describe what their actions were.
I figured there was at least one of you
No.
guys.
So I get this straight. If Mr.
Fedorovsky's from
Cooper's
Norway, right?
and Mr. Cooper reaches down to take his pulse, these two fingers, like you said, he would place it, what, like right about here on Mr. McClain's neck?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is cross.
If we could please, let's publish to the jury Mr. Green's body worn camera. Starting at 0055, I think. Sorry, 0055.
The charges against the paramedics, the EMTs, are
Sorry, could you rewind about 10
reckless
seconds?
manslaughter,
Oh, other way around,
negligent
sorry, fast forward 10
homicide,
seconds
and then a
one time.
bunch of different assaults. But they did get a couple of the assaults taken away at the end of the state's
Okay.
case. Some of the
If you
assaults
could
with
rewind
deadly weapons.
2 seconds, please. 47. Now, Mr. Ludwig, one of Mr. Cooper's hands is holding a needle, right?
That's correct, yes.
So if his other hand is using 2 fingers to check his pulse, it would have to be the other hand, right?
Yes.
Let's start the video.
Right behind his ear.
You can clearly see that other hand, right?
Yes.
All 4 fingers are splayed flat on Mr. McClain's shoulder.
Hard to take a carotid pulse from there.
Yeah, that is how I interpreted he was checking the carotid.
So fair to say you were wrong.
I believe it was.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell.
Let me double check.
Can you rewind 1 second? Can you play it in slow-mo? Stop. Mr. Ludwig, all 4 fingers of his hand splay down flat on Mr. McClain's shoulder.
From this vantage point, yes.
It is literally impossible for him to be taking a carotid pulse from the shoulder.
Yeah, I interpreted that as he was checking the carotid pulse when I watched that video.
He was, the one police officer was convicted of criminally negligent
fair to say
homicide and
You were
3rd
wrong.
degree
He
assault.
did not check a carotid pulse here,
I think it's fair to say that I misjudged what I was looking at.
and that he did not take a carotid pulse here.
It appears that way, yes.
And that opinion is offered
Yeah.
in your reasonable degree of certainty as an expert witness in this case and as a paramedic with 35,000 calls under your belt.
Yes.
That's all I have for you, sir.
Thank you.
Why don't we go ahead and start the redirect for 15, 20 minutes?
35,000. Holy Nikes.
Yeah, he's been doing this for a long time.
Mr. Ludwig, you were asked some questions about you were viewing the body-worn camera, and
His
when fire medic Cooper
sentencing is
asked the
January
question whether
5th.
Elijah
He hasn't been
McClain,
sentenced yet.
do we know if he speaks English? Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And in answer to that, you were asked part of what the officer said. What did the officer say in response to that?
Again, I don't want to look at, I can look at my notes, but I believe he said he doesn't speak English, but he's not making any sense.
He doesn't, or he does speak English,
He does speak English.
I
but he's not
do.
making any.
He's not making any sense.
Did Elijah McClain, is that the point at which he said, "I can't fix myself"?
I believe it's shortly thereafter, yes.
What was the officer's response to either Mr. McClain saying that or whether Mr. McClain was moving? What did the officer do at that point?
I believe that's the point where the officer body slammed him.
And did Jeremy Cooper then say, "Let's just leave him there until the ambulance gets here"?
That is correct, yes.
They're
He
gonna try,
doesn't say.
is he trying to
"Stop
say
her."
that was
He does
de-escalation?
say, "Let's
Don't body slam him anymore. Just leave him
Dude,
there.
I
Also
read
stated in the
ahead.
objection.
You were asked about
On
whether
this
he told
case?
officers to
Don't
stop
tell
doing
me.
that. Is
Don't
that
tell
right?
me.
That's correct,
Well,
yes.
they're doing
And
closing. They're
you
doing
don't dispute
closing
he
right
didn't
now,
say
so
I
stop
heard
I
you.
don't have like a.
Correct?
I'm not disputing that, no.
Okay.
Did he say, "Let's just leave him there"?
He did,
To the officer?
he did, yes.
Yeah,
can
sit your
rephrase it,
ass
Judge.
down.
Okay, that's just a new
Sorry.
part.
Sorry.
Where is fire medic Cooper when he
I need
says
to
that,
chill.
"Let's just leave him there"?
No, you don't.
Next to the patient and the police
Not at
officers.
all.
And who is he looking at when he makes that statement?
He's looking at the police officers.
Given
I
that
can't take the
he's trying
prosecutor,
to
he's
see
sorry.
if he can communicate with the patient, and The response is the patient gets body slammed to the ground. Why would you do that again? Why would you go and try to do the exact same thing you did?
Objections, violation.
Sustained.
Is it a concern for a paramedic on the scene to make sure the patient doesn't become further agitated?
Absolutely. Our goal is to help the patient, not escalate the issue.
Have you had situations where interacting with the patient itself could cause agitation or has caused agitation?
That is correct, yes.
The one effort where Fireman Cooper approaches and asks about speaking English, in your opinion, did that cause both police and Mr. McClain to become more agitated?
Yeah. Yeah, there was a cause and effect.
When there's an
I'm sorry.
objection, you need to wait.
I'm sorry.
Response.
I'm asking for his opinion based on what he saw and heard, Your Honor.
Ooh,
I'll sustain the objection.
vacay.
How quickly after Mr. Fireman Cooper asked the question was the officer body slamming Mr. McClain to the ground?
It was shortly thereafter.
With the experiences you've had in the past of trying to speak to a patient and the patient becoming more agitated, would you repeat that process? Judge, the objection earlier was that I wasn't referencing something specific. I'm referencing specific instances in this witness's experience and eliciting his opinion on based on those.
What's up, greedy
I'll
bloke?
sustain the objection.
Welcome, buddy.
Mr. Ludwig, is there any protocol, Aurora Fire Department protocol in August of 2009 for bringing equipment to a scene?
No, there is not.
2009.
I think you meant 2019.
I'm sorry, thank you, Judge. 2019? In August of 2019, was there a protocol that specified bringing equipment to the scene?
I did not see that, no.
Was there any protocol that specified what equipment had to be brought to a scene?
No, I did not see anything like that.
Hey, Just Cause.
When equipment must be brought
You
to
too.
the scene?
Hope
I
you have
saw
a Merry
nothing in the
Christmas.
protocols reflecting that.
And as I showed you earlier, what's been admitted as Exhibit 225 indicates patient must be placed on cardiac monitor, capnography, and pulse oximetry during transport. Is that correct? And what he was asked during cross was about bringing equipment to a scene and how practical it was to bring equipment to a scene. And the witness was trying to answer.
I'll overrule the objection.
That's your understanding of what's been admitted as Protocol 9175 from Aurora Fire Department. Is that correct?
That's in the protocols from the medical director, yes.
That's the one protocol that you're aware. I'm sorry. Are you aware of any other protocols other than that one that specify when that equipment should be used?
I saw nothing that reflects that.
Is this the only protocol that specifically addresses when that specific equipment should be used or hooked up? It's a different question from what I asked, John.
I'll allow it.
Can you ask one more time, please?
Yes. Is this the only protocol you're aware of, 9175, that specifically addresses cardiac monitor, capnography, and pulse oximetry and when that should be connected?
Yes, yes,
During transport?
yes, during transport, yes.
You were shown a still clip and you were asked about whether those were Elijah McClain's last words. Please help. Do you recall that?
Yes,
In that clip, you can see the bottom of somebody's pants with yellow tape on it. Is that right?
yes.
Was it your testimony that you weren't sure whether Fireman Cooper was speaking with Lieutenant Cichuniec at that point?
I did. I vacillated because I wasn't sure. And then I eventually answered, yes, I thought that was his pants, but again, I'm still unsure.
Because you can't tell from that shot whose pants those are. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay,
Sorry.
I'll rephrase.
You could please put that microphone a little closer unless you're going to stand up during your objections. Rephrase.
Can you tell from that clip you were shown by Mr. Slothauer whose pants those are?
No,
In your view of the body-worn camera, were both
He didn't
paramedics
even
and both
listen.
EMTs all wearing pants with that yellow reflective tape at the bottom?
yes, we call those turnout pants, bunker pants, yes.
You were asked about how easy it was for officers to hold Elijah McClain on the ground. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Did you hear on your review of the body worn camera, officers, including the clip you were shown, one of the clips you were shown, officers repeatedly say to Mr. McClain, "Stop fighting us"?
yes.
Might you have misheard that when you were listening to body worn camera and thought it said, "Stop fighting us"?
Sustained.
Yeah, I'm not sure, because
Let me ask you another question. Do you know whether or not you misinterpreted "stop fighting us" as "stop fighting us"?
I'm not sure, because I'm not sure where, as I told the prosecutor, I'm not sure where that context came from. I must have picked it up somewhere, and that might be a possibility.
Did you hear officers on the body worn camera say to Elijah McClain repeatedly, "Stop fighting us. We've told you repeatedly to stop"?
Yes, I heard that, yes.
Does that form your opinion about how easy it was for officers to hold Mr. McClain down?
Yes.
And how does it inform your opinion?
Well, that he was continuing to fight them.
You were referenced to a particular page in the textbook, "Emergency Care in the Streets." Is that right?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with the textbook?
Did you just snatch that off the prosecutor's desk?
Page 1475, right above the paragraph Mr. Slothauer
Outstanding.
referenced and referred the witness to.
Outstanding.
Outstanding.
Judge, I'm going to ask the witness to review this, and I'm going to seek to have him say what it says under Rule 106, Rule of Completeness.
How about you put the mic by your
Rule
mouth,
of completeness,
dummy?
completeness goes to
That would be
written or,
ideal.
oral statements, not textbooks. Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Mr. Ludwig, the textbook, Dr. Caroline's Emergency Care in the Streets, does it reference if you have problems with the patient deferring your primary assessment until the patient is in the ambulance?
It does, and that's in the chapter on psychiatric patients.
And that's in the same section you were referred to by Mr. Slothauer, is that right?
That is correct.
Immediately above the party referred you to.
That is correct.
I disagree.
And also,
Response.
Judge, he was referenced to a textbook that is cited in his report. I'm referring him also back to that textbook, no longer under 106, but his own recollection of what is in this textbook that he has read. And I referenced him to a particular passage and asked him about that passage.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
That passage was talking about a primary assessment, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And Dr. Caroline's position is if you have an agitated patient, it may be wise or reasonable to defer that assessment until the patient is in the ambulance.
That's correct.
And then the next section of the book deals with the ABCs, correct?
Which is what the prosecutor directed to me to, yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ludwig. I don't have further questions, Your Honor.
Good.
May the witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
We're going to take a little break. Yeah, of course we are.
All right, we're going to take our lunch break now, but before we take our lunch break, I want to just instruct the jurors a little further. I think I've said this before, but just in case. If anybody approaches you and wishes to discuss the case, you should report it to me immediately. And I think the appropriate answer might be, if somebody does try to speak with you about the case, to tell them that the judge has told you and instructed you and ordered you not to talk to them. When the case is completed, you can speak to folks as much or as little as you want to. But right now, we shouldn't be discussing the case with anybody or forming or expressing any opinions. Again, avoid any press coverage, do no independent research. If you happen to hear something on the radio or on television, you cannot consider that in any fashion in listening to the evidence and making your decisions in this case.
The radio or television? Internet.
Thank you, and have a good lunch. If we could have you back at 1:15, please.
If you hear about it on social media, that's okay. Just not the radio or television. That's kind of a weird dressing down, right? Almost like something may have happened.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's a little more pointed than it probably needed to be. Why? Why are we back with the third window for no reason? I also hate that they do this.
The no sound?
Yeah. There we go. Rising for the jury. Exactly, Composer C. I have no plans on covering that at the moment. I guess we'll see when it happens. It's probably not going to happen until next year sometime, right?
Yeah, forever. They say January, I think, but I doubt it.
Yeah, I doubt it. She'll find some reason to postpone.
Well, I don't know if it'll be her. Her attorneys have been having all kinds of issues.
Yeah, she's gone
This
through
is
like
like her 8th attorney.
yeah,
or something.
she's gone through like 7 of them. She's
Yeah.
basically down to the last possibility. All right, what's? Oh, tell me that's our witness. Oh yeah, coming in like a bulldozer. This man means business.
Why do we still have no sound?
I don't know.
Oh, this is crazy.
Come on, Judge.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Come on, Judge. Remember to turn on Mark Warner's empty camera, but you can't get the sound to go. What the hell?
Don't tell me he forgets the sound the rest of the day. Hello, Gutters Pub.
Hi, Gutters
Were you
Pub.
in here earlier, or was that yesterday?
Yesterday.
I
don't
guess
think
yesterday.
She's been here today. How are you doing? Stace, hello. Yeah, we just we were talking about that earlier. They're gonna get me all riled up over this Turtle Boy situation, and I'm gonna go on a tirade here pretty soon. They still don't have the volume on. They got another guy with
Hey,
How many-
wasn't this guy here before?
He might have been. He might have
Remember?
been. Yeah, he like crashed into stuff and she made a comment like,
Yes.
that other witness is already done?
I guess. And we don't even know what they did.
What the fuck?
Dude, so annoying. But remember this guy testified last time and it seems like he was like on a lot of pain meds or something.
Something. He like crashed into the podium and like bumped it out of
Yeah.
the way almost. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is there no sound? The YouTube gods are not favoring me fondly on this trial.
I mean, to be fair, it's a WebEx trial though, you know, so we don't have a lot to work with in terms of media.
No.
Well, actually, we have nothing to work with. Craziness.
How? How do you turn on everything but the sound?
No idea.
Conspiracy.
Sustained.
Oh, there we go.
Who was present at the autopsy on September 3rd of 2019?
Me too.
Detective Lamson,
Me too.
And anybody else?
a crime scene investigator.
And was a investigator there from the coroner's office?
No, they stood
was not
up
there,
for the
ma'am.
jury.
You were not there.
That is correct. I was not there.
And do you know when the first opinion came out
Yeah,
from
and they've
Dr.
had
Sina?
like a whole witness already.
I'm just laying foundation, Judge.
All right. I'll allow it if it's foundational.
Do you know when that first opinion came out?
Hi, little dog. How you doing?
The autopsy report,
Correct, sir.
I believe it was October.
Does November 7th sound right?
Okay, November 7th.
All right. So if Dr. Sina reached out to someone besides yourself, you may not know that.
That is correct.
And since this investigation in August 2014, if you had to give the jury an idea of how many investigations you have led as a lead detective, how many investigations would that be?
I think your year is wrong.
Did I say 2014? I meant 2019, excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Nobody
Can you
knows
repeat
when
the
this
question?
happened.
Sorry.
Sir, since August 24th of 2019, how many investigations have you led as a lead detective?
I couldn't tell you.
No idea?
No, ma'am.
How about as a assisting detective on your team?
I was involved in a lot of cases. I can't give you a number. I don't feel comfortable.
Okay. Is it fair to say that as a Aurora PD detective that you're very involved in violent crime in your section of the town? That's what you handle in Adams County?
Well, the city of Aurora is in 3 counties, ma'am.
And you handle
I
all
know,
of them,
Farrell.
correct?
I don't know.
Not
She
myself, the
just
city of Aurora does.
supplied him with
So
it.
as a detective for APD, you have a very busy schedule, wouldn't you agree?
I have, yes, ma'am.
And you deal with some extremely violent crimes in your city,
I have, yes, ma'am.
and that has kept you very busy in the last 5 years.
That's what we're going with for
Yes,
now.
ma'am.
And as part of the time that you've worked on cases, has Dr. Sina worked with you on those cases?
I have not been in homicide unit since February, I think, 2021, ma'am. So from that date on, I couldn't tell you what Dr. Sina's done.
That's a valid
Do you
question,
believe that
Farrell.
Dr. Sina could have made that request and
Yeah.
you simply don't remember?
It didn't.
Probably because they're all sick of
Sustained.
being here.
Well, it didn't get objected to, so I think that's mostly the reasoning.
Yeah.
Regardless, you were not involved in getting Dr. Cena additional body worn camera in May of 2021.
It wouldn't have
were you?
mattered though, because
No.
she had already supplied it.
And you
so-
don't know how he got additional body worn camera, do you?
Might have just been one of those things
And
where it
he's
was
not
easier
told
to
you why
just
he
let
needed
it
additional
slide.
Body worn camera
For
in
sure.
everybody.
2021, has he?
No,
I have nothing
Yeah,
else.
he sounds like he's like losing his voice, Flash.
Redirect.
Something.
Yeah. I think he sounded that way last time too, though.
Yeah.
Detective Ingui, as a lead
Ingui.
investigator on a death investigation, do most requests end up in your file at some point?
yes, ma'am.
And you maintain the case file for the Aurora
How the
Police Department,
fuck do you
correct?
spell Ingui?
So if there were requests
No
made through
idea.
anybody, they would eventually end up in your file, isn't that correct?
They should have, yes, ma'am.
So, and did the number of body worn cameras change between 2019 and 2021, to your knowledge?
Sustained.
Let me re-ask it. To your knowledge, did you secure all of the body worn cameras back in 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Overruled.
And are those what you provided to the coroner's office?
Yes, ma'am.
To your knowledge, did anybody ever
No.
request additional body worn cameras?
Today,
for police
this
to do
actual day,
investigation?
which is whatever day today is, the 20th,
Judge, I think that was
So,
the entire foundation.
they're doing
Um,
closing.
quick rundown update, whatever you want to call it. We are currently streaming day 11. I think today is day 14, if I'm not mistaken. So we're a couple
Right.
days behind still. Today in real life, they got to closings, or supposed to get to closings.
Mhm.
And then we're gonna just keep going blind though, because you know what else we're gonna do. I'm not gonna skip 3 days of testimony.
No, we are not.
No,
Of going
we're
through.
doing the whole trial. We're doing it all.
So I'll sustain that objection.
To your knowledge, Detective Ingui, the people that were listed that you worked with in the Major Crimes Bureau, to your knowledge, did any of them receive a request from Dr. Cena to have additional body worn cameras?
No, ma'am, I don't know.
Would you have expected if that request came in for it to have made it to your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, it's to what the common practice is of his file and what he would believe, not speculating about somebody else.
You think they're playing like bumper cars in the hallway?
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I
Right.
would expect to know that if something was that requested.
I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is she wearing two boots?
Yeah, she's had 2 boots on the whole time.
No way.
Yeah.
The witness can be excused, Your Honor.
All right. I was going to ask a clarification question. When did you leave the major crime unit?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
When did you leave the major crime unit?
When did I leave?
Yeah.
I believe it was February of 2021.
Okay.
Thank
Any questions, follow up?
No.
Okay.
Why did the judge just
All
ask
right, the
him that?
witness may be excused.
Thank you, sir.
When did he say what was his answer?
Something of 21, January 21, July of
Okay.
21. Why did the judge ask him that though?
I don't know. Why do the judge? Well, I don't like when the judges ask anything.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, the judge is allowed to ask
The
questions.
defense can call
They never
Patrick
ask
Costigan.
questions in Texas.
I don't know why
Or
he felt
not
the
in
need to
Chavez
ask
County.
that.
Yes. Mr. Costigan, you can come on up to the witness stand. I'll swear you in.
Shit.
So please be seated. Because of the last panels, I'll ask that you speak somewhat loudly or close to the microphone. If you could please state your name and spell your last.
We lost
My name is
another
Patrick
camera.
Costigan. My last name is spelled Costigan.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Costigan, I hear you talk fast like I do, so we're going to try and keep it slow.
We'll do our best.
Okay. Can you tell this jury, in 2019, how were you employed?
I don't know, John. We missed
2019, I
the
was
first
employed
half
as a
of
chief
it.
trial deputy with the Adams County District Attorney's Office.
Okay. And is that this jurisdiction here?
It is.
In that capacity, did you come to be involved in the death investigation of Elijah McClain?
I did.
Were you, in fact, present during the autopsy of Mr. McClain?
It was.
And when you were present
Chief
during the
what,
investigation of Mr. McClain, did you
deputy?
hear Dr. Sina
Yeah, that's
remarking
kind of what I
on
was saying
um,
earlier, Scott.
the anatomy of Mr. McClain's
Chief
portion of his
trial
organs?
deputy?
Yes.
Judge, this is a perceiving witness and it's direct impeachment under
Trial
1610.
deputy?
I think that's what he said.
I believe it is, Judge. I believe this.
Well, we're not going to talk about it in front of the jury.
Okay.
Well, first of all, the question was, were parts of the organ talked about? And the court would find that that is not hearsay, but let's approach and we'll discuss the rest of it.
That's interesting.
I should have dried my hair more. I know that's what I was saying earlier, though. Like in Texas, if it was like moved from misdemeanor to felony court, so like from county court to district court,
Yeah.
that, you know, like, so he would be indicted, then it would move courts. And then, yeah, sometimes like more counts would get added on. But that's when they would usually do like a summons. I mean, they definitely can go out and arrest you on a new warrant after that. At least in Texas, they can. But a nice judge would just issue a summons or allow you to do a walkthrough instead of, you know, arresting you. Oh, hi.
Remember the question? Do you need me to
Lady
re-ask
Val.
it?
Would you please?
Sure. Do you
Hey,
remember
baby.
Dr. Sina remarking on the organs in Mr. McClain?
I do.
Do you remember him remarking about concerns about Mr. McClain's heart or a portion of the heart?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what you remember him remarking about the heart?
Sustained.
If I can lead, I'm happy to.
I'll leave it.
Can't.
Do you remember Dr. Sina stating that Mr. McClain's left anterior
probably the
ascending
chief
coronary
medical
artery
deputy or
was about
something,
1
right?
millimeter?
Chief something deputy.
I don't remember that
I
specifically.
don't know.
Okay.
I do remember him commenting on.
Well, hold on.
Do
That
you
wasn't the question.
Do you remember him commenting on concern over that area of the region of the heart?
I remember him expressing concern about the heart.
Okay. And do you remember him tying that
I don't
concern
know,
to concern
actually.
over exertion?
I think they're out.
Sustained.
I thought they were out too, but I don't really
Let me
know.
ask this. As the chief
Well, I saw
investigator,
one
chief
walking out of the
district attorney,
courtroom, so I'm gonna have
assigned
to
to this
say
death
they're out.
investigation, did you work with Dr.
What's up, KLI?
Multiple times.
Where you been, man?
Hey.
And at any point in time, did he request additional body-worn camera footage from you? I'm asking if he asked it, and then I can lay further foundation for the next question.
I'll allow the question.
I attended dozens, if not more, autopsies over the course of my career in Adams County. Many of them done by Dr. Sina. I don't recall one occasion where he specifically asked me or law enforcement that was in the room with me for body-worn camera.
Okay.
So I don't have any recollection of him asking for body-worn camera when I
From-
was there at the autopsy.
Okay. Had he requested of you at any point in time, what would you have done?
Sustained.
At any point in time, did you withhold information from Dr. Sina that was requested related to this investigation?
Of course not.
Would you have?
Never.
And if it was something not within your power and control, would you have reached out to who had it to get it?
I wonder why.
Sustained.
What would you have done if there was additional information that you could obtain that was being requested of you?
Sustained.
Let me just ask it this way. Mr. Costigan, at any point in time in the course of this investigation, did you withhold information from the coroner's office?
No.
Didn't ask it that way. And that was my final question, Judge.
All right.
Go ahead.
No.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
On behalf of Mr. Cichuniec, cross-examination. May the witness be excused. All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Maybe that is his title. He's a prosecutor of some sort. So chief trial deputy, maybe that's actually his title. Maybe I heard it correctly.
Next witness.
Your Honor, we would call Dr. Sundaram.
Doctor who?
I don't know. I'm starting to get irritated.
All right, if you'll come on up here to my right, and I will swear you in.
His first name AP was Patrick.
And if you'll please be seated, and I will ask that you speak somewhat loudly or close to the microphone to ensure that the jurors and everybody could hear you. If you'll please tell us your first and last name and please spell your name.
My first name is Srikanth, Srikanth. My last name is Sundaram, Sundaram. I go by Sri, Sri.
Jesus Christ.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Could I have you start by, you just stated your name, but could you introduce yourself to the jury and then tell us how you're currently employed?
Sure. I said my name is Sri Sundaram. I'm a cardiologist with South Denver Cardiology, which is in the south end of the Denver metro area. I specialize in an area of cardiology called cardiac electrophysiology, which means I'm essentially the electrician for the heart.
Okay. I'm going to go through the background, your educational background first, that enables you to hold that position. Can you start with where your undergraduate degree is from?
I went to school in St. Louis at Washington University. I had a degree in economics and art history.
And then did you go to medical school?
Yes, I went to medical school, University of Kentucky. That is home, and so I went back there for the in-state tuition.
Okay. When you were from there, did you go to Northwestern University in Chicago?
Yes, I did. I did
a good school.
Internship and residency in internal medicine. Then I did a cardiology fellowship, and I did a second fellowship in cardiac electrophysiology.
And I want you to elaborate a little bit on how does cardiac electrophysiology differ from just general cardiology?
Sure. So cardiology is fairly obvious. It's a study of the heart. So we study everything there is to relate it to the heart. If you look at the heart as kind of like a house, there's different systems within a house. The plumbers are the interventional cardiologists. So they deal with the plumbing of a house. Surgeons deal with the windows. Essentially, those are like the valves. And I said, I'm the electrician. I deal with the abnormal electrical problems of the heart.
So practically speaking, in your practice, how do you practice cardiac electrophysiology? What kind of procedures do you engage in a regular basis?
So the procedures I engage in are mainly ablations. And what that is where I find an abnormal electrical circuit and essentially cauterize it. So I take a wire from the groin, find the exact spot I'm going for, and turn the laser on and zap that area.
Fiery
That's half
red.
what I do.
How
The other
you
half what I
doing?
do is pacemakers
Welcome.
and defibrillators. So pacemaker is when the heart rate is too slow, and a defibrillator is when the heart rate is too fast, when a patient has some of the rhythms called ventricular tachycardia or ventricular fibrillation. That's what we're trying to prevent with those.
Okay. And Dr. Sundaram, if you could just slow down a little bit. The medical terms at a rapid pace are a little difficult for the
My apologies.
No problem. You were talking about cardiac electrophysiology. How many procedures would you estimate you do over the course of, say, a year?
I do approximately 400 total procedures a year.
And are those all in the area of cardiac electrophysiology?
Yes.
Are you familiar with, well, before I go into that, I'm going to move to qualify Dr. Sundaram at this time in the areas of cardiology and cardiac electrophysiology, Your Honor.
We're there.
They didn't really get very far into his.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I just want to have a clarifying question about your opinions in this case. From my read of your report, you are not making your opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Is that correct?
No, I am basing it on it's my own opinion.
I understand. But you use terms like may and likely in your report. And so what I want to know is, are those opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
So you didn't say that in your report.
Yeah, that's what he.
I'm
That's what he
confused.
said.
I don't understand the question.
Sure. You didn't state in your report that you were making these opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty or medical probability.
Okay. All right. I was not certain. I was not aware I needed to make that to that degree.
I understand. Your Judge, at this time, Your Honor, people are objecting because we are not on notice that his opinions are to a certain degree as written in his report.
Oh, shut up.
What does that even mean? Yeah, he's an expert, but just keep in mind these are just his opinions.
These are just
As
his
an
opinions
expert.
like everyone else's.
No shit. That was obnoxiously unnecessary, lady.
All right, response.
Judge, I'm not aware of any statute, rule, or case law that says an expert must put in his report it's to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. He has indicated he would be testifying his opinion is to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, but I'm not aware of anything that says that must be set forth in an opinion. And also, the case law does not require under 702 the reasonable degree of medical certainty any longer under 702. I don't.
They have a certain notice. So we are saying that if allow this doctor to testify that his opinions reached or not expressed by.
Y'all could have asked him that before, you dipwads.
All right, the court does
Right.
find that based upon one criminal case and one somewhat recent civil case, specifically a state of Ford v. Eicher, that's EICHER, that's found at 220 Pacific 3rd, 939.
How
Court
did
of
he
Appeals
already have
case,
that ready and
It
waiting
was
to go?
preceded by People v. Ramirez at 155 Pacific 3rd, 371, Supreme Court case, and that was from 2007. That an expert's opinions do not have to be testified to with a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Yeah, that's something
Those
that they
opinions
clearly
were not
have
so
talked
stated in
about
the,
previously.
Exactly.
Opinion letter, or whatever it may have been. He cannot testify to that degree, but can testify that that's his opinion.
Okay. And is he being qualified then in the areas I requested, cardiology?
Cardiology and cardiac electrophysiology.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I will allow the witness to explain and opine in those two areas.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Sundaram, I
I'm-
have with me in my hand a model of a heart. Is
I'm
that
not
correct?
sure
Yes.
that I can
Is this your
comment on
model?
that
Yes,
quite
it is.
yet.
Would it
Flashbang.
assist you in explaining your testimony and your opinion to the jury to
Yes.
use this model?
Yes, it will.
I'm going to ask to pull up as well Exhibit F, just for the witness. And what are we looking at here in Exhibit F?
This is a picture of the heart and the blood vessels that supply blood to
And
the
I'm
heart.
biased.
And is this
so I
a
can't
picture
answer.
that you obtained yourself?
Yes, I got it from the internet.
For demonstrative purposes, would it assist you to use this picture of the heart as well to explain your testimony and your opinion to the jury?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to use both the model and Exhibit F for demonstrative purposes only.
Okay, I'm sorry. I wrote down F. What's the other one?
I don't have it marked, but we can call
Oh.
it Exhibit G.
All right. It just what I'm going to just ask somebody to do for the record, since we all have cell phones now, you just take a snapshot of it at some point so it becomes part of the record. So we'll call it F and G.
Thank you. And may I approach the witness?
You may.
F and G.
Can you start by basically explaining, you talked about how the heart is like a house. Can you explain what you were talking about and the parts of the heart? And you can use either the model or we will pull the picture up so the jury can see it if you believe that would be better.
Sure. So I'll hold this up so the jury can see. So it's a model of the heart. So first, to give you the orientation, the heart's divided up into a right and a left side. Even though they're right next to each other, they're literally completely separate structures within the heart. The top of the heart is called the atrium and the bottom is the ventricle. So there's a right atrium, a right ventricle, a left atrium, and a left ventricle. So those are the main chambers of the heart. On the inside of the heart, I'll start with there first, is the heart valves. So the heart valves separate the top chambers from the bottom chambers, and then the top chambers from the lungs, and then one from the aorta. So those function as kind of the doors or windows, the valves. The heart also has an electrical system, and that's my specialty within cardiology. And that is something you cannot see because it's on the inside and there's specialized fibers. Just like you would see the electrical wiring in your house, you wouldn't actually see it. You would have to dig inside the walls to see it. The heart has a separate system, which is the plumbing. So the plumbing of the house is the blood vessels. That's the arteries and the veins that are inside. And in this diagram, they're marked in blue and in yellow, blue and red, I'm sorry. Blue is the veins and red is the arteries.
What's the difference between a vein and a artery?
Very simply is that veins take blood towards the heart and arteries take blood away from the heart. But what that really means is oxygenated blood travels in the arteries going away from the heart, going towards your body, and veins bring deoxygenated blood back to your heart.
How does the heart itself get supplied with oxygen?
So the heart gets supplied by the heart itself. The heart actually has blood vessels. So it actually has to pump blood to these vessels, which supply blood to the muscle of the heart. The heart is a muscle, just like your biceps a muscle. The heart is a muscle itself.
And
That'd
are
be my
there
guess.
different means or blood vessels by which the heart is supplied with blood and with oxygen?
Yes, there are three main blood vessels inside the heart. There's one called the left circumflex, and obviously it runs on the left side of the heart. There's one called the right coronary artery, and as its name implies, it supplies blood to the right side of the heart. There's one called the left anterior descending, and that actually comes straight down the middle. So this, if you want to look at it, it's almost like a tripod, 3 vessels, right coronary artery, left circumflex, and the LAD right in the middle.
Just need a couple
You
hours.
referred to the left
Huh?
descending
Valkyrie.
artery. Is that
Oh.
commonly referred to as LAD?
It's called the LAD. Some people call it the LAD, and some people call it the left coronary artery. It's all synonymous.
And what specifically does the LAD do in the heart?
So what the left anterior descending, or the LAD, again, that's the blood vessel that runs right down the middle. What it does is supplies blood to the main tissue in the front of the heart. It's thought to actually do the most,
Pickleball.
pump most of the blood to the heart muscle itself. It supplies about 40 to 45% of the whole heart muscle.
All right. Get it, bro.
What is
Get it.
what is the role of the left circumflex artery in relation to the LAD?
So left circumflex supplies blood to the left side of the heart. So it's where the left anterior descending is the front, the left circumflex supplies blood to the left side of it. So LAD would be here, left circumflex is here.
And I want you to talk about 2 concepts related to the heart. The first is, what is ventricular tachycardia?
So ventricular is means the bottom chamber. Tachy is a Latin word for fast, and cardia is a Latin word for heart. So it's a fast
I
heart rhythm
think
from
the
the bottom
jury's
chamber. That's all
probably
it really
falling
means.
asleep.
So ventricular tachycardia is considered a fast and somewhat organized heart rhythm.
Yeah, I
The
don't
heart can
think.
beat up to 200, maybe even 300 beats a minute in that abnormal rhythm.
I don't know. I guess it
The
depends
problem with
what
that
side
is-
you're on,
is
right?
that It's not
If
enough
you
time
can
for the heart to
drown
fill
out
with blood.
enough
So the heart
ketamine
is an organ that has
noise
to open, fill with blood,
as the
and then
defense,
close, and
and
it squeezes all the blood
then it
out.
doesn't matter.
So if this
I
is
don't know.
normal, open
I could see it going either way.
70, 80 beats a minute. What happens in ventricular tachycardia is the heart is moving so fast, 300 a minute, it's just doing this thing. That's not enough time to really fill with blood or enough time to eject. It's not getting a full squeeze out.
And then what is
Oh.
meant by the term ventricular fibrillation?
I thought you was going to say something
Fibrillation.
else.
So
for a
again,
second
ventricular
there.
means the bottom chamber. Fibrillation means it's essentially quivering or shaking. That's what the Latin translation to English really is. So again, if this is normal rhythm, 70 or 80 beats a minute, the heart's filling with blood and squeezing. Ventricular tachycardia is when it's going, let's say 200 beats a minute, and it's doing this. You're getting some blood flow forward. It's not getting the good squeeze that you see with normal rhythm. Ventricular fibrillation is when the heart's just shaking. It's doing this. So you're getting no blood flow in, no blood flow out whatsoever.
Okay. Were you asked to examine the case of Elijah McClain?
Yes, I was.
And what specifically
Hold on.
did you refer to in examining the case of Elijah McClain?
I reviewed the records that were sent to me. I reviewed the video evidence. I believe,
I'm sorry to cut you off, but does that include body-worn cameras?
yes, it does.
Okay.
And we even went to the coroner's office to look at the remains.
Did you review medical records from University of Colorado?
Yes, I did.
And that's when Elijah McClain was brought to the hospital and eventually passed at the hospital, is that right?
Correct.
And what else did you review in connection with your investigation of the case, doctor?
I also reviewed the transcripts from this trial.
Did you review autopsy reports?
Yes, I did.
Did you review both Dr. Sina's initial report as well as a second follow-up report?
Yes, I did.
I want to direct you to the initial report that Dr. Sina did, okay? In that report, did Dr. Sina make reference to Mr. McClain's LAD?
Yes, he did.
And what was noted in the autopsy report referencing the LAD?
The report said that it was narrowed. I believe it described it as 1 to 2 millimeters,
Yeah,
What's
Scott, I
normal
think
for
that the
an
jury
LAD
probably
adult male?
3 to 4
takes in
millimeters.
a lot of
1 to
it, but
2
they're not getting
is
all these minute details
approximately what
memorized,
percentage
right?
of narrowing?
Well, at least 50%. If it's 4 millimeters, normal is 4 millimeters and it's 1 millimeter narrow, then it's 75% narrow. So that's the best estimate we can give you.
I would assume that they had their mind
75%,
made up
correct.
on the ketamine thing in the first couple of expert witnesses.
Were you able to observe any photographs of what Dr. Sina observed with Mr. McClain's LAD?
What is going on, MG Law? How we doing, buddy?
What's happening?
Oh, getting more medical vocab words of the day.
Yeah, sounds like fun.
The word of the day is atrial fibrillation.
Yes.
Or what was the other one? Something tachycardic?
ventricular tachycardia. Whatever.
Jesus Christ, man. Ugh. I can't imagine that.
Atrial tachycardia.
Yeah. AFib. There you go.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that all, like, none of this is sinking in, right? At this point, we've been doing this for day 11 now. All of these minute details about the heart and its effects and blah, blah, blah. I can't imagine that it's really staying with the jurors.
There's no way that they're remembering all of this. I guess they could take notes, but they can't bring the notes back with them in deliberations. Doesn't help much.
They're drowning them in minute details and information, and it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. Attorneys are allowed, but no attorney is going to place another attorney on the jury.
It depends.
Usually.
In Oklahoma, I can't even, like, for state court, I cannot even be summoned for jury duty.
Really?
Yeah, really.
That's awesome.
But for federal court, I have been, and it depends on the district. But in federal courts, they don't care about that. So,
but they're
I got summoned last year and got booted off both juries. So,
yeah, they're not gonna place you if they know you're an attorney. They're gonna be like, nah, we'll go to the next guy.
Well, on the first one, they, like, one side wanted me, the other side didn't. The second one, I got booted off because I took bar exam courses with the defense attorney. So she's sitting there. I was like, she looks familiar, but it'd been like, we were like Facebook friends for a while. I don't have Facebook anymore, but I was like, she looks familiar. I think I know who that is. And then they said who the attorneys were. I was like, yeah. So they like go through and you like talk about your background. Like, do you know anybody? I was like, yeah, I know her. So we did bar review courses together, and we were Facebook friends and all that. So yeah, judge was like, well, you probably have a good idea of her reputation as an attorney and all that. So I guess you probably should be excused. It's like, okay. Yes, Harris, easy out. Become a lawyer, at least in Oklahoma. Well,
I was not.
And why was that?
There were no photographs available.
Were you able to observe a microscopic slide related to the LAD?
I did not.
And why was that?
It's not available.
You indicated you went to the coroner's office, the Adams County Coroner's Office. Is that right?
I believe so.
And
thanks,
were
Wolfie.
you trying
Appreciate
to
it.
go and actually examine the heart itself?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to do that?
Yeah, I was not able to examine the heart.
Had the heart been destroyed?
There was a segment of the heart available, but not the portions of the LAD.
So they
Were you able
destroyed the
to
heart.
observe in
Well, they took a
hospital
cross cut
records
of it, but the
or the
cross cut was done
echocardiogram,
incorrectly.
electrocardiograms that
Of
were
course.
performed on Elijah
Of course.
McClain?
I was.
Can you explain to the jury what is an echocardiogram?
So what an echocardiogram is ultrasound. It's sound waves that allow us to see through structures so we can see what we're intending to see. So it's an echo probe. It's probably about the size of this
Yeah, happy birthday.
pointer. And you aim it at the chest. And it has
Happy
an
birthday,
ultrasound that
Bob.
comes from it. And it has
Thanks,
a
y'all.
picture that goes onto
Appreciate it.
essentially a television screen. By doing that and manipulating the probe in different angles, and directions,
Appreciate
we can
it.
actually see the heart and see it moving in real time.
And that's an echocardiogram, correct?
Correct.
What then is an electrocardiogram?
So an electrocardiogram is the stickers that go on the chest. I'm sure some of the members of juries had one at some point, but it's various stickers. It's 12 that go on different parts of the body. And what it does is it tells us the electrical forces and how they're behaving and how they're moving through the heart.
Those
Does an
things suck to take
echocardiogram,
off.
is it designed to tell you different things than an electrocardiogram?
It's like the little sticky
Yes,
pads
the
in ET.
echocardiogram
Yeah,
again is
they suck to take off, at least for me,
because
because you got hair on your chest. It sucks.
My daughter cries about them too, but
the speed of blood flow.
They didn't
moving
feel like
in
I
and out
put
of the
them on
heart.
me after,
So it's
and
giving
it
us
didn't hurt
essentially a
at
direct
all.
visualization of.
Yeah, but it's not like
And
pulling
how
hairs
does that
out.
purpose differ
So
from the purpose of an
Hopefully your,
electrode?
Yeah.
your
The
tiny daughter doesn't
electrocardiogram
have a
tells you
hairy
the
chest.
electrical vectors and the
No,
forces
she
where
doesn't.
electricity is moving through the heart. It's a subtle difference, but one is looking at it directly, and one is kind of inferring what is going on based on the electrical.
grease and spinach, I put hair in the chest.
Can the two different tests corroborate or differ from each other?
Yes, most of the time they do collaborate together, and they both show the exact same thing. The echo will show a problem in one area, and the EKG will show a problem in the same area, but that doesn't always have to be.
Thanks, Linda. Thanks.
Judge, it may be a good time to take a little stretch break, I think.
Okay, that's fine. I'm ready.
Yeah, or also known as the jury's falling asleep.
Yeah.
What is up with these court angles, these camera angles?
It's
They're the
horrible.
worst.
It's absolutely horrible.
And then you get like two squares with nothing and just closed off.
They were doing pretty good this morning. They only had 2 cameras up and it worked out fine. But for some reason they added this third blank camera for nobody's benefit.
Sundaram, I was asking you about the difference between an echocardiogram and an electrocardiogram. And I think you had concluded with saying sometimes, or we're about to say how these may differ sometimes.
Yeah,
Correct.
one uses
In some medical conditions they can differ. Some
signals,
diseases
the
of
other
the heart,
uses
such as
sonar.
heart failure,
He's
it'll look
explaining.
like the heart looks really big on electrocardiogram, but it's actually a normal size on echocardiogram. And there's other conditions where you can see the opposite. So it varies, but most of the time they do collaborate together.
How would you expect, as a cardiologist and specifically a cardiac electrophysiologist, how would you expect a narrowed LAD to affect the heart?
Well, so a narrowed LAD, again, to show you the model with,
Actually, we might want to put up. put it up here.
It's not good. Part blood can't get to the heart muscle.
I'm just not sure if all the viewers can see what. you want.
okay. There we go. Okay. So let's see.
Oh, you
Right
think
here,
so,
this is called,
Scott?
this is the left anterior descending, and again, the left coronary artery, that's synonymous.
Maybe.
So those are the same names that we're using.
That's
Just to orient you
the
again.
that's
So
the
on the right
danger
side
of
is
playing
called the
that
right coronary
video.
artery. In the
right?
middle of the heart
Over
is
and
called
over and
left
over.
anterior
Yeah,
I
descending.
mean, maybe.
and the
I
one that
also
runs on the
think
left
that,
side is
like,
called the left
the
coronary
video
artery.
might be
So we're looking
helping
at this
the
kind of
defense in a
straightforward.
way.
So this in red.
I don't
is the
see how
left
that video
anterior
helps them at
descending
all.
artery. So it
Well,
supplies.
it
Because it was
just
the
like-
police. It was the
all the
police that did it.
tissue. So any,
Right,
He was already in trouble medically before they ever did anything.
right.
Well,
So-
but I mean, when we get into the protocol, right? When we get into the assessing your patient, none of that happened. And even when their experts are on the stand, he's like, "Oh yeah, this is
But
where he checks for
you just
the."
had a witness say that in the textbooks, whatever, that when you have these patients that's struggling like that, that you can wait until they're in the ambulance to do your assessment.
But you probably shouldn't medicate them before you assess. I would assume, right? You shouldn't shoot them full of anything before you do an
Wow.
assessment.
You are not being a good defense attorney right now.
Well, I'm being justice, not conviction. Justice. Oh, I don't know. I think the prosecutor knows that the more he plays that video, the worse it's going to be. I
Yeah,
think
Oh,
for
yeah.
sure.
that's obvious. Yeah, MG, your mic is clipping a little
I'm
bit.
sure it is. I'm in the car, so
Fair.
Always in the car.
I had court this afternoon.
Was it a 5-hour drive again?
No,
Well, that's a good thing. That's a plus.
only an hour.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I didn't catch that one.
Yeah, it totally went out.
I thought it was because the audio was playing, so I paused the audio to let you talk. And no, it was just your mic. Just your mic.
His phone. That's true.
You're very
That's
true.
true, Farrell.
anything distal to it is where blood goes. Remember, and blood carries the oxygen. So
Agreed.
without blood
Agreed.
flow, if it's occluded, this part of the heart will not function.
You said if it's distal to it, what do you mean by that?
So let's just say that there's an occlusion right here. where
Excuse
the
me for a
blockage-
couple minutes. I'll be back.
So blood is coming from here. It's originating in the, actually over here, I'm sorry, in the aorta, comes around, comes this way. And if there's a blockage right there, no blood can get further down this way.
Is there an observed condition called a wraparound LAD?
Yes, there is.
What is a wraparound LAD?
So in order for me to explain that, let me go back to this diagram and orient one more time. So this is called the right coronary artery.
MG,
It
is that
supplies blood
you
to the
in the
right,
photo
and
thing?
about 2/3 of the time it supplies blood to here, this part. the
Okay.
bottom of
It's an
I
AI.
was like, this
Just an AI.
doesn't
the
look like
left
you.
ventricle descending.
No.
and stop right about there. We call
just
that
an AI
the apex, or the tip of the heart. And then about
Okay.
1/3 of the time, though, it actually wraps around and supplies blood to this part, the bottom of the heart. So whenever we have any problems with the bottom part of the heart, we know that 2/3 of the time it will be because of this artery, but 1/3 of the time it will be because of this artery.
Can you tell Dr. Sundaram just by looking at someone if they have an LAD, a narrowed LAD?
I cannot.
Can somebody with a narrowed LAD engage in exercise?
Yes, they can.
How is that?
If it's not causing any, if it's, let's say, a point here again. Sorry, let me stand and point so we can do this at the same time. Is that, let's say you have a blockage here, but it's only 50% blocked. They'll still be able to exercise. They'll still be able to do everything they want. It's only under high demand situations they may not be able to do everything that they want. They may notice symptoms.
Ew,
You
homework.
indicated if that LAD is 50% occluded, is that the same as 50% narrowed?
Yes, it is.
And you indicated from the autopsy report that that indicates the LAD is about 50 to 75% narrowed. Is that right?
That is correct.
That in and of itself would not prevent Mr. McClain from being able to exercise.
Correct.
In fact, are there documented cases of professional athletes who had a narrowed LAD that only revealed itself after they passed?
Response.
Judge, I believe this is relevant to his opinion regarding the narrowed LAD in this case and the effect it had, and it pertains directly to some testimony we've had earlier about Mr. McClain.
Yeah.
I'll allow you to rephrase what's common or uncommon in different situations.
Is it uncommon for people with a narrowed LAD to be able to engage in even high intensity exercise?
People with narrow LADs can engage in high activity exercise.
Can additional stress placed upon that individual, or is it uncommon for additional stress placed upon that individual to cause problems with the narrow LAD?
Yes, that's exactly the point of why we do a stress test. When someone is coming in with symptoms and we're not sure exactly what it is, we put their hearts under stress so that we see vessels like the LAD that can't supply blood. They can't do their job. And that's when we know it's a problem. And so I get this. In fact, I saw a patient this morning. He's a biker. When he bikes 40 miles, he starts getting chest pain. So it's under high stress that he experiences his symptoms.
And I don't want to talk about that specific patient necessarily, but if you have a stress test, if you put a patient through a stress test, then how do you examine them after that? What specifically do you do?
So after a stress test, that's when I start talking to the patient about what symptoms did they have. Did it reproduce the symptoms that they had when they were biking?
Okay. Do you do an echocardiogram or an electrocardiogram?
Yes, we do both.
I want you to, if you would, doctor, explain to the jury 3 separate concepts: heart attack, cardiac arrest, and cardiac spasm.
Okay.
Let's start with heart attack.
So a heart attack is, let's go back to that concept of a house and the plumbing. A heart attack is when you have a blockage in the plumbing. So let me point up here again. Let's say there's
Can't
a
wait.
blockage there. All of a sudden, cholesterol plaque opens up. It blocks the artery. There's no blood flow, and that is called a heart attack.
Okay. How does that differ from a cardiac arrest?
So a cardiac arrest is something completely different. What a cardiac arrest is when the heart is not beating. So ventricular tachycardia, when it's barely moving, that's considered a cardiac arrest. Ventricular fibrillation, when the heart is essentially quivering and shaking, that's considered a cardiac arrest. Asystole is another term. And what that means is lack of systole. Systole is when the heart squeezes, so it means when it's not moving. So cardiac arrest just means there's no blood flow going out of the heart.
And then what's the difference between those two and a cardiac spasm?
So a spasm is essentially a muscle spasm. The heart is a muscle. I'm sure all of us have had spasms of our legs if we go out for a run or a bike ride afterwards. Well, the heart is a muscle, and the blood vessels to the heart itself are muscles. So they can have a spasm where they just suddenly close and then they open again.
And then what is a heart arrhythmia? What does that mean?
So an arrhythmia just means an abnormal rhythm in the heart. So it's normal rhythm is when it's coming from the top and going down to the bottoms just like it's supposed to. An arrhythmia means it's coming from somewhere else. Instead of originating the top like it's supposed to, it originates from somewhere else in the heart.
With doing an echocardiogram, can that show you specifically if there's a problem with the heart, where that problem is coming from or where it is in the heart?
It can.
How does it do that?
So let's go back to the example of this LAD. So if we look at this vessel, and again, I'm pointing at that same location, let's say there's a blockage right there. What will happen is there's no blood flow. So what you'll see is that part of the heart is not getting any oxygen. And again, that heart is a muscle. So what you'll see is on echo is that that part of the heart is not moving. This part will move, the right side, the left side will move, but that middle part of the heart will not move. It'll just be standing there.
And that can be detected through an echocardiogram, is that right?
Yes, it can.
What about via electrocardiogram?
What you'll see on electrocardiogram when you have an acute occlusion, when it's happening, a heart attack in real terms, is you'll see, again, when that vessel closes, you'll see something we call ST elevations. To not bore you with all the details of an electrocardiogram, but the various segments, and one of the segments is called the S and the other one is called the T wave. And to specifically localize it, it'll tell you that's where this is occurring. So that's called an ST elevation. There's another thing on the electrocardiogram called an ST depression. And what that tells you is it's just the area. Instead of saying it's pinpointing in that location, it's telling you it's somewhere here, somewhere in the front.
In examining the medical records of Elijah McClain
No.
in the hospital,
Are your lips,
did
is
you
your
observe
lip pierced?
echocardiogram results
Okay.
as well as electrocardiogram results?
Yes, I observed both.
Snake bite.
And what did that tell you, or how did that inform your opinion in this case?
So what the echocardiogram showed was that he had a overall weak
How
heart.
dare you.
Full function was at 23%. What normal is considered 55 and above. That's a number called ejection fraction. It's just a change in diameter. Diastole when the heart fills with blood, systole when it squeezes. What's the change in diameter? Change in diameter. So it's a number called ejection fraction. And it's a change in diameter. So diastole, when the heart fills with blood, and systole is when it squeezes. That change in diameter from diastole to systole, that's a number we call ejection fraction. Normal is 55% and above. In Mr. McClain's, it was reported at 23%. So the whole heart was weak. However, the report continues to say there was a particular part of the heart that was weak. And that particular part of the heart that was weak was here in the front part of the heart, this part that we call the apex, which is the very bottom, and then here at the inferior portion of the heart. So those three areas were reported by the echo as being not moving at all. So they were extremely weak.
And that's in comparison to the rest of Mr. McClain's heart. Is that true?
Correct. The rest of the heart was weak also, but there was more movement. So these areas were healthier. This was less healthy.
That was the echocardiogram, correct?
Correct.
Did the electrocardiogram confirm those findings?
Yes, it did. So the electrocardiogram showed the specific terms is ST elevation in leads V2 and V3. Now, translated in plain English, what that means is the stickers that when you put it on an electrocardiogram, that goes just to the right of the sternum, and the V3, the sticker goes just to the left of the sternum. So they're looking essentially just right at the heart. Your heart's right underneath it. So it's looking at the front of the heart. And it's looking at this portion right here. And what that showed us was ST elevation. So what that is it's pinpointing at that part of the heart, saying that part of the heart is not getting any blood flow. Then what it also showed was ST depressions in the inferior, the bottom part of the heart. So what it's telling me is that this apex, and in particular here, this bottom part of the heart, at least that whole region is not getting blood flow.
And that differs from the rest of Mr. McClain's heart. Is that true?
Correct. The EKG did not show any other abnormalities in other regions. It showed it in those areas specifically.
Okay. With hypoxia,
Oh, no.
would you expect there to be findings throughout the whole heart?
So hypoxia means a lack of blood flow, lack of oxygen in the blood. So with hypoxia, what you will see is what we call global findings. It's not specific to one location. It's going to be everywhere. You're going to see changes in this, the front, the right, the left. You'll see it everywhere. So hypoxia is different in its whole heart. That's where what we saw was more of a focused area.
In this case, you said that you reviewed body-worn cameras. Is that true?
I did.
Did you consider, in arriving at your opinion, the fact that Mr. McClain was involved in a violent altercation with police officers?
I'm sorry, repeat that question.
Did you consider informing your opinion, the body-worn cameras that showed Mr. McClain in an altercation with police officers?
Yes.
And how did that inform your opinion?
So the body cam footage appears to show an altercation with the police. And one of the things that can happen when you have a particular altercation, a big emotional stress, a big physical stress, is adrenaline surge. It's just like when you get really excited or amped up about something, you'll get adrenaline coursing through your body. One of the things it can do in a blood vessel in the heart is it causes it to spasm. It will cause a blood vessel to clamp down, I'm sorry. And so, yes, a altercation with all that extra energy and adrenaline can certainly lead to spasm of a blood vessel.
Specifically, can having 3 grown men on top of you cause your heart to spasm?
I don't know the number of grown men it takes to cause a spasm.
Would you entertain that cardiac spasm?
No, but I bet the prosecutors.
How does the
I don't know the number of grown men it takes to cause a spasm.
how does a cardiac
That
spasm
might be the best
affect, how do
line
you
I've ever
expect
heard
it
in
to
my
affect
life.
a heart that already has a narrowed LAD as you described?
I bet Farrell
So
knows.
you already have a compromised vessel that we know is somewhere in the 50 to 75% range. And even let's say a spasm, even if it lasts a very short amount of time, you're already not getting enough blood flow. Now a little bit of spasm can cause no blood flow to the heart. It essentially mimics a heart attack, but it's not a heart attack.
Good composer seed.
And then you have the spasm, how does that specifically affect that part of the heart if you have the narrowed LAD?
So then that essentially functions as a heart attack. It's the equivalent. Instead of cholesterol breaking and staying lodged, you have a narrowed vessel, then you have spasm. So the spasm will essentially close it. So it mimics a heart attack. So what the patient will feel is exactly a heart attack. They'll have the exact same symptoms. And so what you'll see with a spasm is the exact thing that we were discussing earlier, and that you'll see that, let's say there's that LAD. If you have spasm in that region, essentially you're getting a heart attack. You're not going to get blood flow here. And if it's a wraparound where it goes to this part of the heart, you'll see that the apex, the very tip of it, and the bottom also does not get blood flow.
Did you see in your review anything that indicated Mr. McClain having a wraparound LAD?
The two things that correlated with the wraparound LAD is exactly the EKG and the echo. They both showed me abnormalities in the area where I would expect wraparound LAD to occur. So it supplies blood to the front of the heart, the apex, which is the very tip, and then the bottom of the heart. So both of them correlate with that exact same territory.
And how common is a wraparound LAD?
Literature says roughly about a third of people in the United States will have this.
Does that coordinate at all, the wraparound LAD to a narrowed LAD? Do those two have anything to do with each other?
Two completely
Did you say
different things.
coordinate instead of
Is it
correlate?
possible for one person to have both LADs?
Absolutely.
What's it coordinate?
I want to talk to you about something called troponin.
I thought I
Are you
heard
familiar
that.
with what that is?
Yes.
And could you explain to the jury what that is?
So troponin is an enzyme that is found only inside heart cells. So when you have a heart attack or any other damage to the heart, what happens is the heart cells die and the cells break open. And so the enzyme that's inside the cell will burst out and it goes into the bloodstream. The simple blood draw, we can measure the troponin. So it tells me how much damage was done to the heart from a heart attack.
With a heart attack, would you expect elevated troponin levels?
Yes. So heart attack values, you see significant elevation because there's a lot, essentially many heart cells that have died. The cells die, they open, enzyme breaks out into the bloodstream, and you can measure a higher value.
What about comparing the heart attack to a cardiac spasm?
So with a spasm, essentially you're getting that same mimic where the heart doesn't have blood flow. So when the heart has no blood flow, there'll be a minimal amount of cells that die. They open, they burst, and it goes out. But then blood flow comes back again. So it'll be a minimal elevation. So if you want to say with a heart attack, it's somewhere up here. With a spasm, it'll be lower, but it'll still be normal is 0, it'll be somewhere between a heart attack and 0.
And in your review of Mr. McClain's medical records, did you look at troponin levels?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find there?
His value is 2.2.
Which means what?
It's considered a very small heart attack or can be consistent with a spasm.
When you did the significant or minimal, how would his level fall in that description?
It's in the minimal range.
From that, is it your opinion Mr. McClain did not have a heart attack?
Correct. I agree. He did not have a heart attack.
Is that the troponin levels minimally elevated? Is that support for he had a cardiac spasm?
Let me paraphrase. Let me go back to that other question. So the 2.2 indicates that it's either a very small heart attack or a spasm that can cause it.
Still a bit of heart
That's, I
attack.
think, as much as I can say with that value.
Yeah.
Is the minimally elevated troponin levels you saw, would that be consistent with a cardiac spasm?
Yes, it would.
But it's also consistent
Were
with a small
there-
heart attack.
Physical signs, mental signs? that
He's
you
going
observed
first,
with
Brady.
Elijah McClain on
He's
the body
going
worn
first.
camera.
Yes.
Were there signs that supported your opinion that he had a cardiac spasm?
Spasm, you cannot say
Okay.
on the video.
What did you see that supported your opinion in this case?
So what I saw was that he had a struggle with the police. And I can't remember the exact timing, but I believe it was within 5-10 minutes of it that you see his words are starting to slur. He's not making sense anymore. And then all of a sudden he goes flaccid completely and he has no movement at all. And then within 20 minutes after the start of the altercation to when he's in the ambulance, I believe that's when they said he's coring. So we saw that timeline occurring. And how I put this together is he has altercation with the police. He has this wraparound LAD. We already know that he has a vessel that's occluded before all this ever happened. The LAD spasms, it causes an abnormal heart rhythm, which we know that anytime you have a spasm or a troponin release, that can lead to an abnormal heart rhythm. So I'm watching the video and you see that a few minutes again after the altercation, all of a sudden his words start slurring. Well, why do his words slur? It's because he's not getting any blood flow to his brain. He could be in that rhythm ventricular tachycardia. So when you have no blood flow to your brain, it's almost like you're drunk. You can't think, you can't talk. You're just not getting enough blood flow. Then when it degenerates into ventricular fibrillation, again, that's when the heart doesn't beat at all. Now you're getting no blood flow to your brain. So essentially you're passed out. You're not responding to anything. You're getting no blood flow to your muscles. So you're completely flaccid. What you used to be you're resisting, now you're not moving at all. And then when that continues on, then it becomes asystole or what the ambulance call a core.
In your practice, Dr. Sundaram, do you observe anesthesiologists giving ketamine to patients?
Yes, I do.
Do you observe the amount of time it takes for an onset of the ketamine to affect the patient?
Response.
Judge, this is based upon his own observation and he is a doctor, and this is a more factual question.
This is the same objections I made for Dr. Weaver.
Well, I won't allow him to opine in this area, but if you can testify to his simple observations, I will allow it.
So you can answer the question.
3 to 5 minutes on average is what it takes. 2 to 3 times a week, my anesthesiologist will give ketamine to patients. And so I see the effect. And so that's why I'm estimating about 3 to 5 minutes.
On the body worn cameras, did you observe Mr. McClain post ketamine administration to almost immediately go completely limp?
Say flaccid like he
I'm
did.
just asking him what he saw on body worn camera.
Use the medical terminology.
Well, I'll sustain the objection to the extent that it calls for expert testimony about the effects of ketamine.
And to be clear, Dr. Sundaram, you said a few minutes after the altercation is when you first started seeing some physical or mental effects on Mr. McClain. Is that right?
Yes.
And was that before the administration of ketamine?
Yes, it was.
What about vomiting? Did you see evidence of vomiting prior to the administration of ketamine?
Yes, I did.
And how could what you testified about Mr. McClain's heart affect his vomiting?
So the blood vessels in the bottom part of the heart, are literally right next to the stomach. The stomach sits right there. So if you look in your chest, your heart's here, your stomach is literally right below it. So when you have an occlusion of a vessel to the bottom part of the heart, one of the main symptoms is nausea and vomiting. So if you have an occlusion of that vessel, you're going to start throwing up. That's one of the main symptoms, and that's one of the things that clues you in that when a patient comes in with chest pain, they start throwing up. It's one of those vessels.
You indicated that you can't see evidence of a cardiac spasm just looking at somebody. Is that right?
Correct.
What about a narrowed LAD? Can you tell that just looking at somebody?
Cannot.
If I came into your clinic and I had a narrowed LAD and I was having a cardiac spasm, could you tell that looking at me?
Just by looking at you? No, I could not.
That's why you would have to put me through a stress test. Is that right?
Correct.
If I said my heart doesn't feel good, could you tell what part of the heart was being affected from looking at me?
Just by looking at you? No, I could not.
My heart
How about
hurts.
the way I was breathing? Could you tell what exactly was going on with my heart from that?
I could not.
In this case, Dr. Sundaram, did you form an opinion regarding Mr. McClain's condition at the scene and what he was suffering at the scene?
So the way I can piece all this together is, Occam's razor. What is the simplest explanation? Usually the simplest explanation is the correct one, right? And one explanation for all of this is he already has a left anterior descending that is compromised. We know that from the autopsy. He gets into a physical altercation and he has a spasm of his left anterior descending. The left anterior descending supplies blood to, again, the front part of the heart, the apex, which is the very tip, and the bottom. He then starts vomiting because that's the part of the vessel, that vessel is closed. When you're vomiting, that's usually a sign that your heart's in real trouble. So you're already having that ventricular tachycardia. He then goes to ventricular tachycardia, ventricular fibrillation, and then he goes into asystole. Those are a continuum that can take frequently about 20 minutes. And that's essentially the time period that it happened. So I think it's the one explanation, one unifying explanation that can explain everything that happened to him. My proof essentially of that he has this wraparound LAD and it's causing, and that's what the problem is the EKG and the echo. They show the problems in that exact same territory. Both of them correlate with problems with the LAD, with the middle of the heart, the apex, and the bottom.
Aspiration alone, the 20-minute time frame, is that consistent with aspiration alone?
So aspiration, what that means is contents from the stomach go up and then they go down into the lungs. Obviously, the acid from your stomach, you don't want that in your lungs. And so the time course for that is usually more like 2 days, 3 days, not 20 minutes.
But he's a medical doctor and has been qualified as a doctor and as well in cardiology, but I believe he has expertise to opine here.
I'll sustain the objection.
That's what they were talking about earlier, John, is that his speculation is in fact expert.
Dr. Sundaram, is your opinion consistent with the observations made during Elijah McClain's autopsy?
The autopsy, I believe the consistent part was that narrowed left anterior descending.
Is it consistent with observations made in the echocardiogram and the electrocardiogram done at the hospital?
Yes, they both show problems in that same area.
And is it consistent with the observations you made of Elijah McClain on body-worn camera?
Yes, my findings, yes.
Oh, God. Oh, I just saw the creepiest baby doll. So creepy. It's like 7 inches. It like.
That's what she said.
That's what she said.
Look at that baby doll. Is that not? That's creepy. Like to be able to hold a. Nope.
That's
where this is
small,
going.
baby.
Giggity, giggity.
It is a really small baby doll, and it looks like very realistic. So it's creepy.
Dr. Sundaram, were you able to observe photos of the heart itself?
Yes, it did.
Am I right that on the diagram, there is a red vessel coming down and a blue vessel coming down.
Yes, there is.
Which is the red vessel?
The red is the artery and the blue is the vein.
Examining the photos of Mr. McClain's heart, and you examined photographs of Mr. McClain's heart that was
Yes, I
taken
did.
at autopsy?
Yes, it did.
Were you able to see either the artery or the vein?
You can see the vein. So how it runs, the diagram in this model and everything seems to show you that they run next to each other. They're in parallel. That's actually not the case. In humans, what it is the vein is on top of the artery. So what you can see is frequently the veins, but you know most of the time the artery runs there. And I say most of the time, but it doesn't have to. So what we saw in the photo was the vein. You could see the vein going down to the bottom. You couldn't see the artery.
So
The artery's
veiny.
underneath it.
You said normally where the vein goes in that area, I'm sorry, yeah, where the vein goes, the artery goes also. Is that right?
Correct.
Is there a percentage that you've observed or in the literature where that is true?
You know, I try to look for this in literature, and it's hard to find the actual number. I can tell you from my experience seeing this, is my experience is that it's roughly about 75% of the time.
Did the fact that the vein wrapped down in the manner you described, is that
How
support for
big's
your
30
belief that the
centimeters?
LAD did as well?
Yes. Yes.
About a foot.
Had Dr. Sina
Oh my God.
investigated or dissected, I should say, the heart, would you have been able to see this wraparound LAD?
It's almost exactly a foot. It's
Had Dr.
11.8
I'll
inches.
rephrase. Had
8.1.
Dr. Sina dissected the heart, would you be able to see this area of the heart?
Yes, if he dissected that specific portion, then yes, I would see the artery and the vein.
All right, listen,
Okay.
y'all. I apologize. This doctor, for whatever reason, is using terminology that I don't think belongs anywhere near a discussion about hearts. Okay, it's not my fault that we went to the gutter. He's the one talking about flaccid bodies and the veins. It's not my fault, y'all. It's not my fault. All I'm waiting for Dr. Sundaram is to just Bob's and Vagine. That's all I'm waiting for. I'm just waiting for that. If that happens, the bingo card is full for the day.
He did not do this, is that right?
He did not.
So- Had he done that, you could have been able to say if there actually, in
good.
fact, was a wraparound LAD or not.
Correct.
Oh
I'm
shit!
not asking him to speculate. I'm asking him, could a determination be made one way or another? Not what that would be.
I'll allow the question in that form.
You understand the question?
Can you repeat it, please?
I hope so. Had Dr. Sina dissected that part of the heart, would you then be able to say with certainty whether there was a wraparound LAD or not?
Yes.
And why did you want to go to the coroner's office?
I wanted to see if that portion of the heart was preserved, so I could in fact see if there was a wraparound LAD or not. The second thing is I wanted to see that
They want to keep that portion of the heart.
millimeter area. And I
Right.
wanted to see if they had something called collateral vessels that was coming nearby
Yes.
it.
That might
What a collateral.
destroy their
So
immune
collateral
case.
vessels are essentially is a natural
Try that again.
I said they want to keep that portion of the heart around because that if he had these issues that basically shows that there was a heart attack, then it would kill their narrative on this case.
Well, I don't think it's around, right? This part of the heart was destroyed.
That's what he's saying. That's why he asked why he wanted to go to the coroner. He says, so I could see if the rest of the heart was there so I could look at this. They didn't keep those portions of the heart. But they knew what they were doing. They kept what they wanted.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It was when they first started talking about how the cross cut was done imperfectly, so they had to destroy it. I was like, seems like you could still get information from the wrong angled cut there. But what do I know? I'm just an idiot on the internet.
bypass. So let me pull up the heart model again. So let's say you have a blockage right here. So what a surgeon does is when they do a coronary artery bypass, a CABG, a bypass surgeries,
You
they
can't
take a
see
blood
Dr.
vessel from some
Johnson.
other part of your body, usually your leg. They attach it to the aorta. The blockage is here. They go from the aorta to just distal to it. So all the blood can go
Oh, I need to
around
get
it,
that.
bypass
I need
it.
to get that clip.
What collaterals are these little tiny vessels that your body builds up. And that usually occurs over time.
Hey,
meaning
Carol, how much you
several
love
years.
me?
So if you have a blockage, then your body can essentially form a natural bypass around it. But that's not this immediate process that occurs today or tomorrow. That's from a blockage you've had for a long time.
Were you able to see any report indicating
Man,
collateral?
baby dolls are
arrest?
creepy.
I did not see a report indicating it was collaterals or there were not collaterals. There was no comment on it.
And that part of the heart, because it was not preserved, you were not able to observe yourself. Is that true?
Correct.
Can an X-ray tell you the size of an individual's heart?
It's a very poor way to tell the size of the heart.
Not a timestamp. The John Cena thing. It's John
Is this a
Cena.
camera? So what an X-ray is meant to be, the X-ray is literally, if any of you had it, you know that your chest is
I'll find it
literally
later.
right next
I'll
to
find
the
it.
X-ray. What if you're standing just a few millimeters away or centimeter away, then the film will look bigger. It'll make the heart look bigger. So you can't really make any conclusions from the size of the heart on a chest X-ray. In fact, I basically ignore it completely when I'm evaluating patients.
Is it more reliable to look at the echocardiogram or the electrocardiogram?
Yes, it is. In fact, when I see that on a chest X-ray, that's the first thing I say is let's get the echo and let's get an EKG.
Thank you, doctor. I don't have further questions, Your Honor.
Yep, it seems like a good time to take our mid-afternoon break. I'll remind the jurors not to form or express any opinions, discuss the case even amongst yourselves, do no independent research, avoid any press coverages. And I'd like to have you back in roughly 15 minutes.
Let's go. Falling behind.
What does this say? Whoa, whoa, whoa! Val Handley is beating me to the beer cooler, and I'm behind. Not cool. Well, you're an amateur. You're an amateur. At some point they did, right? At some point they tried CPR in the ambulance, and then he was on machines and stuff at the hospital for like 3 days before they finally unplugged him.
Thanks.
During the course of your review of this case, you had, I believe you testified that you had the opportunity to review extensive body-worn camera footage, correct?
Yes.
And
Welcome, Lesko. How you doing, buddy? What's happening?
No idea.
I swear this dude looks drunk every day.
Is he talking or what's going on?
He might be talking.
Don't tell me they forgot the sound again.
They just had it on for a second.
Yeah, he was talking and then cut off. I thought maybe Val paused it.
No, I thought he stopped talking. I thought he was just standing there all awkward. But he's definitely moving his hands like he's talking.
Oh, he's talking.
Too bad the damn camera angle doesn't work enough so we can see that.
It's a ghost going after Spangler. What questions?
I'm never doing a WebEx trial ever again. Never.
Right?
He's clearly talking.
Yeah, I don't watch movies, y'all.
Have a little kid. How do you not watch movies?
Right.
What's up, expert?
Oh, yeah, I don't.
What's up, expert? How you doing, brother? Oop, that one. They're outside in the pen, eating hay, so that I can stream
Doing
this
goat things.
godforsaken trial to the world. Just an entire defense
Oh, we really don't have sound. Okay,
We
awesome.
really don't. It was on when they came back.
Yes, it was.
Sorry for the interruption, doctor. So Mr. Pello asked you some questions that if he was your patient, what you could and could not see, correct?
Okay, yeah.
You remember those questions?
Could you rephrase the ones you're going to be concerned
Absolutely.
with?
My question is, based on his questions, what does the role of assessment play in your clinical practice?
Repeat the question. Is that what role does assessment play?
Correct.
That's every patient every day.
Right. It's so important, isn't it?
Correct.
I mean, according to your report, you see on average 1,500 patients in your clinic annually. Did I understand that correct?
Correct. That's an approximation.
So when you sit down and you meet a patient and you're talking about a procedure, or even maybe for the first time, it's important to get a good report from them, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And as part of the assessment, it's important to actually talk to your patient. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
Now,
And
if I was a little
it's
more
important to sort of
conspiratorial,
reasonably
didn't the last time the sound cut out, wasn't that on a defense attorney too?
Well, when it just ended for the day. Defense attorney. Remember that?
Oh yeah, that was a
He got up there and started asking questions, and then it just cut out.
yeah. They did that to us 2 days in a row, MG.
That's why we went to take off.
That's why we decided to just start streaming it behind.
Yeah.
assess
Yeah.
or address your patient's concerns.
Yeah.
Correct.
As part of your assessment, is it important to conduct a physical exam
Yes, it is.
or even to do necessary tests?
Yes.
And when you are discussing a procedure with your patients, I think you said you do two. You do pacemakers.
And ablations, correct.
Thank you.
Your Honor, relevant and outside the scope of the statute.
So far, so good.
Response.
Defense counsel, Mr. Pello went into questions concerning what this doctor could or could not see as far as medical conditions. And I'm asking how he makes that determination when he's assessing a patient. The door's been open.
Judge, I didn't ask about assessing the patient.
We have no idea what he asked about.
And being able to tell something.
We don't know what
That's
it
an
is.
assessment, Judge.
The court would find that the questions were asked in terms of whether or not you could see the collaterals and other things of that nature if somebody walks into the office. So the court will sustain the objection, find this beyond the scope of direct.
Good.
Your experience.
The judge actually sustained it beyond the scope of objection.
He seems to be making more calls in the defense
He's confused.
favor
Thank you, Your Honor.
in their chief case.
Now, sir, your patients are mostly elderly, aren't they?
No, they're not.
Well, you probably have a wide range of patients.
Do.
But would you say that the mean average of your patients are a little older than 23?
Yes.
And what would you say is the mean average?
50.
Most 23-year-olds don't need pacemakers?
Correct.
And-
23-year-olds do need ablations, though.
Okay. And when you think about the number of 23-year-olds who get that procedure,
Do you need a what
is
though?
it fair to say that that procedure is also done in a typically an older population?
It depends on what type of ablation you're talking about. If you're talking about SVT ablations, I've done 12-year-olds. It's more based on weight to me, the younger, the youngest age I will see. But I've seen 12-year-olds. I've seen last week I did surgeries on an 18-year-old and a 22-year-old.
I've
And when
done
you talk about
12-year-olds.
ablations, what kind of
Not a
heart condition
comment
is
I
that?
expected the doctor
So
to say today.
supraventricular tachycardia is an extra
God,
circuit
that.
inside the heart. It's essentially, think of it as a short circuit. And essentially I have to go in, find the short circuit and zap it with a laser.
But according to your opinion,
Zap it with a
that
laser.
type of procedure or that type of problem did not exist here with Mr. McClain.
He did not have a supraventricular tachycardia. He had what appeared to be a ventricular tachycardia, ventricular fibrillation.
And that is not common in 23-year-olds.
That is not common in 23-year-olds, but I certainly have my share of
He
patients
said
that
it.
are 23.
I just
that do have
noticed
those problems.
that he
It's not-
said it.
Okay, so doctor, I'm going to ask
Better
you
be
to
common.
answer the questions that I'm asking. So my question was, that is not
back.
common with 23-year-olds.
Correct. That is not common in 23-year-olds.
Now, in your event section, I'm going to step back. As part of your work on this case, you wrote a report, correct?
Correct.
And the report that I received had a title, SS Report for EM Case V2.
Yes.
What does that mean, V2?
SS is myself, my initials, Elijah McClain initials, version 2.
And is this an amended report that you did?
No, it is I write a report, and then usually before I do any report, I sleep on it and I change it the next day, and that's the next day's version 2.
Okay, thank you very much. So now going back to your event
No,
section,
thank you. very
you
much.
write in your report that this was a 23-year-old African-American male who was noted to be acting strangely on August 26th of 2019. Is that a fair
Yeah.
statement from your report?
Yes.
And I wanted to ask you, the term acting strangely, was that your phrase or did you make that a phrase based on what others observed?
I believe I got that from one of the reports I read somewhere.
Yep.
All right. But you did not make that determination yourself, correct?
Correct.
You were relying on someone else who made that determination.
Correct.
And then you said that it happened on August 26, 2019.
Correct.
You do
Yeah,
realize
'cause
this
he
happened on
wasn't
August
acting
24th,
strangely.
2019.
Okay.
So that was a typo, right?
Oh no,
All
got
right.
the dates wrong.
Now,
Holy
did you watch
Yeah.
the
shit.
Shell Station video
Right.
of
That
noticing
makes a
Mr.
difference.
McClain before this altercation?
Yes.
Not exactly.
And there was
yeah.
nothing really strange about him in the Shell Station, was there?
Correct.
No. I understand that you said you make that determination that he was acting strangely based on other people's perception, but in your own practice, you would make your own evaluation, wouldn't you?
Correct.
But you didn't do your own evaluation in this case for that term, right?
I am not seeing him as a patient, therefore I cannot make my own assessment.
You mentioned in that event section that when he was placed in handcuffs, he became tachycardic and I probably won't mispronounce this, diaphoretic.
Diaphoretic.
Now, did you make that your own assessment or were you also accepting it from someone else's assessment?
I'm accepting the report from somebody else.
Now, tachycardic typically means a rapid heartbeat that may be regular or irregular, but is out of proportion to the age and level of exertion. Is that a fair definition?
Correct.
So you don't really know if he was tachycardic or not, do you?
I was not there myself examining him, so I cannot tell you. I'm relying on the report.
But even when you watch the body worn camera, you can't tell initially that he's tachycardic.
Correct.
And how about diaphoretic? You did not make that assessment yourself, right?
Yes and no. You can see he's breathing fast. Diaphoretic just means breathing rapid rate, so you can see that. But I can't tell you the exact rate. I could not tell.
And he's certainly not sweating a lot, right?
No, I did not see that.
You also talk about a chokehold was placed. Do you remember that terminology in your event section?
Correct.
And you do realize it wasn't a chokehold, it was a carotid hold. Do you understand the difference between the two?
I do not.
You're a heart doctor and you don't
You then,
understand.
you
what
then
the
say in
difference
your
is?
event section that paramedics were called to the scene and you write SEEN. So I'm assuming you meant SCENE.
My spell check needs some help.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that we're on the same page.
Come on, lady.
You mentioned
You're
that based
really
on his estimated
grasping there.
dose, was administered 500 milligrams
And
intramuscular
it sounded
ketamine.
like it.
Because he
That's how it's
spelled
coming
scene
across.
correctly,
Based on
so
your
his
review,
spell
how
check
they
on his
got
word
to the
didn't
decision
catch
for
it.
500 milligrams of ketamine.
I do not.
I object. This is way outside the scope of that.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this is part of his report, and on cross-examination, we're allowed a little leeway.
I'll allow a little leeway, but not.
She's
far
going outside the scope.
examination, So go ahead.
I mean,
Now,
ridiculous.
both defense counsel have asked you about Mr. McClain's
Hey, Mimsy,
condition
how you doing?
that led to your opinion. And you mentioned in your event
Welcome.
section that you noted that he was breathing still 3 to 4 minutes after the
Hey,
ketamine.
man.
Correct.
Did I state that correctly in your report?
I believe so.
All right. But you didn't talk about those breaths, right? You didn't describe them. You didn't comment on them, nothing like that, right?
Correct.
But at the time, his breathing has deteriorated amazingly from the time that he was first seen on body worn camera. Wouldn't you agree?
I'm not sure. I can't answer that with a yes or no.
Is it fair to say that from the time you see him in the Shell Station to the time you see him on the pram after he's given ketamine, he's a different person?
Correct.
Yeah, because he's had a heart attack.
Now, as we already talked about when I first asked you some questions, in your report, your opinion is based on the most likely cause of death, correct?
In my opinion, what the most likely cause of death is. Correct.
Your opinion does not state to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
I don't understand the legal definitions of what you're trying to parse out.
Okay. But your report never says that you are giving these opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
It does not state those words.
In fact, your opinions are all stated in it's likely, it's possible. There's no certainty in your opinion stated in your report.
That is correct, but that's the decisions I have to make on many patients.
I understand. But in this report, you were saying
Yeah.
it's
So?
most likely.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, you talk about the narrowed coronary artery being congenital.
Correct.
And my understanding is that was something that Mr. McClain was born with.
Not necessarily.
So, but you can't tell how long he's had this.
Correct. I cannot.
So he could have had it for years.
He could have, but that's when you expect to see those collateral vessels if he had it for years.
And he's had this for a significant period of time, and he has been able to go to work, correct?
Okay. I don't know if he went to work or not.
All right. So you haven't looked at any of the reports surrounding his life and how he was?
I did not.
It's
In
not
my
really
review
relevant
of your
to
materials
making the determination.
section, I did not see that you reviewed any of Mr. McClain's medical records other than his UC health records. Am I correct about that?
You are correct, but after the report, and I was given some pediatric records that I reviewed.
I understand that. That might have happened after your report.
Correct.
But for your report, and is documented in your report, you do not document that you looked at any of his pediatric records.
Correct. I did not see him at that time.
And you would agree that a patient's history can be informative as far as their current condition.
Yes.
And certainly in your own work with cardiac patients, you would want to know past significant medical history.
Yes.
And certainly a patient's past medical and physical history is an important factor in diagnosing and treating them.
Correct.
And so you would typically ask a patient if they exercise regularly
Correct.
or if they're having chest pain.
Yes.
And certainly factors like, do you exercise? Do you have chest pain or other symptoms? Are all important in rendering an accurate diagnosis
Yes.
and determining treatment.
Yes.
Now, you would agree that Mr. McClain was a healthy 23-year-old man before his encounter with police and paramedics.
I don't know his past medical history at that point when I wrote the report.
Can't agree with
You
it.
have read and explored the UC health records, right?
Yes.
And as part of your role in this case, and really as your role as a physician, you consult with other doctors, don't you?
I do.
And sometimes coming to a diagnosis can be a group effort.
It can be.
And so did you read Dr. Moss's report that said that his ability to wean vasopressors is suggestive of a stunned myocardium in a young, I'm sorry, I'm reading too fast. I'll start again. Ability to wean vasopressors is suggestive of a stunned myocardium in a young, previously healthy patient.
So, sorry, what is the question?
The question is, do you remember reading that from Dr. Moss's testimony? Reports in the UC health record.
I believe so.
So certainly Dr. Moss thought he was a young, previously healthy patient.
Okay.
Well, do you agree that that's what Dr. Moss said?
That's what he thought at the time.
And because you did not review any of his pediatric records, you're not aware of any previously hospitalization or clinic for any issues relating to his heart in 23 years, are you?
Correct.
Now, if you learn from a patient that they did not suffer from any symptoms from a birth defect such as a
Doesn't mean he didn't have a problem.
coronary artery, it would tell you a lot about whether or not it was affecting them in the current time.
Maybe.
No. Doesn't mean.
But certainly,
How many athletes do you see that have an undiagnosed heart condition and they drop dead in their peak condition?
And what are the normal symptoms? I mean, if they report symptoms to you, what are they?
It can vary depending on what the problem is.
What about with the spasm? They're going to know that, aren't they?
Actually, they may not. Common symptoms of spasm can be chest pain, shortness of breath, an ache. Had an ache in the middle of the chest, that could be spasm. Spasm could be passing out. Spasm can be abnormal heart rhythm. Spasm can be a lot of different things. So it doesn't necessarily. And patients come in with symptoms all the time, and we're not sure what it is. And so we have to narrow it down. So they won't necessarily come to me. I'd like it if they could come to me and say, my heart hurts because of spasm. That would make my job a lot easier.
But they know something is wrong, right? They feel different.
Sometimes.
And did I understand you correctly that you did not read any reports from family or friends that talked about his medical condition on August 24th of 2019?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned that you read some prior testimony of some of the experts.
Correct.
But you did not read any prior testimony from his friends and family?
I did not.
But friends and family will often know if a person has present medical conditions or they're complaining of present medical conditions. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection, speculation.
And it's outside the scope.
Response?
Yes.
We're talking about his medical condition and he's giving an opinion of a medical condition, and I'm trying to
But
explore
we're asking about what family
factors
members know.
would determine whether or not this medical condition actually existed, and so I'm probing the expert's opinion.
All right, it is cross-examination, so the court will allow a little more leeway than normal.
So if his friend Madison Freeman discussed at a prior hearing that he runs every day and bikes every day, and he's been doing this for 2 years and never complained, would you take that into consideration if you were assessing Mr. McClain as your patient?
Dark humor is
Take
always
that with a grain of salt when
appreciated.
other people tell me about things.
Always.
Yeah, it's just to an extent.
How
I
about
mean,
the fact
he
that
can,
Mr. McClain was working 10-hour shifts at his job as a massage therapist? Wouldn't you take that into consideration when you are determining what is going on with him presently on August 24th, 2019?
Judge, I'm going to object to this. This is outside the scope of direct, and I know it's cross.
As I said, I would give a little leeway. I think I have. So next question.
Now, you state in your materials that you review the post-mortem examination records. That's right?
Yes,
And that would include Dr. Cena's original autopsy report and his amended report.
correct.
And you would agree that in Dr. Cena's amended report, he does not even mention the narrowed coronary artery.
Correct.
Her questioning is moronic. April.
Now, were you actually giving his testimony about this issue before you wrote your report?
The autopsy report, you mean?
I'm sorry, Dr. Cena's prior testimony on this issue, were you given his testimony?
I can't recall if I have his or not.
Would that be important for you to consider what Dr. Cena, who actually saw the heart, his opinion on this issue?
I believe he did. He wrote the autopsy, correct? He was the
did.
doctor that did the autopsy, so I read the autopsy reports.
But you would understand that in a sworn testimony statement, that experts will often elaborate about their opinion.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Would it have been helpful for you to get his further statements concerning this issue?
I'm not sure if it'll help me or
maybe,
not.
maybe not.
Happy to review it.
Now, you also mentioned that you actually went to the coroner's office and to examine Dr. Cena's stock jars, correct?
Correct.
And I was a little confused on your direct examination. Did you say that you did not get the microscopic slides?
I did not.
You're aware that they were made, correct?
I was not aware.
Did you ask to see them?
Well, I was not aware, so I could not ask to see them.
When you went to the coroner's office, did you ask just to look at everything that Dr. Cena looked at?
To see the post-mortem remains. And they showed me a jar and it had just a portion of his heart inside it.
But you didn't think that you could see whether or not they had microscopic slides?
I did not. It's the first time I've done this. I didn't know that was an option.
What about talking to Dr. Cena himself?
I didn't know I could do that, and nor would I do that without the court's permission either.
Did you ask for the court's permission?
Nope, I did not.
Did you rely on the autopsy report in forming your medical opinion?
Yes, I did.
And you would agree with me that there's no evidence in the autopsy report that Mr. McClain had a recent narrowing of his coronary artery.
Well, he had a narrowing of the coronary artery. You cannot tell how old it was. Collaterals would tell you it's old. Lack of collaterals will tell you it's new.
So, Dr.
However,
to interrupt you, I'm asking about the evidence in the autopsy report.
Judge, I'm objecting. He's answering her question about what was in the
Yeah.
autopsy report regarding collaterals. He asked the question, then just cut off the answer.
All right, rephrase.
So I'm sorry, doctor. I'm talking about the autopsy report, the physical report. There is no evidence in that report that Mr. McClain had a recent narrowing of his coronary artery.
there is evidence he had narrowing of the coronary artery. The time course is not, you cannot determine that whether it's recent or old.
And of course, the autopsy report does not mention a coronary spasm either.
Autopsy reports are never going to mention a coronary spasm. That's not something you see on on an autopsy report.
I understand, doctor, but my question is,
Okay.
the autopsy report does not discuss it.
No, because
Lawyer.
it won't discuss it.
Now,
Bitch.
you said on direct
Lawyer.
that depending upon how narrow the coronary artery might be, it could be 50% to 75%.
Just said they'll never
narrow.
see it.
Was that your testimony?
Correct.
Well, that kind of depends, since everyone has talked about that it was 1 to 2 and the average is 3 to 4. Wouldn't you agree?
Correct.
So if his was 2 and the average is 3, that's not 50%.
If his is, you're saying if his is 2 millimeters open and the average is 3, correct.
Correct.
Then it's 1/3 occluded.
Correct, 30%.
Correct.
So the range that you gave of 50% to 75% is a little misleading, isn't it?
I would disagree with that because if the average is 3 to 4, then, and his is 1 to 2, pick the numbers right in the middle. That gives you roughly 50%.
But you don't know, right?
Not know the exact number.
So you're speculating that it's 50 to 75%.
Correct.
It goes back to your report. That is, you're not making an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Objection asked and answered.
I'm talking about this opinion right now, Judge.
You've already asked the question.
You asked it, you already answered.
Yeah,
Yes.
get over it.
Now, you would agree that the findings in the autopsy are important to this case, wouldn't you?
Correct.
And the autopsy report does not even mention a wraparound LAD.
Correct.
And you would agree that that would be a relevant finding to include in the cardiac section of the autopsy report.
Correct. It was not mentioned that it was there or that it was not there. There was no mention of it.
And of course, it was Dr. Sina who actually saw the heart, right?
Correct.
And you elected not to speak to Dr. Sina about the appearance of the heart.
I have never spoken to any other witness at any other trial.
Your opinion actually says Mr. McClain may have also had a wraparound LAD, correct?
Correct.
She is
May.
disagreeable.
So this is also an opinion
Slightly, Scott.
that is
Slightly.
not done to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Well, that one I'll disagree with you on because there's 2 pieces of evidence that say there is a wraparound LAD. One is the echo findings that show me that the wall motion, the area of the heart that did not work, fits a wraparound LAD. 2, the EKG findings show me changes that fit a wraparound LAD. 3, clinically, he's vomiting. You have a wraparound LAD that is compromised and it affects the bottom part of the heart that's next to the stomach, you will have vomiting. So there's 3 pieces of evidence that suggest that he does have a wraparound LAD.
But you wrote in your report, may.
Correct.
You did not write he had it or he did have it.
Well, the only way you can be 100%.
I'm sorry, doctor. You did not write that he had it.
Excuse me, you don't interrupt, you jackass.
And I would answer it the same way again, but just show her being an ass.
Yo,
You also mentioned in your report, the other finding of the autopsy is that Mr. McClain did not have collateral blood vessels,
Correct.
right? Where in the amended autopsy report or the original autopsy report does it have this statement?
He does
Oh,
not
I
have
need
that
to
statement.
stop cussing. I think my child could be watching.
Were you provided Dr. Sina's 2021 sworn
let your
testimony?
kid watch us. Don't do that.
I
You don't have a
know.
testimony, so you'll have to refresh me.
Sure. So it's his prior testimony in 2021.
She's got no business watching us.
Would it help for me to
She
show it
might
to
do
you?
horrible things.
Can we please show Dr.
Horrible
Sina's prior
things.
testimony in 2021, page 16, lines 9 through 14, just to the witness?
My mom sent me a text to stop looking at my phone, so I
Is it starting
assumed
at
she
number
was.
9?
If you just take a moment and look at that and tell me whether or not this refreshes your memory.
Good job, Mom. Good job.
Correct.
Now, you would agree that Dr. Sina has previously testified that his small coronary artery was congenital, correct?
Yes, it says it there.
And that in this situation concerning his collateral circulation, he testified that he likely had sufficient collateral circulation in his heart to provide enough oxygen to the heart muscle during intense physical exertion. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Did you review Dr. Sina's opinion that he did not believe that Mr. McClain's coronary artery contributed to his death?
Yes.
And that was in his amended autopsy report and his prior testimony. Would you
I
agree
need
with
that
that?
clip. so
I believe
bad.
so.
Would it help for you to refresh your memory? Or would you like to look at something else?
Sure.
Maybe please
Yeah,
show
she-
the witness Dr. Sina's prior
She has a
testimony in
good
2021,
vocabulary
page 16,
already,
lines
but-
9 through 16.
She knows not to use it.
You could just take a moment, review that.
Okay.
Does this refresh your memory that Dr. Sina did not believe that this small coronary artery contributed to Elijah McClain's death?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you notice whether or not
She
Dr.
probably
Sina
hates all
talked
our
about whether or
guts,
not
by the way.
Mr. McClain had any disease in his heart arteries?
I don't recall that.
Could we please show to the witness, Dr.
I'm going to object to this. I didn't go into Dr. Sina's report at all. This is all about what Dr. Sina said rather than this witness's opinion. She's not even asking him about whether this affected his opinion, just about what Dr. Sina said. And I object to it. It's beyond the scope.
I'm trying to lay foundation, and then I will ask him questions about these
How
opinions.
much foundation
All
do you
right,
have
well, you
to
can
lay,
direct them
lady?
to certain testimonies if you want to, but I'm not going to have it repeatedly by counsel.
You would agree that Dr. Sina did not believe that Mr. McClain had any issue with his heart arteries. He had no blockage. He had no disease.
That is Dr. Sina's opinion, correct?
Oh, this is true.
And the fact that there was no, and please forgive me, I'm going to say this word wrong, atherosclerosis.
Atherosclerosis,
Thank you very much. Or how about thrombosis? Is that correct?
correct.
What is atherosclerosis?
Cholesterol deposits essentially inside the heart. That's the simplest explanation.
And how about thrombosis?
Clots inside the heart.
And you would
How does she
agree
not know
that
these words?
Mr. McClain did not have this issue.
When I was growing up, we used the word retarded.
And that's a typical finding for a 22-year-old. They wouldn't have these classic heart symptoms
Who
of
was
disease at
that?
23.
That was Bryce Rhodes'
But in this
attorney.
23-year-old, it was
Yes.
That's not good, dude.
It's so good.
Yeah. It was awesome.
Did
It
you
was
That
so
is
good.
not
They called it old client
Rose normally follow the
and
usual
retard.
distribution and were widely patent. Did you see that?
Correct.
And this is
Oh
not
my
consistent with
God.
the more
My
recent area
God.
of the coronary arteries, isn't it? Is it?
Okay, Flash
Again,
fan,
going back, you
have a good
cannot tell the
dinner.
time course from that.
Later, Flash Flame. Oh,
And I was going to ask you about the microscopic slides, but you never saw those.
Correct.
oh, God.
Okay, Eli. That
In
is
your
so
material review
crazy.
section, you state that you reviewed
Oh,
all the
that's the
records from
short
University of
version.
Colorado. Is that my understanding?
Hold on. Here's the long version of this clip. Mind you, this is in opening statements, MG,
Oh God.
or closing? No, this is closing statements.
Closing.
This is his closing statement about his client, Bryce Rhodes.
And he also had obstacles that luckily most of us do not have. We hear that Bryce suffers from an intellectual disability. That's the current term. That's what people use now. When I was growing up, we used the word retarded.
Yeah, I think that was the opening statements for the penalty phase.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
If your attorney gets in front of the court and says, my client's retarded verbatim, you might have an issue already. Like, you might just pack your bag, go to AdSec. You're gonna have a long
And
sentence.
when Mr. McClain was admitted to the hospital, throughout his short stay there, the doctors did several tests
Dude.
during his stay.
Oh my God, it was
that
so
true?
good.
And certainly Mr. McClain received a cardiac evaluation at UC
What
Hospital.
did he get sentenced to?
And
They haven't got there yet, I don't think.
he had the
happened today.
repeated
Should have been
electrocardiograms
today.
that you've already talked about.
At some point.
And he had them on August 24th, 2019,
Fucking
August 25th,
ridiculous.
2019, and August 27th, 2019.
Correct.
Did you look at all three?
I did.
Have you
He's
talked
gonna
to
get
any of
live.
those three?
Oh, yeah,
we
they're
talked
never
about
letting
the
that dude
EKG immediately when he
Never.
arrived at the hospital. These are dynamic. They change over time. So the EKGs that are most relevant are the ones when they come in.
So you didn't think
Thank
that
you,
other
Farrell.
further
By the
EKGs
way,
were
thank you,
relevant to
Farrell,
your
for the
opinion?
clips.
They did not add any
Love
extra
that.
information to it.
Sofa
Did you
King.
see that these electrocardiograms were reviewed by
Sofa King, we talk.
cardiologists at
We
the
So
talk.
hospital?
fucking retarded.
We
Oh my
Todd
God.
Ed.
Now, you would agree with me that the medical records
was
do
that
not mention
on?
anything about a wraparound
Aqua
LAD.
Teen Hunger
Correct,
Force.
they do not, but
Yeah.
they're not going to know unless they look.
Yep.
Once again, doctor, I'm asking, the medical records that you review do not discuss this.
Correct.
You helped me with the clips from the Bryce Rhodes thing. Yeah.
Did you notice
Yeah,
when you reviewed
can you
medical
send me that
records
clip?
that physicians at UC
Yeah,
Health
which
did
one
a
do you want?
chest CT
Or
and then
one
the
of the long
results
ones?
state the heart is normal in size and there's no significant coronary artery
Both?
calcifications?
Well, at least the shorter one where
What
it's
does
just
that
like
mean?
in my day we called it, we said retarded.
All right. I also have the audio clip,
When I was growing up, we used the word retarded.
Yeah, that'll work.
so I can do any of the three or all three if you'd like.
Yeah. Yeah. Then any of them or all of them doesn't matter.
Okay.
Audio for sure.
Dude, that is
Well,
terrible.
normal in size, I believe, is
It's
fairly
fucking
obvious. Because it's not
hilarious.
large or small, and no coronary calcification. So,
Oh, it's so
you have to give me
funny.
a minute to explain this one. Is that when there is, if this is a blood vessel, cholesterol will build on top of the vessel, and then it goes into the vessel. You can't see the cholesterol, but what you can see is
AP's putting his legs up in his
when
office job.
calcium
What?
forms on top. If there's calcium, that means there's most likely going to be cholesterol also. Doesn't mean there has to be, but it's most likely to be. It's the idea of when there is smoke, there is fire. If you see smoke, you know there's most likely a fire
Oh
somewhere.
my God.
And Mr. McClain did not have that.
Right.
You mentioned in your report that you thought Mr. McClain was likely emotionally charged at the time due to his encounter with law enforcement.
Correct.
Did I read that correctly from your
Yeah.
report?
Yes.
Who
And that
wouldn't
would
be?
make sense. Don't you agree when you have 3 officers that grab you?
Yes.
And you say that the video evidence appeared to show evidence of superhuman strength. Did you actually see
Oh,
that on the
shit.
video? Or are you, once again,
What?
using other people's opinions or
Superhuman
statements as
strength.
your own?
Using that's the that was repeated multiple times on the video.
But you didn't actually see evidence of
No,
superhuman
he was
strength.
Right. I did not see it
skinny.
myself.
No, he was tiny. He was like
I mean, he's not
145
strong.
pounds.
And it's from this reliance on other people's statements that you
I think
write
he was
that this
5'6"
much
or
energy and
5'7",
emotional excitement
buck
can lead
45.
to coronary spasm. Is that true? So you based your opinion on what others were saying in the video.
There was clearly a scuffle. So
He was
I don't
skinny.
necessarily want to say that's other people saying it. There was a scuffle in the video. I didn't observe. You can't see the scuffle because the angle of the body cam, but there's clearly a scuffle. So there was something that occurred.
Sure. But when you talked about evidence of superhuman strength, that is what you're relying on other people.
That one, they were saying that he did a push-up with 3 policemen on him. That one you could not see in the
Yeah,
body
but
cam.
did
So
you
I'm relying
see
on
it?
No,
all the reports.
nobody
of what I'm
saw
saying.
it because it didn't happen.
And when you talk about energy output, could you describe what that means?
Can you use that sentence? How did I use that in a sentence?
Certainly, you state in your opinion, and I say, quote, with this much energy and emotional excitement can lead to coronary spasm. I guess I should correct my question and say, with this much energy. What are you talking when you say with this much energy?
Heightened state, adrenaline levels in the body.
So once again, you don't know what adrenaline level Mr. McClain was experiencing right then and there, right?
Unless you have a blood test, you cannot tell.
Correct.
But this, I can tell whenever you're stressed about something. Everybody has higher adrenaline levels.
Sure, but you don't know at this stage what Mr. McClain's adrenaline levels were.
Right.
Ring light was getting a little bright, y'all.
And when you use the term emotional excitement, what are you talking about?
Just that he was probably excited. He's not sitting in calm. There's obviously something going on there.
So I heard you say probably. You don't really know what Mr. McClain was feeling at that moment.
Correct.
Congrats, AP.
And certainly you would agree, based on kind of common sense, that we all experience energy output and emotional excitement.
Yes.
It's a pretty common everyday experience.
Yes, it is.
I mean, certainly athletes in competition experience that, right?
Yes, they do.
Women giving birth,
Sure.
people hiking in Colorado,
Okay.
but none of us have instantaneous coronary spasms. do we?
Okay.
Well, some people do.
Coronary spasms in the setting of emotional outbursts are actually quite common.
Yeah.
So, so much so that there's terms for it. It's now called broken heart syndrome. The Japanese call it takotsubo. This occurs worldwide. Broken heart syndrome. This is a common occurrence after an emotional output. So yes, it does happen on a regular basis.
But
Ooh.
really, it happens frequently in older
well-
women.
That is the most common, but it doesn't have to be.
But it doesn't mean it doesn't happen
I've seen
anywhere
it
else.
in multiple age groups, both genders.
But my question is,
Well,
if you had
there's
to
like
look at the
47
spectrum
genders
of when this
studied.
happens, it happens in older women.
It's the most common population, but there's
There
not
is
only-
not 47 genders. Shut your
Really
dirty
started
whore
with
mouth.
Older women in Japan, that's where that term came from.
The term, it was first described in older women in Japan, but we've been seeing it worldwide for decades. I remember seeing it as a cardiology fellow 25 years ago.
Once again, doctor, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you to answer the question I'm asking.
So it was first described in literature in Japan, but is not exclusive to Japan.
My question was,
He is
it started
answering
in
the
Japan
question.
for older women.
That is incorrect.
I think
Now,
this
are the
doctor
risk for coronary artery spasms
is.
triggered by certain situations?
He's lighting her ass up.
Can be.
So
Yeah,
back
he's
to this.
like like
could trigger
multitudes
I'm sorry, repeat that.
tobacco
higher
Oh,
use
yes.
intelligence than this
or
lady.
exposure to the
Oh
cold.
yeah.
Yes.
I
And
mean,
she
that's not
doesn't-
really
Or
saying
illegal
much.
use of
But she
stimulants
doesn't
caused by
understand it.
ketamine and cocaine.
Like,
No,
she's
she doesn't
asking
get
these,
it.
she's asking
Were
these
you
questions
given the
thinking that
toxicology
she's making a
report in this
point. The
case?
doctor's like,
I did
no,
see it, but I don't
you're an
recall
idiot.
it specifically.
Heartfelt, indeed.
Do you
Caroline,
remember or not
heartfelt.
whether Mr. McClain had any illegal stimulant drugs in his blood?
Judge, I checked. This is way beyond the scope. I didn't go into toxicology at all. And he's not qualified to opine.
Judge, I'm asking about coronary spasms, which he has given an opinion on, and I'm trying to explore when they occur.
All right, well, I'll ask if he remembers.
Why don't
If
you
he
just
had
make her shut up?
Any further opinion?
Do you remember that in the toxicology report?
I do. I remember reading the toxicology report, and
I'll be back here in just a little bit.
I'm not sure if it's marijuana or not.
Bye.
but
Be
I'm
right
not
back.
positive.
Cool.
I probably screamed too loud in his ear.
Would you agree with me that the main risk factors for coronary
you're fine.
spasm include age,
Correct.
patients with diabetes,
Yes.
and patients with high blood pressure?
Yes.
You would agree, based on your review of the UC health records, that Mr. McClain was not a diabetic?
Correct.
He did not have high blood pressure,
Correct.
and he certainly wasn't older.
Correct.
You have no knowledge that Mr. McClain ever previously suffered from a coronary spasm, do you?
Correct.
Wait, what?
You screamed too loud.
Now,
for me?
you have already testified that you did look at the
Giggity.
electrocardiograms from UC Health.
Correct.
Do you remember reviewing the one by Dr. Edward Gill?
I don't know who ordered the EKG.
We'll get
Maybe
you there.
please show
McKinney.
just to
We'll
the
get you
witness.
there.
Date stamp 36642.
Okay, this is a report of an EKG. This is not the actual EKG.
And based on this report, would you just take a moment, doctor, and review it for me?
Correct.
You say in your report on page 4 that the EKG showed ST elevation in leads B2 and B3, and that, in your opinion, this corresponds with the LAD territory and is consistent with spasm of the LAD.
Yes.
But if you look at this record, it actually says the anterior ST elevation probably due to LVH.
Okay, so first, those are the synonymous areas. B2 and B3 is anterior. So saying the exact same terms. Okay. Second,
Okay.
that's an interpretation. That's not a clinical interpretation.
Okay.
That's just looking just at the EKG and saying, well, I wonder what
It's
this
like
could
he's
be
trying to
from.
teach
Okay,
a
it could be from
freshman
LVH,
med
left
student.
ventricular hypertrophy.
You know what I mean?
All that means is the heart is thicker in that area.
But
Yeah.
Dr. Gill
Like
at
he's
the
just
hospital,
over trying to explain it, and he
cardiologist,
just needs you to
said that
understand before
the
he loses
anterior
his
ST
fucking
elevation
mind.
was probably
like,
due
come on,
to
stop
left
asking me
ventricular
questions if you can't
hypertrophy, which is not a
understand.
coronary spasm.
So again, this is a speculation on the part of that doctor. He's looking at that EKG without looking at the records of the patient and just interpreting it based just on that EKG.
But you don't really know that, do you, doctor? Because the report is very
She's
clear that he's given a
struggling.
medical opinion at the time of treatment.
But she
for Mr.
doesn't know
McClain.
it. That's the best part.
So let's clarify. Frequently, the doctor that reads the EKG and the doctors that see the patient can be two different things. So that doesn't necessarily have to be. And then when you do read the EKGs, they're frequently done and interpreted 72, 48, sometime afterwards. They're not done simultaneously. So these can be completely different opinions at different times.
But you would agree with me that this medical report does not indicate that he has a coronary spasm.
That's what
You
she
cannot tell spasm from an EKG.
She's never going to get there.
No, not in a million years.
Well, in your
Oh,
entire
thank
review
you,
of the
Flash.
UC Health records, none of the records mention a coronary spasm.
Correct.
So you are the only one
Yeah,
of
lots
all
of
the treating
snark.
physicians that's saying that Mr. McClain had a coronary spasm.
Correct.
Did you ever talk to Dr. Mark Moss about his condition at the hospital?
I did not.
Wouldn't you have thought that talking to the doctor who treated him and had hands-on experience
Oh,
would
that's
have the
funny.
most information concerning Elijah McClain's test results?
So first, I'm not seeing the patient directly. So for HIPAA reasons, I can't talk to other doctors about other patients that I've never seen that I'm not involved in their care.
But once again, you're not making this coronary spasm to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Again, I don't know.
Hold the phones, everybody.
You know what? I can make to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
What's up, David?
Oh,
How you doing, buddy?
hi.
Hi, McKinley. How are you?
I'm
How's this
so
trial?
great.
How have we been doing today?
Well, I'll be honest. It's gotten slightly more entertaining in the last couple witnesses.
Okay, good. I guess I'll give you a thumbs up. I didn't do that. I did that on McKinley's channel earlier.
Well, I appreciate it, buddy. I appreciate almost being there for me.
I just got up to the treehouse. I thought I'd pop in. Oh my god, editing this Lego stream
Why are y'all editing it?
because I usually do like a supercuts. It's 6 hours long. Who's gonna sit through the 6 hours? I
my
take all the
God.
highlights. But Joe's story goes like so. We have the first part of his story, or the first part, which is just like him talking about his son and about mitzvah and all that stuff. And then his story, I'm 20 minutes in already. Normally these are like 12-minute supercuts. So I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm trying to figure out a way to like pare
Did
this
the
down.
story
into-
really go that long?
His story, I edited a lot out. His story was about 35 minutes in total or 40 minutes in total.
Wow.
And so I edited it out as much as I could and still maintained like a coherent story.
It's a great story, by the way.
It's a great story. I keep popping up little text. It was like, if you want the full story within a story within a story, go to the original. It was a great stream, and there's just so much good stuff, so I'm having a hard time with it. But Mustang, I watched it. Yeah, it was a fun stream. It was a lot of fun.
It was a fun stream. We had a lot of fun. It was the longest Lego stream we've done. It almost broke 6 hours. It was like 5:51 or something.
Yeah, it was like 9 minutes short of 6 hours.
And I will be
That's
honest.
crazy.
I was pleasantly surprised by the amount of just one-liners that just came out of Joe.
I
Just
know,
his little
there's so much of it.
zingas is so good. I was trying to help Dave edit this earlier, right? I was trying to go through and timestamp a bunch of stuff for him, and I was like, "Oh, well, that's a comedic little response right there. Like, you should put that in. You should put that in." And I did like 40 minutes and got like 10 different timestamps. I'm like, "Oh, that's too much. That's too
So
much."
I can't
on
believe
set,
I haven't watched it.
I can't.
it's
I
6
gotta.
hours. It's 6 hours, but it's so good all the way through. There's like very little downtime of not good Joe content. And usually
Yeah,
what I
love
try
Joe.
to highlight the guests, right? So I'm cutting all of like my stuff and Valhalla stuff and Wendy stuff out, just try to highlight the guests. And it's still, I'm only within like the first hour and a half. I've got 20 minutes of this supercut. It's
That's
so much
amazing.
work.
It was an awesome stream. It was an absolutely awesome stream.
Do you know how many men it takes to make a spasm? Well, Farrell.
How many
just-
grown men it takes to make a spasm?
Just me. I'm all you need.
Oh no.
This prosecutor.
Oh no.
This prosecutor asked how many men, if 3 grown men sitting on Elijah's chest would create a heart spasm, and the doctor's response was, "I'm not sure how many grown men it would take to create a spasm."
That's the best answer.
It's been so good. This doctor has had enough. He is Dr. Srikanth Sundaram.
Nice.
And I'm just waiting for him to say Bob's and Vagine, and then we'll be all like, my bingo card will be full. That's all I need.
Well, I won't derail it too much. I wanted to pop on and say hi. I'll sit here quietly and listen while I prepare for my new stream tonight, which, by the way, is not going to be members only because Turtle Boy's coming up.
Oh, actually, before we've only got like a half hour left in day 11. What's up with your Turtle Boy stream tonight? You need a guest co-host kind of deal?
I don't know, possibly. I was just covering the Canton 9, and I reached out to him.
Well, his new indictment today's got me all in a tizzy, so I'm getting all Valhalla flustered about it.
I didn't hear about it until all of a sudden he came back, messaged me back. He's like, "Yeah, I'll jump on," and I've got 13 new indictments. And I was like, "Oh, okay."
Well,
Let's
my
chat.
chat, Scott, he's been keeping us in the loop along with a couple other people. So we found out about it a couple hours ago.
Yeah, we worked out the details. He's going to be on at 8:00 Eastern tonight. I'm going to start my stream at 7. I'm going to talk about a few different things.
Okay.
We'll see how far I get and where I go with it before he jumps on at 8, and which is then it's just going to be all Turtle Boy. I thought it was going to go a while because I was going to go over the Colorado Trump thing, and I thought that was going to be a while, but we might have to reserve that for another stream.
I'm not gonna even breach that topic because that'll be a whole nother derailment. But the 8 o'clock Turtle Boy thing, I might sneak in the back there.
Okay.
You heard me, Farrell.
I'm gonna sneak in the back end there. Yeah.
Yeah, I said it.
Through the bonus hole.
Did you see this? Actually, before we get going, I got one more.
You have a bonus.
And he also had obstacles that luckily most of us do not have. We hear that Bryce suffers from an intellectual disability. That's the current term. That's what people use now. When I was growing up, we used the word retarded.
He called his client a retard.
He did.
In open court on national television,
Oh
international television. He called his client a retard. That was just the
Outstanding.
most amazing thing ever.
Out fucking standing.
Oh, Farrell, why are you messaging me?
All right. I'm gonna play this before we get too
I'm
off.
a doctor, not
off
a lawyer. I do not understand
course.
what the difference.
I need a bio break. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Did you just stop the stream?
You
Oh,
also
no.
mentioned that you
Okay,
viewed
there we go.
echocardiograms, correct?
Correct.
And you agree that a cardiologist at UC Health also interpreted the echoes of the heart?
Correct.
And you would agree, per the cardiologist at UC Health, that they never mention a wraparound LED in the medical records?
You're not going to see that on an echo. That is not the location where you can find it. So of course they're not going to mention it there.
But of course, it's not mentioned anywhere in his records.
Correct.
And of course, there's no mention of a wraparound LED either.
So what is the question?
Yeah, there's no mention in the medical records that Mr. McClain had a wraparound LED.
Correct.
I love pasta.
Now, in your report, you noted that Elijah McClain had nausea and vomiting.
Correct.
I prefer cannolis.
Oh,
And
I
you
love
connected
cannolis.
that with the fact that you thought he had this wraparound LED.
Yes.
And you would agree that there are a lot of things that can cause
Who's the most
nausea and vomiting.
disagreeable?
Correct.
The prosecutor.
So being placed in 2 carotid holds can lead to nausea and vomiting.
I would most likely disagree with that, but
This
I
is
don't
not
know
the
data
Oakland
on that
County guy still, is it?
How about metabolic acidosis?
No.
one. Yes.
How about hypoxia?
Most likely not.
You mentioned in your report that you saw that Mr. McClain made the statement, "I can't fix myself."
Yes.
Did you know that he defecated in his pants?
I did not.
I object. That's beyond the scope and it's irrelevant.
Response?
He talked about video in his report and on direct examination, and I'm exploring whether or not he looked into other reasons for the fact that he may have.
This is the
Both
Karen
sustained-
prosecutor, right?
Correct.
Now, in this case, when did you get retained?
I don't recall the exact date. I'm going to guess approximately about a year ago.
And how many hours do you think that you have put in so far
Uh,
on this investigation
Approximately 30
in 1 year?
in 1 year,
And how much do you get paid per hour?
500 per hour.
And so you've been paid for your time like all the experts in this case.
Correct.
That was loud in my ears.
Now,
I
you
can't
agree,
pull up
Doctor, that
chats.
Your opinion sort of stands
What was
alone
loud in your
in
ears?
regarding to Mr. McClain's
Oh,
heart.
video started playing on another screen I had.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Sina doesn't agree with your opinion, or his opinion is different than yours.
Yes.
And certainly Dr. Buther's opinion is
Correct.
different. Dr. Mitchell's opinion is different,
Correct.
and Dr. Moss.
Correct. I would say I'm the only cardiologist though, so I'm going to have a different opinion.
Well, you don't know that Dr. Buther worked in critical care and with emergency patients, and so he has a lot of heart experience. You don't know that about him.
He's not a cardiologist, correct?
Ooh, this guy's got a little attitude. Oh, hi, little
Yeah,
one.
he does.
I can't see you anywhere.
Oh.
I can't see you anywhere.
It's not.
I just noticed her.
She's concerned because she can't see me in the courtroom.
I would be concerned too. Your mom always needs to be in the courtroom, whether it's as an
Yeah,
attorney or a defendant.
Oh no.
Awesome time. Crystal
No.
Pontiac. I'm going to edit this slightly because Minnie McKinley's here with us. But for 14 South African Rand, and yes, I definitely had to look that up. She says,
She
let's
can't
not
hear.
be Riri's.
Just one more moment, Your Honor.
And I agree. Let's not. Minnie McKinley got to go to court today.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So what do we call her daughter?
Nothing else?
We're going with
Time?
Minnie McKinley.
That one went over your head.
Redirect.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. I got it. That's good.
Dr. Sundaram, in forming your opinion in this case, did you consider the initial autopsy report of Dr. Sina?
Yes, it did.
And did Dr. Sina, in that initial autopsy report, which he issued, list contributing factors to Mr. McClain's death?
Yes, he did.
It
And I
went
believe he
over
said
my
it was
head,
the narrow
too.
LED was a contributing factor.
You're Minnie
As well as
McKinley.
intense physical exertion.
So,
Yes, he did.
so she's got to be like,
That's basically your
Oh.
There you
opinion
go.
here today.
There you
is the
go.
intense physical exertion and a narrow LAD contributed to Mr. McClain's death.
Correct.
it is
So,
not.
In essence,
It is
your
not,
opinion
and it doesn't
agrees with
matter,
Dr. Sina's
but it's,
initial autopsy report
Yes, it
Like
did.
76 cents.
before he changed it.
FYI, Crystal. And I appreciate
Dr.
it.
Sundaram, would you expect
To the
someone
fullest.
who was in a violent encounter with 3 other people to be tachycardic after that?
Abs-
He's a cardiologist, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, can I answer that question? Yes, absolutely. Any sort of excitement, any sort of physical violence will raise your heartbeat.
What about emotional upheaval in a person? Can that cause tachycardia as well?
Yes, absolutely.
What did you observe about Mr. McClain's breathing as the events progressed?
Can I
on
add
the
you
You know,
as
that's a little difficult to see, but you can tell that he's
admin
his respiratory
while
rate
I'm
is
in
slowly
studio, or do I have
going
to leave
down,
studio?
and that he's breathing a little faster.
You have to send
initially,
me an
and then
invite to
over
my
time, it's
email
less and less and less. His breathing rate definitely
the different
decreases
email
over
than I
time.
use on my
Yeah.
YouTube.
Did you
I got to
consider that
send you
in
my
your opinion?
the other
Yes, I did.
email,
Yeah.
which
You
I don't give out.
asked a question about
Yeah.
athletes.
Yes.
Does the fact that someone's an athlete change whether you could have a narrow LAD that could contribute to health problems?
It does not. Let me expand a little on this. So, I have patients come to me all the
Also,
time.
hi,
telling me,
Crystal. Welcome back.
I'm an athlete. I run all the time. And I ask them, well, how far do you go? Oh, I go a mile. Well, how fast do you run? Well, I walk a little bit. I will run a little bit. There's a difference between someone that runs a 5-minute mile and someone that runs a 15-minute mile. 15
Yeah,
minute
you're
mile
not
is
getting that
walking,
email,
essentially.
Farrell.
And so just by someone telling me they're an athlete, I don't believe it until I put them on a treadmill and can objectify it.
Let's do.
And to answer your question specifically,
I'm an athlete.
What's
you trying to say?
You've done athletic things.
I have. There's video proof.
I've seen it. It wasn't a great video proof.
It's not pretty looking, but I'm still an athlete.
Crystal Pontiac.
So the court will allow the question.
So
Crystal Pontiac just gifted 10 Goat Herder memberships because she's an all-star. Congratulations, Gutters Pub, Paul Farrell, Pernilla G, Super Snoops, John Jones. John Jones? Are you the fighter, John Jones? That'd be
I
awesome.
went to high school with a kid named John Jones. He did. He was an athlete because he did gymnastics. I remember seeing him flip across the gym.
Ooh, gymnastics are actually stud athletes. They're ridiculous. Kelly Holland, Lady Lost Sandra, Sniper 79, YT, I'm guessing YouTube, Fire and Ice, and This Way Up. Congratulations to the new Goat Herders. You guys have awesome emojis to play with now. And thank you, Crystal, for being so generous. I appreciate it. And thank you so much.
So, if you want to look, there's a guy named Jim Fix who was he was a guy that in the 1970s wrote all the books
Potato
about
pie
running
is
the
not
biggest
healthy,
fitness race
Flash
in the
fan.
United States.
Not healthy at all.
He actually had run something like 10 Boston marathons, and he was found dead at age 52 when he was out on a training run. And when they did the autopsy, they found he had heart disease. So here's a guy that's running marathons and having it. Closer to home, Darryl Kyle. He's from Inglewood, it's right in the Denver metro area. He's a professional baseball player. He's a pitcher for the St. Louis Cardinals. Professional athlete. The day that he had a pitching start, he was found dead.
All right, I'm not going to allow a recitation of every athlete that may have had heart problems.
That was Jim
So
Jones.
narrow the questions and narrow the
Jim
answers.
Jones.
Is it fair to say there have been professional athletes who had unobserved heart issues?
Correct.
Weren't discovered until after they passed?
Correct.
All right, I limited the questioning, and we're there now.
Is that because it's kosher?
Dr. Sundaram, you testified that after issuing your report, you went back and looked at Elijah McClain's pediatric records as well. Is that right?
Correct.
Did that change your opinion in any way? I'm asking him if it changes his opinion that he's testifying to. She asked the questions about it.
The
Your Honor,
man's
so she's
voice
on
is
notice he
the
asked those questions.
defense counsel, right?
Yes.
Right, and I'm asking if that review changed his opinion at all.
He's got a little bit of
I'm
a
going to sustain the objection, as that was the limit on the cross-examination.
Brian
Whether
Stelter
reviewed
thing with
prior
his
or
voice
after.
that I don't really approve of, but we'll let it slide.
Dr. Sundaram, you testified that you did not review any actual microscopic slides. Is that correct?
Correct.
However, in Dr. Sina's initial autopsy report, he refers to evidence of microscopic analysis. Is that
Yes.
Did you review that?
I do. You'd have to refresh my memory. I don't remember it saying that it was anything specific that he
That
found.
did click after I made the joke
Because that wasn't relevant to your opinion, what he observed. Is that right?
because he's not running a cult.
Dr. Sina
Got
did
it.
not note, and you were asked whether he noted a wraparound LAD, correct?
Correct.
Which he did not.
He did not comment one way or another, whether it existed or did not exist.
You also observed on the heart photos from the hospital and from Dr. Sina, I believe, a wraparound vein. Is that correct?
Did. Correct.
He doesn't reference that in his autopsy report either, does he?
Correct.
Response.
Judge, this is foundation where the doctor testified when you see the wraparound vein, about 75% of the time you see the wraparound artery as well. The question
That was discussed on direct, I understand.
correct, but on cross, he was asked about Dr. Sina not documenting the wraparound artery. I'm asking, he also didn't document the wraparound vein.
All right, you didn't let the witness answer that
So
specific question.
veiny.
Correct. He did not document the wraparound vein.
But there was one, wasn't there?
Correct.
Mike Kinley, do you like wraparound veins? Do you prefer those?
Ew.
Based on what you yourself
Oh,
saw
shit.
occur on the body worn camera video regarding Mr. McClain's altercation with police, did you observe enough to lead you to the conclusion of a coronary spasm?
I don't think I can.
No, it's a combination of everything.
I think I have to wait till I get out of the studio.
Can't make that decision from just the body cam.
Did the body cam footage contribute to your opinion in that regard?
Yes, it did contribute.
And so we're clear, Dr. Sundaram, is your opinion based on your medical experience, knowledge, and training?
Yes, it is.
So whether we use magic words of to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, this is based on your experience, training, and knowledge as a cardiologist. Is that right?
Correct.
Was leading.
You want me? I'll rephrase it. What is your opinion in this case based upon, Dr. Sundaram?
It is based on my 17 years of experience as a practicing cardiologist and electrophysiologist.
For you to have reached this opinion, did Mr. McClain have to be acting strange?
No, he did not.
For you to reach the opinion that you did he have to have superhuman strength?
No, he did not.
For you to have reached this opinion, did he have to have done a push-up with 3 officers on him?
No, he did not.
Why would medical records discuss a wraparound LAD?
They would, if you see a patient,
I don't
and
think
they
so,
have
Dave.
findings of a heart attack, and you're trying to figure out, that's when it would say, oh, it's a wraparound LAD.
No, damn it. Okay,
So
let me do that now.
Unless they're specifically looking for it with an angiogram or looking for it to try to prevent.
I'm
it in the
sorry,
future, we're
Dave.
not gonna be
I get
discussing
busy.
it.
I'll
I
give him
saved
that.
them all. I saved them all. They are pretty cool.
It sounds cool.
Yeah. No, they are really
If
cool.
some
Oh, I got busy
person-
looking at them and admiring
Well,
them. It's
Mr.
fine.
McClain suffered from asthma earlier in life. Does that affect your opinion at all?
Sustained.
If Mr. McClain suffered a collapsed lung earlier, does that affect your opinion at all?
Sustained.
The guy at the lectern is the defense, not the state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the steak sounds like a Karen. Just saying.
Well, she is a Karen. I think it's the same lady.
Wait, which lady?
Someone being
The lady
a
that was just
runner or a
being-
biker impact their ability to live with a narrow LAD?
Response.
I'm asking a different question, I believe, Your Honor, which is, does
No
that
worries.
affect their
Just wanted
ability
to make
to
sure.
live with that narrow
I want to make sure we're all on the same page, Scott. Eliminate confusion.
I'll
That's
sustain
what
it
I try to do.
Okay, select. I have 5 pictures to send you.
If someone, as you described, you believe Mr. McClain did, suffers a cardiac spasm. and
There
goes
was no
from
alcohol in his system, Crystal.
ventricular tachycardia
Yeah,
to
THC
ventricular
and the
fibrillation
ketamine
to
that they inject
asystole.
with, and that was it.
What happens to the body? What other effects would you expect to see?
And
We need to
THC is
get Dave
legal
in
there.
Discord.
I don't believe that's beyond the scope of cross-examination.
And
He was
THC
specifically
what?
asked about a specific
I said
physical
THC
occurrence
is
that
legal
happened
in
with Mr.
Colorado.
McClain.
Yes. Yes.
I'm sending him to MG
Well, the
right now
question was
too,
asked, and I
Dave.
sustain the objection.
I need to
In
start that
reviewing
date by
the medical records that you did,
Bryce Rhodes.
did any cardiologist render an opinion on Mr. McClain's cause of death?
You're good. You
not.
like
They
Dumb
did not.
Jones.
You are the
Looks
only one to
good.
do so, is that right? She specifically? Not an unfair question. It's following up on what she asked him about.
All right, Valhalla, you should have them.
Mhm.
My phone vibrated.
All right,
so I'm
rephrase.
assuming so.
I sent him to MG and Valhalla. Was there someone else? I can't remember. I know you asked those two.
Did you see anywhere in the medical records cardiologist rendering any opinion about Elijah McClain?
Yo, I swear to God, I was
I believe
just
the
about
notes
to
are-
ask if you were here,
I'm going to
Flux.
just summarize and say he was critically ill.
Did you look at? Did you see Nicholas's trial with the 2 fluxes and the failed rapper?
You were asked about the
Yeah,
amount
I saw
of
part of it.
narrowing or
The
occlusion
2 fluxes.
Mr. McClain's narrow LAD. You recall that?
Correct.
Oh. Are you talking about the, weren't they in Texas?
If Dr.
Yes.
Sina said during the
Okay.
autopsy, it was
Dallas.
one millimeter,
That took me
how would
a while to
affect
catch
your
on to that one.
determination on that.
Oh, that's funny.
Sustained.
Oh, that's funny.
Dr. Sundaram, is it your understanding of Dr. Sina's testimony that you were shown that he assumed collateral circulations? Is that what you read?
I'm not sure what he meant by that. The autopsy could have been very clear and said there is collateral or there's not collaterals. And that would have been the easiest way to tell.
The autopsy report does neither, is that right?
Correct. It does not say that.
Did you see in the second autopsy report that Dr. Sina issued that he addressed the narrowed LAD at all?
I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look at those records specifically.
He indicated in the initial autopsy report that he thought that was a contributing factor. Is that right? It's foundational. to my
Meeting too. Next question.
Dr. Sundaram, did you see in the second autopsy report that Dr. Sina followed up with his concerns about the narrow LAD that he expressed in the first autopsy report? I'm asking if you saw whether Dr.
I'll overrule the objection if he can answer it.
What did I say I was going to talk about
The
tonight?
question was there anything in the
Turtle
report
Boy.
that he noticed about the follow-up? So the court will allow
Now-
the question.
Dude,
I
those
don't
are
recall
awesome.
What it said about the second report.
Those are so cool.
Yeah, aren't they?
The Easter Island head is amazing.
Yeah, I saw that.
Would a cardiac spasm?
I
in
kind of
your
want the
opinion,
person
Dr.
sitting in the
Sundaram,
chair, though.
Based on your experience, cause any difference
The
to the size?
who's with the farmer painting?
No, it would not.
I can't remember the name of the painting or the artist, but
Van
the
Gogh?
farmer painting. What?
Van Gogh.
No.
No.
It's the American iconic painting with the
with
old
the
couple with the pitchfork.
fork thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know who that is.
I can't remember. I used to know, but that thing's pretty dope too.
I was thinking of like the guy with the little bell of hay or
Oh, the hay piles that Van Gogh was doing for a little while. Yeah. No. He's a defense expert that was brought in after the fact.
yeah, like a cardiologist, right?
Yeah, he's a cardiologist and like a specialized cardiologist, something electrical, something. If AP's here, I bet he knows what it was called.
Something that he did 3 more years of med school for, and
Yeah. American Gothic. That's exactly what it is. Thank you, Farrell.
Yeah.
That's the name of the painting, American Gothic.
Yeah, tongue in cheek, sometimes I think going back to paper would be a good thing. But,
I'm with you, sir.
Hell yeah.
Are we expecting to find it here pretty soon?
Yeah. I
Okay.
think he
Now you
found
get
it.
cool emojis
Besides
this way
that-
out. So we're looking here. He is going for turbo stuff. It's been fun about. Absolutely. Thank you, Scott, for being here. Appreciate you and appreciate the Turtle Boy updates because all you've been doing this whole stream is getting me all kinds of amped up, shall we say.
that was a funny noise. What?
It was a,
Wait, do that again. What is that?
it's a Lego remover piece. It's got ridges on it. I just scratched down the ridges.
That's neat.
Can
It's a
show it to the
Lego.
witness.
Can you show us that again, please?
It's just, it comes in every set. It's just the piece that unsticks Legos, right? And up
What?
here,
We've
here.
never gotten one of those.
Well, do you buy Lego sets? Up at the top, it's got ridges. All I did was
So, Dr. Sundaram, are you able to
Oh.
scratch down.
see this?
Yes. Are you talking about where it's highlighted lines
That was all.
12 and 13?
Actually,
We
I
must
lost
throw
it.
it
Actually, yeah, starting with line 11. Was this?
I have a few.
This suggests that the small coronary artery was congenitally like this.
Don't
Oh,
read it yet.
wow.
Okay.
That's a lot.
And this was the testimony that you were shown on cross-examination, is that right?
Correct.
What Dr.
Electrophysio, that might have
Seema
been it.
says is
That might be the EP.
this I'll read the whole thing. The investigation indicates Mr. McClain was a distance runner and showed no cardiac symptoms prior to death. This suggests that his small coronary artery was congenital and he likely had sufficient collateral circulation in his heart to provide enough oxygen to the heart muscle during intense physical exertion. Is that what Dr. Seena's testimony was
Correct.
that you reviewed?
Correct.
He used the word suggests and likely. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Was either one of those, he testified about the small coronary artery, was the collateral circulation documented in either autopsy report that you reviewed, the first or the second?
I'll allow the counsel to rephrase.
Dr. Sundaram, am I correct that he says it's likely he had sufficient collateral circulation in his heart?
Correct. That's Dr. Sina's opinion.
And did you see documentation of that in either the first autopsy report or the second one?
I did not.
Hell yeah, I would have taken it back too.
And regarding the investigation indicates Mr. McClain was a distance runner. Did you see any documentation of where that information was obtained?
I did not.
I'll sustain that objection.
Dr. Sundaram, the testimony that you were shown
I
from
have
Dr.
one.
Sina, does that testimony change your opinion in any
I can
way?
get
It does
2 to
not.
3 layers without having to look. I can't solve it all the way by myself.
Had you been able to examine Elijah McClain's heart, would you be able to say with certainty whether he had the issues you're testifying to or not?
He was sustained.
Thank you, Dr. Sundaram. I don't have anything further.
We direct on behalf of Mr. Cichuniec.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple of questions. I want to make sure that I heard something correctly, Doctor. During cross-examination, you were asked about the symptoms of, I believe, a heart attack. Do you recall that?
I think it was spasm.
Oh, and one of those
Spasm.
symptoms was shortness of breath, right?
Yes.
And so do you get complaints of difficulty breathing in patients that you see?
Response.
She certainly asked about the symptoms that he sees and that are common for spasms.
I'll allow this question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So any patient that complains of shortness of breath, spasm is on my list of things to worry about. Particularly if they start saying, you know,
Okay.
I'm fine 1 minute, all of a sudden I'm short of
I
breath.
saw a
and then it goes
picture of
away.
a
That makes me-
jaguar in Texas,
A picture of a what?
like a Black Panther.
All right,
Yeah, what's it called though?
Next question.
Absolutely. Your
I
Honor.
said
Thank you, Doctor.
jaguar, but it's a jaguar,
It's
right?
You
Jaguar.
recall just a minute ago and during cross-examination,
What?
being shown the testimony from Dr. Sina,
Yes.
where he believes that the narrow LAD was congenital.
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what congenital means?
So the term congenital really just means born with. Essentially, that's what you're saying. But you know, the only way to tell if you're truly born with it is to look at a baby's heart. So you can't say that. So to broaden the definition, when we look at adults, congenital just means they had it before they were adults. So all I can tell you is they had it before whatever age we consider an adult.
So, so a congenital condition can develop over time.
Correct, absolutely.
So a narrow LAD may not be narrow at birth,
Correct.
up into narrowness later in life.
Overruled.
Yes, absolutely.
You were asked several questions about the fact that Dr.
What is
Sina's
that noise?
opinion
It's me.
differs from yours.
Fidgeting.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Are you aware?
I got
whether or
fidget
not you
cubes at
were
the office.
shared with Dr. Sina?
I actually have no idea.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You may step down. Have counsel approach.
I'm excited for the next witnesses, maybe.
We're about done for the day.
I'm gonna jump off and go prepare for my Newsy
Okay,
stream.
do it, do it.
Well, actually, hold up a minute. We've literally got like he's about to adjourn.
Okay.
So hold on for a second. We'll figure out the admin thing before you do.
Alrighty.
Cool. If you don't
Okay, we're
mind.
about to get
You're
off
not
at
forced
No,
to
I'm here.
You can go over there and do
discuss the
it.
case even amongst yourselves or with anybody else.
This
If anybody
stream's
tries
about
to,
to
you
end.
should let me know. Do no independent research, traditional or electronic, and avoid any press coverage. If you happen to hear anything, please disregard it. Hope you have a great weekend. See you at 8:30 Monday morning, please.
He's not going to give us anything after this because that's what this judge does. But just to be sure,
Break. All right, court will be at recess. Have a good weekend.
yeah, he never gives us anything. Okay. That's day 11, y'all. We've got
Yay.
12, 13, and I think 14 still to catch up on.
Their stream's over, so it's the same.
Oh.
And we will do that not tonight, obviously, but in the days to come. Yeah, I had to fight a goat today. He threw his horn at me all hard, and I kneed him and pushed him away from me with my knee, pushed him away, and then he swung again. So then I had to tackle him to the ground and pin him upside down.
Nice. Yeah, you don't take any shit from L1.
I can't, especially not a 200+ pound goat, because if you do, then he
It's like a horse.
It gets real problematic after that. So you actually have to discipline goats if they get out of line and pin them on their backs until they submit like a dog would.
His toys back there.
That's my fight.
Hi, Ferals.
That's my fight and goat story. I should probably try to send you somewhere, huh?
See, they both have toys. In there.
Let's look into that real quick before we dip out of here. But
who is live? Who is
McKinley,
live?
anything?
No, I'm gonna watch Dave in a minute.
Legally Live is live. Recovery
That's
Addict,
true, I
Crime
can't.
Spies. Let's see who
Legally-
was
well, Legally
Melissa
Live is-
Jane.
Redirect ad. Crime
Rob
Spies?
is live.
Why is nothing popping up?
Oh, Salvador's live.
Sal's live?
Yeah, Sal's live.
All right. Why is nothing's coming up in my browser thing?
Here, I'll put his link in your chat, your private chat.
Okay.
There, Salvador's live.
Okay, bye.
We will go
No, but I had it.
raid Sal, y'all. Let's go.
Say it louder.
I spelled your name wrong. Bye.
That happens. Go over there. Tell Sal McKinley and Valhalla sent you over there. Hit the like for me, and that's all I ask. That's all I ask. Appreciate y'all for being here. Thanks so much. We will pick up and resume day 12 probably tomorrow. I think that's what we're gonna do. And on that note, y'all, I think that's it. I think that's it.
Earphones?
I think that's it.
In case I don't see ya. Good afternoon, good